twins? That's impossible. I can't be pregnant. I'm a virgin.
Blood tests don't lie, Miss Smith. What I don't get is how you didn't know that you're pregnant.
Because I've never been with a man. I have never even had sex. I can't be pregnant. Well, this can't be happening. If my father finds out, he's literally gonna kill me.
You should have died with your mother.
Hey, what's up with all the ruckus?
Your daughter tried to attack me.
What?
No, I didn't. She hit me first and was bad-mouthing Mom.
You can't behave that way to your mother. Apologize.
She's not my mother. She's my stepmother, and I'm not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong.
Go to your room now. I'm sorry.
Do you see what I have to deal with when you aren't around? That's it? You're not gonna punish the little brat?
I'll punish her later. We still need her. Remember?
You're right.
Okay. Let me pour you some wine, okay?
Maybe 2 glasses.
Okay.
Why did you leave me with these monsters? All they do is hurt me every day, and Dad just takes their side. I can't do this anymore. I have to get out of here.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Nora's trying to run. Go get it now. Go.
What are you doing down there anyway?
I fell down, obviously.
Oh gosh! Here, let me help you.
Who's out there?
Martha, are you okay? I heard you scream.
Put down the bat, it's just a girl. She fell and hurt herself. How many times have I told you to clean this sidewalk? It's so slippery.
It's fine. Oh, thank you guys. I got it. I'll just go.
Oh, no, you need to get some ice on that.
No, seriously, thank you, but I don't want to be a bother.
Oh, bother schmother, come on inside.
Okay, thank you.
Hon, are you sure you don't want us to take you to the hospital? That ankle looks bad.
Oh, no, it's okay. Thank you.
It's really no problem. We can take you to the emergency room and call your family.
No! Sorry. I'm sorry. I ran away from my family, and I really don't want them to find me, and I can't go back.
Why don't you stay here till you're back on your feet? We have a room upstairs, and we can always use a little help around here.
Thank you. I promise I'll be really good help. What can I get you?
Coffee. Black.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you, Nora.
How did you know my name?
Name tag.
Oh my god, I am so stupid.
It's fine.
I'm just getting used to it.
Yeah, I'm Justin, by the way.
Well, let me know if you need anything else, Justin.
Of course. More whiskey? Hey, I need all the information you have on Nora Smith and her family. As quickly as possible. Thanks.
Hello. Your usual.
Nora,
Yeah? Is everything okay? You look,
yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Your family, I know that you're trying to hide from them.
But how did you know that?
Well,
Hey, give me order.
Hi.
Latte.
Yeah, I'll do a latte as well, please.
Yeah, of course. How does Justin know about my family?
What was that, hon?
Nothing. I'm just in my head about stuff.
Justin. I heard. He never had much to say to us, but he sure warmed up to you. Is there something going on there?
No, Martha. He's just a customer. I don't have time for all of that. Thanks.
Nora! I'll find you! Nora. Good morning, Nora.
Dad?
Hello, Nora.
How did you find me? Why did you bring me back?
Do you really think I was going to let my daughter fester in some broken down, beat up diner?
So you stalked your own daughter?
Stalking, I like to think of it more as a father's concern. I have always tried to give you the very best in life.
By letting your wife beat me.
Well, Wendy's a little temperamental.
Well, if that's all you have to say, then let me go.
I'm afraid not, Nora. Your mother kept things from me. Important things. Things that are tied to you.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. You're going to help me get what should have been mine in the first place. Here.
I don't understand. Mom's company?
Yes. Sign it.
No.
Excuse me?
This is mine. My mom's last gift to me. It's not yours. I'm not giving it to you.
Oh, you don't have a choice, Nora.
Yeah, I think I do, Dad. You can't just make people do what you want.
You obviously don't know the real me very well.
What are you talking about?
Never mind. That's okay. We'll find another way.
What do you mean?
Never mind. You just rest up. I'll see you later. Oh, and Nora, don't think about escaping again. Not if you want your little diner family to stay alive.
Wait, please don't do this!
Yeah, no, everything's taken care of. It's not going to be a problem. There's no way she can say no.
Dad.
Hold on a second. What?
Did you take me to the hospital? My stomach hurts so bad and I've been throwing up all morning.
Nora, I can't do this now. I've got a busy day today. Just take a pill and go get some rest, okay? We have to be at the party at the Gray Mansion tonight. So I need you to clean yourself up and not look like such a train wreck. Oh, God.
No. That's twins? That's impossible. I can't be pregnant. I'm a virgin.
Blood tests don't lie, Miss Smith. I'm just doing my job here. What I don't get is how you didn't know that you're pregnant.
I have never even had sex. I can't be pregnant. Oh my God. How is this possible? This can't be happening. If my father finds out, he's literally gonna kill me. Doctor, we can get rid of it, right?
But termination is not an option at this stage. Already 10 weeks along, and with your current health condition, attempting it could be fatal.
What am I gonna do now? Should I run away again? What if Dad does something to Joe and then Martha? Even if I run, where will I go? What am I gonna do with these babies?
How hard is it for you to pick up your damn phone? You're home all day. You better be ready when I get there. We can't be late for the Grays' party.
I'm so excited for this party, Mom.
Remember, keep your eye on the prize.
Of course. By the end of the night, Anthony Gray is going to be mine. Ugh. But why did Dad have to bring that bug up?
Every party needs entertainment, doesn't it?
Now look, tonight's really important for us, so don't embarrass me, okay?
Dad, why are we here?
Just shut up and keep walking, all right?
Justin, you're being rude. Eyes away from your phone, please.
I'm sorry if my important business deals are getting in the way of this ridiculous party, Grandma.
Justin, all work and no play make Jack's a dull boy. Now, hasn't any of these gorgeous women caught your eye?
You're crazy if you think any of these women here are gonna catch my eye, Grandma. Nora?
Yes, please, thank you. You may be wondering why I've invited you all to this ceremony tonight. It may come as a shock, but it's nonetheless happy. I'm here to announce the engagement of my grandson, Anthony Gray, to Ms. Nora Smith. You will bear the next heir of the Grays.
What? Engagement?
Henry, what's the meaning of this? An engagement?
Just be glad we're getting rid of her. Angela will find a better man.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Come here, Miss Smith.
No, Dad, I don't want to do this.
You'll be fine.
No, Dad, I don't want to. No.
Go. Just go.
Grandpa, you want me to marry this girl?
You all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Just...
We need to get her to the hospital, now!
Where's my daughter? Nora Smith.
Mr. Smith?
What?
Nora's pregnant.
What? You little witch! You're pregnant? Do you have any idea what you've done?
Dad, please let me explain.
Explain what? How you got knocked up like a stray cat?
Please,
I want to know who the father is. Now!
I don't know.
Who's the father?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know. You are your mother's daughter indeed. I should have known. She was such a fucking slut.
Dad, do not bring Mom into this, okay? I don't know how this happened to me.
No idea you're lying. I want to know. Henry!
I trust you understand the delicacy of the situation?
Of course, Mr. Gray, of course. Yes, I promise you we'll handle this with the utmost discretion. Promise you.
See that you do. I don't want this little blunder tarnishing the Gray name.
No, of course not. Thank you. And don't worry, Nora. We'll take care of everything, including those little mistakes of yours.
Oh, you can't.
We can and we will. We are getting out of here. You come with me now. Come on, let's get out of here. I cannot believe this. This is ridiculous. This is where you'll stay. And you'll stay here until I say it's time to go. Give me that.
So that's it. You don't care about what I have to say? Or what I want? Why do you hate me so much?
You remind me so much of your mother.
no time. The other one is coming.
Hey! Wait! What are you doing to my baby? Doctor, save him!
Push harder, Nora! Harder! It's a girl. Oh my. Wait, Nora! Nora! Security! Security!
Hey, Nora! Stop!
Get in the car! Let's go!
Let us go, please!
I can't! Mr. Smith orders, I'll get in trouble.
Please let us go! Just say you couldn't find us, I'll run far away, I'll never get back, please!
Come on, Nora!
I said no!
I didn't want to have to do this. Get up. We have to go. Nora? Nora, wake up. Did you find her?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Bring her and the baby back to the house.
Sir. Nora fell and hit her head, and there's a lot of blood, and she's not waking up.
I just asked you to bring her back here.
It wasn't my fault. It was an accident. She was being stubborn.
Shut up.
I can.
Let me ask you, will she survive?
Yes, maybe. If we take her to a hospital, she's losing a lot of blood.
So you're saying she'll bleed out and die if we don't get her to a hospital soon?
Yes. I can take her. We can make it. We can make it.
No, don't take her to the hospital. Dump her. Dump her somewhere far away. Just do as I say, and make sure no one sees you.
And the baby?
Leave the baby too. Let them rot together. It'll tie up all the loose ends. No one will ask any questions. And don't waste time. Call me when it's done.
Our love is a painting on the wall. I am the shadows, you're the storm. Wherever the wind blows, I move along. We're perfect together, but I can't change the weather. It's somewhere in peace. Maybe one day we'll let the sunlight in.
Mr. Smith!
Mr. Smith! The evidence is...
Please, one at a time.
Is it true that Nora had run away with her illegitimate child 8 years ago?
And if they're dead, how come no bodies were found?
Was she murdered? Did you even try to find her?
Please, have some discretion, people. I've lost my daughter. Don't you think I would have done everything in my power to find her? I just found out now, myself, after 8 years, that my daughter's dead.
Then why was the search called off just few weeks after her disappearance?
What are you talking about? I followed every lead for years. I lost my daughter. I did everything a father could do.
If that's the case, how come we weren't updated in the first few months?
I'm not gonna stand here and let you make accusations. We just wanted to keep things private. I lost my daughter. My family deserves peace.
Smith, we need to know the truth.
To know about the evidence.
We'll put out a statement or a press conference soon, okay? But not now, not today, please. Let us have some peace.
Mrs. Smith, please, one more thing.
That was quite the performance, darling.
Well, you have to make sure they believe, right? Yes.
I'm worried, Henry. Announcing she's dead? We couldn't find her body. What if she's alive? What if she comes back looking for the boy? And the company, legally, it isn't ours.
They didn't find anything, and there's not a trace of her. Anyway, according to a vet's will and the company bylaws, if the legal heir doesn't come forward to claim the company within 8 years, it passes on to the next in line. And that would be me. As Nora's father, I now own the company. And she's not coming back.
I hope you're right.
Yes. Let's go celebrate.
What should we do?
Fancy dinner. I'm officially stepping in as the new CEO of Idelian Pharmaceuticals. I want to also announce we have a new collaboration with Mr. Gray of Gray Industries.
Henry, I'm very proud of what you've managed to accomplish.
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
What?
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
I'm busy right now.
She says it's something important. Sir, it's Dr. Athena.
The Dr. Athena. The surgeon?
Yes, sir.
What would she want with me? Send her in.
Dr. Athena, Mr. Smith is ready to see you now.
Oh my God! Jesus!
You watch where you're going? Well. Who knew I would be running into a beautiful little thing such as yourself? Today must be my lucky day. Oh, my apologies. I'm Anthony Gray, the heir to the Gray Industries. And you are?
I must say I'm quite disappointed. You don't recognize me, Mr. Gray?
I'm afraid I don't. But I'm pretty sure if I have met you before, I don't think I, or anyone else for that matter, would forget a woman like you.
Well, it was a long time ago. And I did look very different.
Well, my fortune then. I get to see you again, gorgeous. Come on, don't torture me. Tell me your name.
I think I'm gonna have to torture you a little bit longer. But I'll see you around.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, just...
Anthony, babe.
You know, it could... What? Always around?
Hi. Dr. Athena, it's a pleasure. Heard so many good things about you. Please have a seat. Can I get you some water, coffee, anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So, I was just reading the newspaper about your latest successful surgery. quite impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's quite weird hearing praise from you.
What's that mean?
Never mind.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm here to discuss a rather sensitive subject.
Oh, really? And what would that be?
It's about your daughter.
Angela, what did she do?
Your other daughter. Nora.
Dr. Athena, I would really rather not discuss Nora. I haven't quite come to terms with her death.
Mr. Smith, you don't really seem like it. How did your daughter die?
Please, Dr. Athena, I just asked you, can we not talk about it? Her death was unfortunate.
Dad, did you see the news?
Angie, what the hell? I have a guest!
Breaking news today. After long 8 years, Nora Smith makes headlines by revealing that she is alive. This self-released video confirms she will be back soon.
Hi, my name is Nora Smith. I am making this video to tell you all that I'm alive.
What?
My life has been a web of lies, and I am coming back to get what's rightfully mine.
Fuck. God.
Unfortunate. Was it? Dad?
What? Wait, what did you just say? Nora, what?
I must say, what a performance you put on there. Did you really think you could just escape everything and leave me like the piece of trash you thought I was? Where is my son? Tell me.
Oh, Nora. What? Did you really think you could just come in here and start demanding things? No.
I am not here to play any more games. Tell me where my son is.
Well, that comes with a price. Sign over your company and maybe we can talk about it.
Never.
I killed you once and I'll kill you again. The whole world barely thinks you're even alive again.
Yeah, Nora, don't be stupid.
I told you I'm not playing games. I recorded our whole conversation.
Give me that!
One click of a button, the whole world's gonna know what you did. Tell me where my son is.
I buried him right after he was born.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. He was worthless, just like you.
No, you didn't! Stop! Let go of me!
Get her out of here!
My son!
What the hell?
Solo wants to destroy my father. He deserves to be punished.
Justin Hunt is looking for you.
What?
About your son, he's not dead.
Wait, are you sure?
100%. I overheard your father talking to someone over the phone.
Then where's my son?
From what I understood, they don't know either.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I know, this is also messed up, but don't worry, we'll find him. Just be careful around Justin Hunt. He's enlisted the best hackers to track down Dr. Athena. I'll let you know when I find out why.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Solo. What the heck is going on? Why is Justin looking for me? Where is my son?
What the heck were you thinking, Pete? You can't just run off like that. You know how dangerous it is out there.
Hey, Justin, take it easy, man.
No, Chester, stop coddling my child.
Mr. Hunt, this isn't the first time Peter's thrown a tantrum. He makes it impossible to teach him. He refuses to apply himself, and frankly, I don't know how a hunt child could be this stupid.
Oh, it's a little harsh, Mrs. Cooper.
I mean, it may not be the hunt gene. It might have to do with his mother's inferior.
You're here to teach, Mrs. Cooper, not pass judgment on my son or his mother.
I'm simply stating the facts, Mr. Hunt. Pete's behavior has been...
Shut up! Hey, buddy. What's going on? Are you having trouble with your lessons? Hey, how about this? Tell me, what's 64 times 25?
1600.
That's right. That's right. What about the capital of Bhutan?
Thimphu.
Exactly. See, you know this stuff, Pete. Why are you pretending like you don't?
Good job, buddy.
Look, you're a smart kid, son. Nobody can make you think or feel otherwise. And nobody's opinions of you matter. Okay? Look, I know I've been really busy with work lately. But I promise I can do everything I can to be here more. Okay?
Okay, Dad.
Okay, buddy. Yeah. Now talk with your teacher a little bit more. Why don't you go to your room for a bit? Mrs. Cooper, you won't be tutoring anymore. And I don't just mean Pete, I mean anyone.
Sir, please, this is my livelihood.
Well, you should have thought about that before abusing my son and slandering his mother. Right? No one is safe around you.
Sir, it'll never happen again.
There, Mrs. Cooper. What do they say? You reap what you sow.
Nora Smith, do you have any idea what time it is now?
I know, sweetie, I'm sorry. Things took way longer than I thought they would.
You promised a movie night with ice cream and you broke it.
I promise I will make it up to you, okay?
No, you must be punished.
Is that so? Okay, how about this? Me and you go get breakfast tomorrow morning and you can choose anything you want. Anything.
Yay, you're the best! Oh, yay.
The Wicked Witch is gone. Poor Pete. Hey, don't worry, Pete will be fine. I must say though, I was a little shocked when you stood up for his mother like that. Thought you couldn't stand her.
Well, nothing's changed. If I find her, I'll destroy her myself. Anyways, how goes the hunt for Athena?
We're close. We should find her any day now.
We need to find her ASAP. All right, we can't go back home until we do. Pete's not safe.
Solo? It's so late.
Nora, get out of there. Get out of there right now.
What's happening?
Your father is sending his men to kill you. I just intercepted a call he had with Mr. Gray.
Hey, wake up! We gotta go! Oh. Come on, we gotta go!
Come out, wherever you want.
Mommy, I'm scared.
The bathroom's cleared. We're running out of time.
She's here somewhere. The intel's solid. What's her name?
Nora.
Nora! I don't know how you found out we're coming, but it doesn't matter. Because I know you're here. You'll be dead soon. But it doesn't matter.
Walk out of here before you regret every second you stay in this room. Lawrence, turn the lights on. Guess we made a bit of a mess. I think I own it all. It doesn't really matter. Lawrence, have security catch these goons before they walk out. Oh, and fire them too.
You want me to set the intruders on fire?
What? No, fire the ones who let them in. Nora?
Justin?
Do you know him, Mommy?
Yes, sweetie. He's an old friend.
I'm also the guy who owns this hotel.
How did you know we needed help?
Well, I was just in the suite next door and I heard some commotion and figured I'd come check. But don't worry. I'll make sure they never bother you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Justin, you saved us. Hey, just wait here for a second. I'll be right back, okay? You're safe. Justin, wait. Stop!
What? Look, get out of my way, Nora. I don't have time for this.
Why are you being so cold to me?
Why does it matter how I'm behaving towards you?
It matters because we're friends. Are you not happy to see me?
Friends? Nora, as of about 2 minutes ago, I thought you were dead.
Justin.
No, save it, Nora. Okay? I don't need an explanation. And frankly, I don't care. Lawrence, I need you to find out who sent those men after Nora Smith. Okay, it wasn't random, it was intentional, orchestrated. I'm thinking either Gray or Smith.
Understood. I'll start digging and report back as soon as possible.
And Lawrence, keep it quiet. I don't want anyone knowing my involvement.
As usual, sir.
Oh, and Lawrence, for heaven's sake, next time the suite next to mine is allotted, run it by me first.
Mommy, I'm scared. What if they come back?
Hey, listen, okay? I'm not gonna let anyone hurt you.
But They were so mean, Mommy. What if they find us?
Maybe they're not gonna find us. I won't let that happen. I'm gonna do everything I can to keep you safe.
Promise?
Yes, I promise.
Solo, thank you so much for alerting us. You saved us.
Nora, listen, you need to stay alert. Take my advice. Whatever you're here for, get it done and leave. Fast.
Chester, where are you? I've got a meeting in 15 minutes and you're supposed to be here to watch Pete, you idiot!
Hey, bud. So, Uncle Chester's supposed to be here to watch you, and I'm sure he'll come, but I gotta step out now. I gotta go now. Don't open the door for anyone. Got it?
Okay, Dad. Dad?
What's up?
Did you find Dr. Athena?
No, not yet, but we've got people looking for her day and night.
I miss Grandma.
So do I. But you know what? Nothing's gonna happen to her. Okay? Find Dr. Athena today.
Okay, Daddy.
Chester, pick up.
Open up! It's me, Cherry. I live next door. Go away. I'm not supposed to talk to anyone. But I don't have anyone to play with. Can we just hang out for a little while, then I go back? I can't. My dad says no talking to anyone. He won't like it. But what if your dad won't find out? Just 20 minutes, then I go back. I promise. Promise? Promise.
Grandpa, did you hear about Nora? She's alive. You must have known.
Yes, I heard. But what does that change? You're still engaged to Angela, right?
No, forget about Angela, okay? Cancel that. Fix me up with Nora. She's the one I should be marrying.
Oh, now you want Nora because she came back and because she's gorgeous, right?
Nora owns the pharmaceutical company, and Henry has no control over it. If we act now, if I marry Nora, we'll gain control over the whole business. It's the smartest move, and frankly, it's the only move we have.
Let me pretend that I'm impressed with you, because I know your real intention and where your head's at. Maybe you're right. Angela's of no use to us anymore.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean where my head's at?
Wow, I don't know anyone who could draw dinosaurs so perfect. Thanks, but I think your dinosaur is even cooler than mine. Really? I don't really think it is so perfect.
Can I draw a tiny dinosaur on your arm? Show me your hand.
I can't. My dad doesn't like it when I get messy.
How about this? I draw it on your arm, you will cover it with your sleeve, and your dad will never find out.
Well, what if he does find out?
Just a tiny dinosaur on your arm, under your sleeve. It will be our secret, I promise.
Okay, just a small one.
Petey, you have a mole just like mine. See? Right here in the exact same spot.
How is this possible?
Maybe we are connected somewhere, like twins?
Twins?
Me and my mom came here to find my brother. Maybe it's you.
Oh God. Today's the last day on this earth for me. Hey Pete, if your dad finds out that you let someone in, he's gonna yell at you. But he's gonna kill me.
I'm sorry, Uncle, but she's not just anyone. She's my friend.
This isn't a game, Pete. Your dad was very clear. Don't let anyone into this room.
Solo? What's up?
Nora, listen carefully. You need to be cautious. Justin's gone into overdrive. He's appointing several investigators to track down Doctor.
What? But I need more time.
And it seems his money's working faster than your time. They're closing in and you won't be able to stay hidden much longer.
But I can't reveal myself yet. My mother's company is still under my dad's control.
I get that, but you can't keep juggling everything, Nora, not anymore. I've never asked what your issue with Justin is, but if it's not something huge, you need to end it now. Because if he finds out when it's too late, he'll tear you and everything you care about apart.
So, what was so important that you wanted me to come here, Nora?
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna need you to watch that attitude. Because I haven't done anything wrong. So I'm not gonna let you sit here and talk to me like I'm some stranger, Justin.
Well, you are a stranger, Nora, to me.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna ask you one more time, what is your problem with me?
My problem? My problem is that you showed up in my life again. So I'm gonna need you to, maybe leave. This time longer than 8 years. If you really care about my problems.
Is this some kind of joke to you? Do you have any idea what has happened to me? What I've been through?
I don't need to know what you've gone through, Nora. But I know one thing. You're alive. I deserved a phone call. I was helping you with your family, Nora. And then you just left? No goodbye, no explanation, nothing. One call. I thought you were dead, Nora.
It wasn't like that, Justin. I never meant to hurt you, I swear. Okay? I was so scared and I was trapped and I didn't know what to do. My father, you have no idea what my father was doing to me. My life was falling apart. I was terrified.
Save it. Okay? I'm not your escape anymore.
What are you talking about?
You don't understand? Or don't you remember? I helped plot your escape from your father. Because you were getting married to the man you didn't want to be with, carrying the child of the man you did? And using me. Because what? You knew nobody would cross me?
You're crossing the line, Justin. You can't question my character like that.
No. Does your sweet child even know who her father is? Or do you keep using that same old excuse of a lie? That you never slept with me? You know what? I don't even know why I gave you my time. I've got my son to get back to. Bye, Nora.
Oh God. Today's the last day on this earth for me. Hey Pete, if your dad finds out that you let someone in, he's gonna yell at you, but he's gonna kill me.
I'm sorry, Uncle, but she's not just anyone. She's my friend.
This isn't a game, Pete. Your dad was very clear. Don't let anyone into the suite.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I live next door and me and Pete just found something really strange.
Find what? A camera? In this room? Is Justin watching? Justin, I am so innocent, okay?
Calm down. I'm talking about this birthmark. See, we both have one in the exact same spot. We actually might be twins.
What? Twins? Huh. This is insane. I don't even know what to think anymore. Oh, what?
We are telling the truth. I have a long-lost brother.
Please, Uncle Chester. She's not a stranger. And she knows something about Dad that I think you should hear. You need to hear her.
Knows what? What are you talking about?
Last night, Petey's dad saved me and my mom from some man tried to hurt us. And I think he has feelings for her.
Huh. What's your name? Cherry, right? Kid, I think you need to go back to your suite and never meet Pete again. Not even me. Are you kidding? Justin? Having feelings for someone? That's a good one.
I saw it in his eyes. And my mom said they were friends 8 years ago.
What's your mom's name?
Nora Smith.
The Smiths. I also saw that in the news. Nora Smith's return.
Uncle Chester, you need to help us bring Mom and Dad back together.
Look, if what you're saying is true, then I'm with you in bringing them back together, okay? What the heck, Pete? You're already calling her mom? Clean up these toys. And don't tell your dad.
I swear, Mom, ever since Nora's come back into our lives, it's like I'm being ignored by Anthony.
Angela, you need to take a breath. Maybe you're overreacting.
Overreacting? Are you kidding me? He is ignoring me like he's got nothing to do with me.
We need to figure out a way to stop Nora from reclaiming the company.
Are you really concerned about the company right now? Nora is ruining my perfect engagement.
And what do you think Anthony is marrying you for? Now that Nora's back, he knows that she's the rightful owner of that company.
So he's pulling away because he's worried she might reclaim the company.
Exactly. If the Greys think that Nora has a shot at reclaiming the company, they're gonna start to question everything about your engagement.
We can't let that happen, Mom. I won't let that witch ruin my life.
Don't worry, baby. Your dad will make sure of it.
And so, what if she reclaims her precious little company? What's our backup plan?
There is no backup plan. If that happens, we're done.
know something we can do if things go south. You and Dad can set me up with Justin Hunt.
Honey, if you want us to stay alive, erase that thought from your mind. It'll never happen, not even in your wildest dreams. Trust me on this one.
I'll call the ambulance. No, we can't wait for an ambulance. We have to act fast. What are you gonna do? You're not a doctor. We need to wait for the ambulance. Elevator's left. We can't wait for an ambulance. You don't understand. This is a hotel, not an ER. If something happens to him, we'll be liable. You're not trained for this. Please. Dr. Athena? Now, unless you want his death on your conscience, get me a first aid kit now.
What's going on?
Mr. Hunt, someone had a heart attack. You're not gonna believe this. We had a doctor here. 911?
Nora? You're Dr. Athena. Wait. Nora. Wait. Why did you hide the fact that you were Dr. Athena from me?
Well, I was gonna reveal it to you today, but you messed that up yourself, so.
Well, you being Dr. Athena doesn't change anything. You still should have contacted me, Nora.
If I would have contacted anyone from my past, it would have gotten me and my daughter killed. Justin, the day that I met you, my entire life turned upside down. My father took me. I found out I was pregnant with twins, and then before I could even process, I was engaged to this Anthony guy. When my father found out I was pregnant, he locked me in his basement until I gave birth, and then I only made it out with my daughter. I have been chased and hunted for years. And this entire time, I've been thinking about one thing only. Save my daughter.
Nora, I'm so sorry.
So why were you so desperate to find Dr. Athena, huh?
It's not for me. It's for my grandmother. She's been in a coma for months, and my family is blaming my son for pushing her down the stairs and causing her condition. But look, I know Pete didn't do it. But my Uncle Raymond he's threatening to kick him out of the family and send him to juvenile detention. Nora, no other doctors have given us any hope. My last chance to save my son.
Your son?
Yes, my son Pete. I know he didn't do it. But the only person that can confirm that is my grandmother.
I want to help you.
You do?
I want to do everything I can to save your grandmother.
Thank you. Thank you, Nora.
Uncle Raymond? What are you doing here?
You didn't think I'd just let you bring some kook in to treat my mother, did you?
This kook is a world-renowned neurosurgeon. She's on her way here now.
All the experts from all over the world have checked my mother. You think your hotshot doctor is going to tell us something different?
Perhaps not, but I need to try everything I can before I give up. Nora.
Mr. Hunt?
Hey. right this way. I'll be right back, okay, bud? Here.
I'm gonna need all of her reports and talk to her doctor.
Of course. Whatever you need, I'll have it immediately.
You did it, didn't you?
Huh?
You pushed her straight off the stairs. I saw the surveillance footage.
I didn't. I was...
Stop lying to me, boy. Your father's not going to be around all the time to protect you. So you better admit the truth now.
I didn't push great-grandma downstairs. I didn't.
Explain the CCT footage.
You're the one who's lying. I know you were there that day. You...
My mother. Now you're spinning lies against me? Tell me. Who's teaching you how to do this? Justin? Or your mysterious mother? You bet! Get your hands off of my child!
Is everything okay? Why are we yelling?
You saved my grandma. Mom, please.
How is she?
It was an invasive procedure, but it went well. The hard part's over now, so all we can do is sit back and hope. We'll be watching her vitals all night.
Okay. Of course.
You guys should go back and get some rest. You look like you've been hit by a truck.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait until whenever you're ready.
What?
Well, I figured we're both going back to the hotel. We could just take you.
No, that's not necessary. I still have a bunch of cleaning up to do, and I'll just take a cab back.
Yeah, sure thing. Did you change your mind?
No, I can I ask you something? It's been bothering me for a while.
Yeah, what's up?
Let's just go over here. It's about Pete. Where is his mother?
Nora.
Look, don't get me wrong. It's so heartbreaking seeing him grow up without a mom. Trust me, I know how it is. And I could just see it in his eyes when he calls me mom.
Doctor, I appreciate your concern. And he may have called you mom, well, because he's still a child and you're a figure of authority. I'm sorry he did that. But rest assured, I am more than enough for my child.
I'm sorry, I don't want to overstep. Look, I know you're a good father. I really do, but what if his mother wants to come back?
I won't let that happen.
Really despise her that much?
Dislike her? I feel nothing but hatred for that woman. Good night.
My mother ran away? Why? medicine.
It was you, wasn't it? You pushed her and then blamed Pete. Justin, no. Don't lie to me.
Yes, I did it. One question. Why? Because I wanted my son to be the successor of the Hunt Empire, not you or your son.
Call a family meeting. Now.
I'll take care of her.
Mommy, are you okay? You look tired. You look sad.
Yeah, sweetie, I'm okay. These last few days have just been a lot, you know? But now that I have my cherry time, I should be alright.
Oh no.
What, sweetheart?
I forgot my dinosaur. Oh, my crocodile. Can I go get it?
Yeah, of course. Here, just be quick.
I'll be right back.
Your daughter's adorable.
Dad? What are you doing here?
You didn't think you could actually escape, did you?
What do you want?
No. You know what I want.
Just give up, Dad. I'm not giving you the company. It's mine, and it will never be yours, ever.
Watch what you say, though. There's nobody here to protect you anymore. Not even the great Justin. Just can't figure out why he's helping you.
Maybe. Because we're not all selling our souls for money like you, Dad.
Yeah, right. Justin's such a saint. How else could he have built his business empire in such a short time?
What is your point?
The point, Nora, is the guy you trust just might be the threat. Think about it. He knows a lot about you.
There's something I need to tell you. Look, your family. I know that you're trying to hide from them. I deserved a phone call. I was helping you with your family, Nora. Thank you. Nora.
How did you know my name?
Nora?
Is Dad right? Was Justin trying to play me?
Wow. You know, Dad, it's really funny how you think you can still manipulate me. The old Nora is dead. You killed her, remember? Hey, sweetie.
Oh. Hi, sweetheart. It's good to finally meet you.
Mommy, who is this?
Nora. You haven't told her about me? I'm your grandpa, sweetheart.
No, you're the bad guy.
Yes. See, I've told her everything she needs to know.
Really? Have you told her why you're back? Your mommy's back to find your brother. Mm-hmm. Got a little surprise for you.
Dad, is that my...
Well, Nora, I'm tired of all this, Nora. Here. Sign this, and you can have your son.
You can't be serious.
Nora, I'm tired of all this. I know I'm a sellout, but you Do you really value your company over your son? Hasn't he suffered enough because of your selfishness?
Mom, no!
Not right now, Cherry, okay?
He's lying! My brother!
That's their smart move.
Grandpa's lying!
Cherry, please.
What are you doing?
Stop!
Stop! What are you doing? Stupid little girl! What's wrong with your child? What?
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Do you have any idea who I am?
I don't care. Please, you're being a nuisance to the rest of the guests. Please leave without causing a further scene.
Fine. We'll see if you're working here next week.
Cherry. What the heck was that? Do you have any idea what...
I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't let you do it.
But why? Your brother is with them.
No, that's not my brother.
Please stop throwing tantrums.
I know who my brother is.
Cherry, you better not be joking right now.
It's Pete.
Pete? Justin's son? What the heck are you talking about?
We met and I went into his room and we have the same birthmarks. He's your son.
I buried him right after he was born.
And about your son, he's not dead.
Mom, I'm so sorry. I should have told you. Please talk to me.
You knew everything. Everything that I've been through. How could you do this?
We met and I found out about that we were brother and sister when you were too busy at work.
That's enough, Cherry. Just stay here, or I'll be back.
Mom, where are you going?
Nora, what are you doing here?
I need to know something. I need to talk to you.
What? What's the matter? You look...
Where's Pete?
He's in his room. Why?
Can you just bring him out? I'd like to see him.
Why?
Can't you just bring him out?
No, I can't just let you talk to my son. Tell me why.
You want to know the reason? Fine. I want to know who Pete's mom is. Who is she, Justin?
Nora!
Just tell me, Justin. I deserve to know the truth. Who is she? How did you find him? Where did he come from?
I've already told you. I don't like talking about her, okay?
Fine. If you won't tell me, then I'll ask Pete. He's got to know something about it. Pete, where are you?
Nora, you're crossing a line.
I don't care. Pete!
Nora, get out!
No, I'm not leaving until you tell me who Pete's mom is. Look, Justin, I know this is hard, but I just have to know. Do you know who his mom is? Have you ever met her? I mean, are you really Pete's biological dad?
Damn it, Nora! I've already told you. I won't talk about that monster who abandoned her child. And what the heck do you mean, am I Pete's biological father? Why the sudden interest in Pete?
Because I deserve to know the truth.
Deserve? What do you mean you deserve? You mean nothing to me or Pete. Just because you helped my grandmother...
We've known each other for years.
Known each other? Oh, you've got some nerve.
What? What does that mean?
Nora, I was there for you when you needed me the most. And what did I get in return? Radio silence.
disrespect, lies. You used me, Nora. And then you just disappeared. And now you show up here at my door demanding answers.
That is not what happened. I don't have it in me to re-explain everything. That is so different, Justin, so different.
Different? How is it different? Because it suits you? Because the great Nora Smith shows up and finally acknowledges my existence?
Justin, do not twist this. This isn't about us.
How is it not? You're standing here in my home, questioning my son and his parentage. You have, when you don't even know your own.
What did you just say?
You heard me.
You're a coward.
I'm not a coward. You are. You ran away. Just like your mother.
What? You know about that?
I know everything about you and your parents. Do you? Your mother was pregnant with you when she ran away, before she even married Henry. That's right. Henry's not your father. He was only ever in it for the money. He still is. That's why he killed your mom. That's why he's after you now.
No, my mom, she did.
Now, history repeats itself. Like mother, like daughter, a trail of fatherless.
You know they warned me about you! And I didn't listen, but they were right! You are cruel. I just need to know one thing, and then I will get out of here. Do you know who Pete's mom is?
No.
Miss Smith, why did you bring us here today?
Love the hair.
Thank you all for coming on such short notice. For years, Ideal in Pharmaceuticals has been known as Henry Smith's legacy, but I am here to set the record straight. I recently discovered that Henry Smith is not my biological father. Justin was right. Henry's not my father.
Unbelievable. Are you sure?
I have the DNA test right in front of me. Solo, I even took the samples myself. Everyone's been lying to me my whole life.
And according to company bylaws established by my late mother, Yvette Anderson Smith, only direct blood descendants can inherit the ownership of Ideal in Pharmaceuticals. This means that I, my mother's only child, am the legal, rightful owner of Ideal in Pharmaceuticals. For years, Ideal in Pharmaceuticals has been known as Henry Smith's legacy. But I am here to set the record straight. I recently discovered that Henry Smith is not my biological.
You knew. You knew this whole time she wasn't yours, didn't you?
No. I can explain. What's with the luggage?
I'm leaving you, Henry.
What? No, you can't.
Oh, you don't expect me to stick around with a penniless man, do you?
No. I'll find a way to get the company back. I promise, okay? Come on, I did this for us. We're a team, remember?
No, you didn't. You did this for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lied to me our entire marriage.
I can explain, okay? I can explain.
I don't care. We're done. I'm done.
You can't leave. We have a prenup.
Oh, you did this all for us, huh? You know what? I spoke to my lawyer. She said our prenup can be proven disvalid because of your deliberate deception. I could take you to court and throw you in jail for what you did.
Angie, please. You can forgive me.
This is what you get for lying to all of us for 25 years, Dad.
Let's go, sweetie.
Oh, God.
I risk you discovering that Henry Smith is not my biological father.
Mom, where are we going? What about Pete? Are we going to get him? But he's my brother. He has to be with us.
Cherry, just pack your things, okay?
But you're his mom.
Cherry, stop! Please.
I want to know my mom, Dad.
Pete.
Didn't you help me find her and be with her?
Son.
Why did you have to be so mean to Nora and Jerry? They're leaving because of you.
Son, she's not your...
I hate you.
You took everything from yourself, Henry.
I sent a voice message to Solo before I confronted my father, Henry. Solo. He's called me in at his office. Be ready for a ghost transfer. A big one. And reverse it on my signal. I sent the message. The city's hum was fading as I stepped into the elevator. Henry's office reeked of power and stale cigars. He sat behind a massive mahogany desk, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Nora, always punctual. Cut the crap, Henry, I said, my voice flat. Tell me about the father of my children. Information has a price, he purred, his eyes glinting. A chime sounded from his phone. His smirk deepened as he checked the screen. Good girl, he purred. Now here's what you really paid for. I don't know who their father is. My hands clenched into fists, but I kept my composure. But, he continued, I do know who your son is. Peter Hunt. The name hit me like a physical blow. Pete, my son, Justin Hunt, Henry continued, relishing his words. He'll bury you. I stood. Thanks for the information, Dad. Another chime. The smile vanished. You, nice doing business, I said, turning as he slammed his fist on the desk, the sound echoing through the opulent room. That That night, Justin sat in his dimly lit apartment, his phone vibrating on the counter. He answered immediately, his voice softening. "Hello, Grandma? How are you feeling? Did you settle in?" "Much better, Justin," his grandmother's warm voice replied. "Now tell me, how's my darling Pete?" Justin's smile faded, his gaze drifting to Pete's closed bedroom door. "Grandma, Pete's upset. He asked about his mom and I lied. Oh, sweetheart, he's just hurting. And then there's Nora." Justin hesitated. "I don't know how to fix all this. Then maybe it's time for a fresh start. A new city, a new home. You're more than welcome to stay with me here." Justin nodded. "We'll come. That's a wise decision, my dear boy. And don't worry, no harm will come to Pete while I'm alive." Justin set the phone down, his gaze lingering on Pete's door. This is the right thing to do. Later that night, I leaned against the hotel window, my fingers tightening around my phone as I called Solo. The line barely rang before he picked up, his voice thick with sleep. "Nora, what's wrong?" I didn't waste time. "Where's Justin right now?" Solo exhaled sharply, suddenly more awake. "Why?" I clenched my jaw. "Because I need to get to Pete. He's my son, Solo, and I'm going to take him back." Silence. Then Solo, always too rational for my liking, said, "And then what? Make Justin trust you, get close, make him let his guard down, make him fall in love with you." I froze, then let out a sharp laugh. "I hate him, Solo. I don't want him." "Then forget about Pete," Solo said simply, "because Justin Hunt isn't giving him up." His words hung in the air like a death sentence. "Forget Pete?" No, that wasn't an option. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "Fine," I said, voice firm. "I'll do it. But only for Pete." Solo let out another sigh, then said, "Well, Justin just moved to New York." I straightened, my grip tightening around my phone. "Then I guess I'm going to New York too." Solo sighed again, but there was a note of approval in his tone. "Then let the games begin." The next afternoon, I walked through Central Park, Cherry skipping ahead, pointing at an ice cream cart. "Mom, ice cream," she chirped. I ruffled her hair but kept my focus on my phone. "Solo, what time does Justin usually come here with Pete?" Typing sounds filled the line. Then, "Same time every day for the last 4 days. Should be any moment now." I took a deep breath. Perfect. It'll look like a coincidence. I turned slowly, my breath catching. Justin Hunt stood at the park entrance, and beside him, Pete. Before I could move, a soft gasp came from behind me. "Yvette, is it you?" I turned sharply. An elegant woman stared at me with wide, glassy eyes. What? I stammered. She shook her head, pressing a trembling hand to her lips. "I'm sorry. For a second, you looked just like her. It's impossible. Wait." My voice was sharper than I intended. "Did you mean Yvette Smith?" She hesitated, then turned back, her gaze locking onto mine, full of certainty. "You're her daughter, aren't you?" My breath caught. "How do you know my mother?" "What else do you know?" She exhaled deeply, her voice almost a whisper. "Everything." "Would you like to meet your family?" Family. The word felt like a trap, a weapon. Part of me wanted to vanish, to erase this encounter, but the other part, the part that had lived in the shadows, fueled by unanswered questions, screamed for answers. "I'm Melissa, Simon Anderson's wife. Simon is your mother's brother, your uncle. That makes you our niece." My breath hitched. My uncle? A family? A sudden sharp image of Justin flickered in my mind. He'd warned me about trusting too quickly. "My name is Nora, and this is Cherry, my daughter." Melissa's eyes softened, but I saw a flicker of something else, something I couldn't quite place. "Your grandmother. She longs to see your mother. She would be overjoyed to meet you." I don't know," I said, my voice tight. "I need time." Cherry tugged at my hand. "Ice cream, Mama?" Melissa smiled, a bit too brightly. "Of course, sweetheart." I knelt, holding Cherry's gaze. "We're going to meet, family, but stay close, okay?" Cherry nodded, her eyes wide. "Okay, Mama." The Anderson home was opulent, suffocating. Simon's eager welcome felt rehearsed. I was a puzzle piece they were trying to fit, but the image was unclear. "You look just like her," Simon said, his eyes searching mine. "Mom is waiting," Melissa said, her voice strained. Mrs. Anderson, blind and frail, sat in a rocking chair. "Nora," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You have your mother's voice. Where have you been?" "I didn't know about you," I said, my voice flat. Cherry ran to her, a bright spot in the tension. "Hi, Grandma." Mrs. Anderson embraced Cherry, tears streaming down her face. "My sweet child." Then she reached for me. "May I hold your hand?" I hesitated, then placed my hand in hers. "You feel just like her," she whispered. Later, in my mother's untouched room, I dialed Solo. "Solo, I need everything on Simon Anderson, Melissa Anderson, and Cheryl Anderson. And Justin Hunt. Find out if and how he knows them. Harmonia Pharmaceuticals." "Clean. Too clean," Solo said, his voice laced with suspicion. "Justin's been seen with Simon. He's been asking questions around town, too." "What's going on?" "They're my family," I said, my voice tight. "But something's off. And Justin, he's involved. Damn. Be careful, Nora. You know Justin plays his own game. Always," I said, hanging up. A painting crashed to the floor, revealing a hidden letter. "If you're reading this, I've done what I must. Ian Smith, I owe you the biggest apology." Ian Smith? The name was a dead end. Mrs. Anderson stood in the doorway. "Nora." "Grandma," I said, offering a small smile. She handed me a locket, your mother's. Inside, a faded picture of my mother. "Why?" I asked. "Because you belong," she said, her voice soft. A few days passed. The Anderson home felt less like a trap, more like home. Cherry was thriving, and Mrs. Anderson seemed lighter. "Would you mind if I looked at Grandma's medical files?" I asked Melissa. "Of course," she said, handing me the folder. After reviewing the files, I made a decision. "I'll be back later," I told Cherry. "Be good." That night, I went to Mrs. Anderson's room. "Grandma," I said. "Say it again," she whispered. "Grandma, come sit," she said. "I think I have a medicine that might help you see," I said. "You're like her," she said, smiling. "Always helping." "I trust you," she said, taking the medicine. "Good night, Grandma," I said. "Good night, Nora." As I was trying to fit into my new family, he found out that I was in New York. He picked up his phone and dialed his most trusted resource. "Chester," Justin said, his voice tense. "I want you to find out what she is up to. Why is she in New York?" "Sure," Chester replied. He hung up. His gaze drifted to a photo on the dashboard. A young boy, smiling. "I won't let them take you," he whispered. The next morning, Cheryl arrived, bright and friendly. "It's so nice to finally meet you, Nora," Cheryl said, smiling warmly. "I'm Simon's daughter." "Hi, Cheryl," I replied, my eyes narrowing slightly. Simon's phone vibrated. "Justin Hunt," he said, his eyes hard. "I'll be back." Melissa noticed my tension. "Do you know Ian Smith?" I asked. She froze, her eyes widening. Cheryl's panicked voice echoed through the house. "Mom! Dad! Grandma won't wake up! Her eyes, they're swollen!" We rushed into Grandma's room. Melissa, Simon, Cheryl, and me. Grandma lay still, her breathing slow. "Grandma's still sleeping." Cheryl's voice was laced with panic. Melissa knelt by the bed, gently shaking Grandma's shoulder. "Mom, wake up." Cheryl grabbed a pill bottle from the nightstand, frowning. "These aren't her usual meds." "I gave them to her," I said calmly. "It's a treatment for her eyesight. The drowsiness is a side effect. But what if it's too strong?" Melissa asked, her voice tight with worry. Simon stepped forward, his tone reassuring. "Nora is a doctor. Yvette was a medical genius. I trust her." Melissa reluctantly agreed. We left, but Cheryl lingered, her eyes fixed on the pills. She slipped one into her pocket. "What is she up to?" "I need to know what this is," she muttered. Hours later, I found Cherry, her little face scrunched with worry. "Grandma's still sleeping." "She'll be better soon," I reassured her, giving her my phone. 20 minutes, like always. Cherry took the phone, but instead of playing games, she called Chester. "Chester, can you give the phone to Pete?" I heard Pete's grumpy voice. "Cherry? Pete, are you okay?" Cherry asked brightly. "Yeah, I guess," Pete muttered. "Dad brought me to New York." "We know! Mom came here too," Cherry exclaimed. "And we found Mom's family. I can't wait for you to meet them." Chester overheard, thinking, "They deserve to be together. I have to help." Later, I learned from Chester that he went to Justin's office. "Is everything okay between you and Pete?" he'd asked. Justin sighed. "No, he keeps asking about his mom, and I don't want to talk about her." "Then why not give him a mom?" Chester suggested. "Marry someone, give him a mother figure." "What?" Justin asked, his eyes narrowing. "What about Nora?" Chester continued. "You liked her once, and she has a daughter? Pete wouldn't feel so lonely. That's enough." "Get out, Chester," Justin said coldly. Chester left. Justin stared at the ceiling. "Nora as Pete's mom? Never. She betrayed me. I won't let her near Pete. Or me." The next morning I was enjoying my coffee when Melissa approached, her face tight with anxiety. Nora, Simon and I have a very important meeting this evening. It's critical for the company. Would you consider coming with us? Your presence might be beneficial. What kind of meeting? I asked, sensing her tension. Melissa glanced at Simon, who looked equally strained. It's with a potential investor. They might be our last chance. Simon nodded. We need this, Nora. Please. It could save everything. Seeing their desperation, I nodded. All right, I'll come. Later that evening, a man was already seated, his demeanor cool and professional. I froze. Justin? A wave of shock and disbelief washed over me. What is he doing here? Melissa and Simon exchanged uneasy glances, seemingly oblivious to my reaction. Justin cut to the chase. Your company is in a precarious position. You need a significant boost to survive. There's only one thing that can save you, the formula for the carefree pill. Simon's shoulders slumped. I don't have it anymore. Then I'm afraid I can't help you, Justin said, his voice flat. Without it, your company is finished. What is Justin doing here? What does this mean? I stepped forward. You want the carefree pill? Justin raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's the only thing that would make this meeting worthwhile. I can give you something better, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. The original formula, the one my mother created. Justin's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and skepticism. You have it? I do, I confirmed, and I'm prepared to produce it, but there will be a cost. Simon looked at me, a mixture of hope and confusion. Nora, are you sure? Yes, I said firmly. I am. Justin leaned forward, intrigued. And what cost would that be? The same cost as the pills themselves, I responded, pulling out a single pill. $3,000 a pill, and I can produce 10,000 pills a month. Justin's eyes narrowed, processing the information. You are a shrewd businesswoman, Miss Smith. He looked at Simon. It seems your niece has saved the day. I watched him closely, my mind still reeling from his presence. Justin turned his gaze back to me. Okay then, thank you. Is there anything you want in return? Was this my chance? The chance to find Pete? I took a deep breath. Will you give me whatever I ask for? He held my gaze, his expression unreadable. Yes. Will you give me whatever I ask for? I asked Justin. Yes, he said instantly. I took a breath, willing myself to say what I wanted here to say. I want your... Justin grew impatient. Go on. I exhaled. Your forgiveness, I said finally. Justin hesitated. Then, after a long pause, he spoke. I can try. I nodded. That's enough for now. With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Soon after the meeting ended, we came home to Anderson Villa. Everyone sat in the living room. I stood near the doorway, watching as Simon spoke into the phone. Cheryl says they've already produced 50 pills based on the formula you gave her. His voice was almost breathless with disbelief. I can't believe it works. We really can mass-produce the carefree pills. Melissa's voice was soft and thoughtful. It seems Yvette did improve the formula after all, and now Nora's brought it back to us. Melissa stood and moved toward the kitchen, her hands busying themselves with the dishes. Then, without looking up, she spoke gently. Nora, would you like to help me in the kitchen? I nodded, stepping in beside her. We worked in silence for a moment. But then, Melissa, who is Ian Smith? She froze. But then she took a deep breath and spoke. Have you heard of the Smiths of New York? I shook my head. No, I don't think so. Your mother was once engaged to Ian Smith. I nodded as Melissa continued. For a while. When I first heard your last name, I thought, maybe she was pregnant with Ian's child. But no, different Smith. Melissa continued. Anyway, Ian Smith was unstoppable. Under his leadership, the Smiths nearly surpassed the Hunts. But then, your mother disappeared. She paused, and he fell, hard. I stood frozen. Melissa shook her head. He retired, left everything to his nephew. Joel Smith, I murmured. Melissa nodded. Joel took over, she said, her voice quiet. But Ian, he never moved on, never got married. And just like that, another layer of my mother's past unraveled before me. Inside Smith Mansion, Ian Smith lay motionless on a large grey bed, his breathing shallow, his face pale. Joel stood at the doorway, anxious. How is my uncle? Tina, standing near the bed, answered without looking at Joel. His body is failing. His will to live is gone. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then she spoke again. There has to be another way, she said, desperate. Joel hesitated, choosing his words carefully. There may be one, he finally admitted. Tina's head snapped up. What is it? Joel didn't respond immediately. Instead, he opened his palm. Inside, resting in his hand, a half pill. Tina sucked in a sharp breath. That's... Joel nodded before she could finish. The carefree pill. His voice was quiet. Tina's eyes widened. But that pill is worth a fortune, she whispered. Joel slowly closed his hand into a fist. Have someone buy them, he ordered. Quietly. Tina gave a small nod. The Andersons won this round, he admitted. But if we don't make a move, they'll rise above us. Don't worry, Tina assured him. I'll handle it. Nora Smith and the Andersons will be crushed. Back home, Grandma and Melissa led me into the study after dinner. Mrs. Anderson's eyes, now fully healed, scanned my face with kindness and curiosity. Cherry must be 8 now, she said gently. It's not good for her to stay home all the time. Aren't you going to send her to school? I've thought about it. I met Melissa's gaze. Which is the best school nearby? The best around here is Golden Sunshine School. Grandma frowned. It's hard to get in, though. I tilted my head slightly. Why? It's the best in New York. The students come from elite, wealthy, or powerful families. I nodded slowly. What do they look for? Melissa's expression turned thoughtful. Parents must either be exceptionally talented or very wealthy. They evaluate the family's status as much as the child's ability. I narrowed my eyes. What qualifies as a special talent? Melissa gave a small shrug. Major contributions to society or... She hesitated, then added, holding a top-class black card. I knew what that meant. An unlimited credit card. The kind of wealth that wasn't just money. It was power. Influence. Only a select few in the world possessed one. The mysterious Imperial League controlled them. Tycoons, power players, politicians. Rumors suggest that Justin Hunt has one, Melissa added, which is why he commands such respect. Then, a sharp ringtone cut through the moment. My phone. I glanced down at the screen. A name flashed across it. My brows lifted slightly. Why is he calling me? Melissa noticed me staring at the phone and gave me a curious look. Aren't you going to answer that? I hesitated for just a second before turning away and swiping to accept the call. Hello? My voice remained steady. On the other end, a familiar rough voice. Where are you? Sylvester Zabe. I'm in New York, sir. What's the matter? Oh. A beat. The Smiths are looking for you. They want you to treat someone's illness. My fingers tapped lightly against the desk. The Smiths? Ian Smith? There was a slow pause before his response. You don't have to go. He isn't sick. He just doesn't want to live anymore. That was unexpected. He continued. His internal organs are failing. They're using the carefree pill to keep him alive. Even if you go over, can you make him regain his will to live? A flicker of something crossed my mind. I understand. Thank you for telling me, sir. Is there anything I can do for you? Sylvester's tone softened. Carrying on my skills in traditional medicine would be the best way of repaying me. That's all I ask. Let me know if you ever want me to visit. He scoffed. You're not a kid anymore. Stop being so clingy. I'm hanging up. I stared at the phone for a moment before setting it down. Melissa's voice broke the silence. What was that about? I exhaled, my voice light but vague. Oh, just an old teacher. Later that day, I took Cherry to a park close to our house. The park's dappled sunlight should have been peaceful, but a knot of unease tightened in my chest. Cherry's small hand was warm in mine, her laughter a bright, innocent sound as she pointed at a squirrel. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I saw him, the man in the stark white suit. He kept his distance, but his eyes, cold and focused, never left us. It wasn't a casual glance. It was a steady, unnerving observation. This wasn't the first time I'd seen him today. Mommy, look! Cherry tugged on my hand, her voice filled with childlike wonder. I forced a smile, but my heart hammered against my ribs. I couldn't risk Cherry. My fingers trembled as I slipped my phone from my purse, dialing Solo's number. His calm, efficient voice answered. Solo, it's Nora. I need you to do something for me, I whispered, my voice tight. I'm at the park, near the Willow Grove, with Cherry. There's a man following us. White suit, looks expensive, very observant. I've seen him several times today. Describe him. Solo's voice was sharp, professional. I quickly relayed his appearance, my eyes darting around the park, searching for any other sign of danger. I don't know who he is, but he's making me nervous. I need you to find out who he is and why he's following us. Quickly. Understood. I'm on it. Stay put and keep Cherry close. I'll have an update for you within the hour. I ended the call, my hand shaking. I knelt down, my eyes meeting Cherry's innocent gaze. Sweetheart, let's go get some ice cream, okay? I'm suddenly really wanting some. I held her hand tighter, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every passing shadow felt like a potential threat. I would protect my daughter no matter what. Back at the Hunt mansion, the psychiatrist, Dr. Albright, a man with keen eyes that seemed to see straight through to the soul, gestured for Justin to sit in a plush leather armchair. Dr. Albright steepled his fingers, his expression grave. Mr. Hunt, we've run a battery of tests on Peter. His cognitive abilities are exceptional. Off the charts, in fact, but... He paused, choosing his words with the precision of a surgeon. His emotional development is not progressing at the same rate. It's as if his mind is a racing engine, far outstripping the chassis meant to contain it. Justin leaned forward, his usually impeccable posture losing its rigid edge. What does that mean, Doctor? Is he ill? It's not a simple illness, Mr. Hunt. It's a dissonance, a profound disconnect between his intellect and his emotional capacity. He perceives the world with an intensity, an understanding that most adults never achieve. But he lacks the emotional filters, the coping mechanisms, to process those perceptions healthily. Justin's jaw tightened. Is there a cure? There's no cure in the traditional sense, Mr. Hunt, Dr. Albright said, his voice low and somber. He leaned forward, his eyes locking with Justin's. This is where you come in, Mr. Hunt. Pete needs stability. He needs routine. He needs unwavering support and, above all, understanding. He needs to feel safe. Can you provide that for him? Because frankly, Mr. Hunt, his future depends on it. The weight of his words pressed down on Justin, heavy as a physical burden. He stared out at the rain-streaked window, the storm outside now dwarfed by the one raging within him. He thought of Nora, of Pete's comment that he had low emotional intelligence and how to make a connection with Mommy. He knew what he had to do. Back at Anderson Villa, I slung Cherry's bag over my shoulder and made my way downstairs. Melissa's voice called out, "Where are you going, Nora?" "To an interview," I replied. Her expression shifted slightly. "At Golden Sunshine," I nodded. "But we haven't secured an appointment yet. I've asked my family, but they haven't responded." Before I could respond, Cheryl came down. Cheryl asked, "Does attending that school even matter?" Melissa's demeanor shifted. "Nora's situation is different. If Cherry doesn't get in, it'll be harder for Nora to settle here." I observed Cheryl quietly as she started shaking her head. Even if she gets a recommendation letter, she won't pass the interview. Melissa responded in a measured tone. "That's why it needs effort." I finally spoke. "You don't have to beg them. I already have an interview spot." Melissa and Cheryl both turned to me, surprised. Melissa's voice came first. "How did you get it, Nora?" "I arranged it myself." Melissa was taken aback. "But how?" Cheryl, however, seemed less impressed, more suspicious. "We can do this later," I said, glancing at the clock. Before I could finish, my phone rang. "I see Cheryl is looking." I answered immediately. "Hello?" A voice came through the line, urgent. "Nora, brace yourself. I think your father is planning something big to destroy you. I visited your father's place today, and I overheard him talking to someone on the phone." "And?" I asked. Lisa hesitated, then spoke. "Nora, he was talking about destroying you. He said he'll get the money you owe him by hook or by crook." I remained silent for a moment then. "Don't worry about it, Lisa." My voice was calm. "I'll be careful. Thanks for telling me." After disconnecting the call, we pulled up to the grand entrance of Golden Sunshine School, slowing the car as he approached the gates. As he rolled down the window, a security guard immediately stepped forward with disinterest. "Please park outside. Visitors aren't allowed to drive in." Melissa frowned. "We're here for an interview." The guard simply pointed toward the designated visitor parking lot outside the gates. With a sharp exhale, Melissa turned the wheel and parked at an empty spot. I unbuckled Cherry's seatbelt, took her hand in mine, and stepped out. Just as we reached the entrance, a sleek Rolls-Royce Phantom stood up at the gates. Without hesitation, the guard stepped aside, waving the car through without a single question. From behind me, Melissa scoffed. Maybe we should have brought the Ferrari. Once we got inside the gates, we saw that the interior of the school was grand, almost like a 5-star hotel. Melissa scoffed, her arms crossed. "I don't want to be rude, but this place isn't for kids like Cherry. You don't have to prove anything." I turned to her. "It's not about proving anything. She needs the right environment to thrive. Lowering myself to Cherry's level, I met her wide eyes. If you can stay here for 3 months without revealing who you are or using any family influence, I said gently, I'll grant you one wish. Cherry's face lit up. Anything? I smiled. Anything, Melissa sighed, as if they'll even let her in. Melissa expected a grueling interview, but instead of a long drawn-out process, the principal simply handed me a neatly folded bundle. This is Cheryl's uniform. She can start tomorrow, he said with a warm smile. Melissa's mouth fell slightly open. Her eyes darted between me and the principal, confused. Wait, what? That's it? Her voice held pure disbelief. I accepted the uniform with an easy smile. Thank you, Principal. We appreciate it. I turned and walked out, holding Cherry's hand. Melissa, however, remained frozen in place. But what about the interview? The tests? The process? She struggled to make sense of it. The principal chuckled. Oh, they were exempted from the process. It's lengthy and would take weeks. We didn't want Miss Smith to go through all that. When we got the call from someone in corporate about Miss Smith, we had already started preparing the uniform. Melissa swallowed hard before quickly following us outside. The ride home was unusually quiet. Melissa just kept staring at me without saying anything. Once we reached home, we heard a strong, low-pitched voice coming from the living room. Why didn't you wait for me, Melissa? I was only an hour and a half late. I walked in with Cherry. Melissa followed. Melissa stood in the middle of the room. Across from her, Simon sat on the sofa. You need my help to get into a school like that, you know, Simon added. Melissa said lazily. Cherry was accepted without an interview. Simon's face hardened. That's impossible, he said sharply. Only the Hunts, the Smiths. Melissa cut him off. Doesn't matter. Cherry got in. Her classes start tomorrow. As I took Cherry's hand and started up the stairs, I heard Melissa mutter under her breath. It must be Justin. He must have helped Nora. That night I was trying to sleep when my phone suddenly rang. I groaned, but the moment I saw the name flashing across it, my drowsiness faded. Justin Hunt. Hello, Miss Smith. His voice was smooth. I rubbed my temple. What's up? A brief pause. Your Aunt Melissa just called. She wants you to invite me to lunch. As a thank you for the recommendation letter. Of course. I should have known Melissa wouldn't let it go. I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could even get a word out, his amused chuckle came through the speaker. So, when are you planning to invite me? I shut my eyes briefly, realizing there was no point arguing. He wasn't going to drop this. Might as well get it over with, I muttered. Noon tomorrow? A small hum of approval followed. Okay. Then, after a pause, his voice lowered slightly. About the recommendation letter. I didn't tell your aunt it wasn't me. Want to keep it that way? Yes, please. For a second, silence stretched between us, comfortable yet charged. Then I casually added, and about lunch? You should bring your son, too. I could almost hear his hesitation. Then, noted. The next day, the Anderson mansion was quieter than usual. I was heading toward the door when Melissa intercepted me. Did Cherry go to her first day at school? I nodded. Yeah, I dropped her off this morning. Melissa hesitated for a moment before continuing. Okay. There's a dance party in a few days. You should come. Meet some people. Sure, I muttered absently. But Melissa wasn't convinced. As the door shut behind me, I heard her murmur to herself. What if she doesn't know how to dance? From the couch, Simon said, Then don't dance. Simple. It's a dance party, Simon. I'll call Cheryl's dance teacher. At least she should learn the waltz. When I almost reached the location Justin sent me, a subtle smile tugged at my lips. I'm finally going to see my son today. When I reached the restaurant, I was taken to a private dining room. When I opened the door, my eyes immediately sought out the familiar figure I had been waiting for, a hopeful smile forming, until it abruptly vanished. Justin sat at the table with a coffee cup in hand. No Pete. My jaw clenched. Where's your son, Mr. Hunt? My voice was steady. Where's your son, Mr. Hunt? My voice was steady. Justin took a slow sip of his coffee before responding smoothly. He has classes, of course. There was no Pete, just Justin. A quiet sigh. Reaching for the coffee in front of me, I took a sip. Justin raised an eyebrow. That's Hacienda La Esmeralda? Quite rare? I barely blinked. Tastes like coffee. He chuckled. You have no appreciation for the finer things, Miss Smith. Before I could respond, a waiter entered, setting down an exquisitely arranged plate in front of him. Great, I said flatly, eyeing the dish. We can leave when you're done. Justin picked up his fork before replying. I ordered 6 more courses. You're joking. Justin took a slow, deliberate bite. After a few minutes of silence, he finally broke it. So, how's your daughter? Adjusting well? His tone was casual. She's fine. He leaned forward slightly. And your new family? Settling in nicely? I exhaled. My patience was running thin, and I had no interest in indulging in his probing questions. These are all boring questions, Mr. Hunt. Justin smirked. Oh? What would you rather discuss? My gaze flickered to the bottle of wine on the table. Without breaking eye contact, I reached for it, spinning it between my fingers. Let's play a game, I said smoothly. Let's play truth or dare. There's no need for games. You can just ask, Miss Smith. I leaned forward slightly. Okay, how did you and Pete's mother come to have him, Mr. Hunt? The smirk faded from Justin's lips. For the first time during the entire meal, his voice carried a warning edge. Be careful with your questions, Miss Smith. Justin sat across from me, completely focused on his meal, deliberately ignoring me. I leaned forward slightly. Do you still talk to Pete's mother? He didn't even flinch. His fork moved smoothly from plate to mouth, as if I hadn't spoken at all. I watched him carefully before pressing further. How did you two meet? Still, nothing. Come on, Justin. My voice remained light. She must have been someone special. Justin suddenly slammed his fork down. Stop with these questions, please. Silence. Then his voice came again, firmer this time. I don't want to talk about that horrible woman. I didn't respond. Then his gaze lifted to mine, cool and calculating. What about your daughter's father? A slow smile curled my lips. Cherry's father? Unfortunately, there's something wrong with his brain. Justin frowned. He's kind of an idiot, I said casually. Goes on and on about fighting and killing people every day. And he thinks that every woman in the world owes him something. Gets mad at people for no reason. Since he called Pete's mom a horrible woman, it's only fair I curse him a little too, right? An eye for an eye. I smirked internally, but Justin's frown deepened. Something wrong with his brain? He repeated. Can't you treat him? I waved a hand dismissively. He's very ill. I can't cure him. Justin exhaled, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. There was something about my answer that unsettled him. His next words came out more hesitantly. Why did you have a child with him? I suppressed a laugh. Who knows? I said, tilting my head as if the thought hadn't occurred to me before. Maybe God thought he shouldn't be left without an heir. Justin scoffed, his voice laced with sarcasm. So you were pretty much just doing charity then? Leaning forward, he smirked. After all, apart from you, he probably won't be able to find any other woman for the rest of his life. I rolled my eyes, pushing my plate aside. I'm full, Mr. Hunt, you. Suddenly, Justin's phone rang. He answered. Yes, any updates? Good. Get me all the details on that property in Manhattan. Yes, immediately. And have the legal team review the zoning laws. He placed the phone back down. Real estate in New York? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Not a great time for it, Mr. Hunt. I'd consider the stock market instead, right now. Tech stocks, specifically. There's a lot of potential there. Justin chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Ah, so you're a stock market broker now, Miss Smith, giving me investment advice between courses? I appreciate the concern, but I think I'll stick to what I know. Besides, property is a tangible asset, unlike those fleeting digital trends. I'm not done yet. Before we continue, I said, pausing, I wanted to thank you for the recommendation letter for Cheryl. It meant a lot. Justin smiled, a softer expression than he'd shown all meal. It was my pleasure. I adore Cherry. She and Pete get along so well. If Pete had a sister, I imagine she'd be just like Cherry. I scoffed, pushing back my chair. Take your time to eat. I'll leave first. Justin, leisurely cutting into his next bite, didn't even glance up. Is this how the Andersons treat people they've agreed to have lunch with? With a sigh, I sat back down, crossing my arms as I watched him. My gaze flickered with something unreadable. 2 hours later, Justin finally placed his utensils down, dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin. I straightened immediately. Finally, I waved at the waiter. Check, please. The waiter smiled politely. Mr. Hunt has already taken care of the bill. I blinked, turning toward Justin. It's my treat this time, he said smoothly. You can treat me next time. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. Next time? I followed him out of the private room, my mind already planning a million ways to ensure there would be no next time. Suddenly my phone rang. Pulling out my phone, I quickly answered. Miss Smith, you need to come down to the school immediately. Something happened to Cheryl. My entire body tensed. What happened? Please just come as soon as possible. I turned to Justin. I have to go. He frowned. What's wrong? When I reached the school, I strode through the entrance until I spotted Miss Lynn, Cherry's teacher, rushing toward me. Miss Smith, I cut her off sharply. Are all the kids okay? She hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. Yes, they are. And the teachers? She was confused. Yes, they're fine. My eyes narrowed. So who did Cherry beat up? The security guard? Miss Lynn's mouth opened. What? No, Miss Smith, Cherry fainted. I stopped mid-step. Fainted? I repeated. Cherry's perfectly healthy. She must be faking it. Miss Lynn looked exasperated. No, she really fainted. For the first time, I was concerned about Cherry. Where is she? In the dance studio, Miss Lynn said. Without another word, I followed her. I walked in to find a group of teachers hovering around Cherry, who was lying on a mat. A girl in a dance costume, Sinead Lowe, was crying dramatically beside her. The school doctor stood up as soon as I entered. Don't worry, Miss Smith. I've checked her. She's fine. She likely fainted due to distress. I knelt beside Cherry, taking her wrist. Her pulse was strong, too strong for someone who had actually fainted. Oh, this little actress. Cherry remained motionless, but I lightly tickled her palm. She twitched. Then she tickled me back. Mommy, she whispered, don't tell on me. I coughed, masking my amusement. What happened? Whitney Lowe, Sinead's mother, stepped forward. Your daughter is so short-tempered and sensitive, she started. Just one little argument and she faints. I didn't blink. And yours cries for hours because someone else danced better. Whitney's smirk faded, but she recovered quickly. Talent without discipline is nothing, she scoffed. I turned my gaze to Cherry, who was now fully alert, sitting up with an innocent expression. Guess we'll see about that, I murmured. Your daughter has a poor physique, Whitney declared. Too stiff and awkward. She should be replaced. From beside her, Sinead clapped gleefully. Yes, replace her. Don't let her go on stage. Miss Lynn, visibly tensed, spoke up. But I think Cherry danced pretty well just now. Which part of that was good? Whitney scoffed, cutting her off. Who's the professional here, you or me? Miss Lynn, I said. Would Cherry be allowed to participate if someone more qualified than Mrs. Lowe vouched for her talent? Whitney's smirk twitched. Her arms tightened across her chest. Until you prove otherwise, Whitney said. Cherry is banned from my classes. With that, she turned to leave. I smoothly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. She froze, her irritation evident. What are you doing? She snapped. Mrs. Lowe, shouldn't you apologize for bullying my daughter? Absolutely not. I took a step closer. You will apologize, I said, or you won't like the consequences. For a moment, Whitney shivered. I'm sorry, she muttered. I yawned, stretching slightly before turning to Cherry. Let's go. As the door swung shut behind us, I could almost hear Whitney screaming. Then, I'm calling the police. Whitney's furious voice rang out behind us. She threatened me. I'll have her arrested. The principal strolled into the dance studio and walked toward Whitney Lowe. His voice was calm but authoritative. Mrs. Lowe, we don't know who Miss Smith is, he began. But we've been instructed by certain important people to treat her with the utmost respect. We can't afford any trouble. For a brief moment, Whitney's face twisted with disbelief. Important people? What does that mean? On our way back home, Cherry sat in the front passenger seat. Mommy, will you be asking Aunt Tanya to come back to America for my sake? She asked. I raised an eyebrow. No, why would you think that? Cherry folded her arms. But Aunt Tanya loves dancing, and she's better than Mrs. Lowe. A quiet chuckle slipped from my lips. Smart girl. She's coming next week to judge a festival, that's all. Cherry's face lit up instantly. Oh, that's so exciting. As we stepped out of the car and headed inside the Anderson mansion, Cheryl rushed toward us. Nora, she called out. I really want to thank you for the formula. Cheryl's grin widened as if she'd been waiting for the perfect moment. She said, I want to take you out for drinks. You have been very nice to me, Nora. I smiled. Yes, we will. Sure. Soon. Back in my room, I sank into an armchair, pondering how to get Cherry back into the dance team. Whitney Lowe's arrogance was infuriating, and I knew Cherry deserved a chance to shine. Inside Justin's dimly lit study, the air crackled with unspoken tension. Chester stood before Justin's desk, his expression grave. Chester stated, his voice low and urgent, "I've traced several anomalies, encrypted communications, and suspicious entries in the access logs. Someone is actively targeting the research being held for Pete's future." Justin leaned back in his leather chair, his gaze sharp. Who? Who would dare? "I suspect our uncle," Chester replied, his voice barely a whisper. "His ambition has always been a concern. But this feels different, calculated, dangerous. He desires Pete's inheritance." Justin's jaw tightened. He wouldn't risk Pete. He knows the consequences. "He's desperate, Justin," Chester countered. "Pete is the sole heir to the Hunt fortune. If the research, which is a vital part of Pete's inheritance, is compromised, the power shifts. It shifts to him." Justin rose, pacing the room. "We need to tighten security, Chester. Every access point, every communication channel. I want constant surveillance on Pete. No one gets near him without my express permission." "Understood," Chester said, nodding. "But Justin, we need to consider all angles. We need allies." "Allies?" Justin questioned, his voice laced with skepticism. "Who can we trust?" "Nora," Chester offered, his tone carefully neutral. "She's shown a genuine interest in Pete. She's intelligent, resourceful." Justin stopped pacing, his gaze fixed on Chester. "Nora? You want me to trust her? After everything?" "She cares about Pete, Justin," Chester insisted, "and you, I believe. We need to consider all options, especially now. She could be an asset in protecting the research, and therefore Pete." "I appreciate your concern, Chester," Justin said, his voice firm, "but I won't use Pete as a pawn. I won't use anyone as a pawn. I still have reservations concerning Nora, and I will not risk Pete's safety. We must focus on securing the research that is being held for Pete and finding out who is trying to harm him within our own family." Chester sighed, his gaze dropping. "As you wish, Justin, but I fear we are underestimating the danger. We need to act quickly." Justin nodded, his expression grim. "Then we will act. But we will do so with caution and with absolute certainty." Cherry sat on the edge of my bed, her small shoulders slumped, her usually bright eyes dimmed with unshed tears. "Mommy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. "They laughed at me." I knelt beside her, my heart twisting with a fierce protectiveness. "Who, Cherry? Who dared to laugh at you?" I kept my voice gentle, but a cold fury was already building within me. "Whitney and Sinead," she choked out, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "They said I was lying about Justin Hunt being my father. They said I was just a nobody trying to pretend. I wanted to dance, to show them, to prove them wrong, but I messed up." I pulled her into a hug, my fingers stroking her soft hair. "Oh, my sweet girl. Their words are empty, Cherry. They're cruel and small. You are talented, strong, and they're just jealous of the spark they see in you." I felt a bitter taste in my mouth, the familiar sting of injustice. "But I need to show them," she insisted, her small fists clenching, her voice gaining a desperate edge. "I need to make them regret it. I need to make them see that I'm not just some kid they can push around. And you will, I promised, my voice firm, laced with a quiet determination. I'll find you a teacher, someone who will make Whitney Lowe look like an amateur, someone who will reveal your true brilliance and make them swallow their words." I thought of the best dance teachers I knew, each with a unique skill set. "Aunt Tanya?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with a flicker of hope. "She's the best." "Not this time, sweetheart," I said, a flicker of something unreadable passing through me. "We'll find someone else. Someone unexpected. Someone who will surprise them all." Later in the grand living room of the Hunt mansion, Pete sat beside Justin. The room, usually filled with a cold, formal atmosphere, held a rare moment of tenderness. Pete sat beside Justin on a plush sofa, his small face filled with a pure, innocent adoration. The contrast between Pete's innocent gaze and Justin's guarded expression was stark. "Daddy," Pete said, his voice soft, "I like Cherry. She tells funny stories, and she's not like the other kids. She's brave." Justin's expression softened, but a shadow of worry lingered in his eyes, a darkness that seemed to deepen with every passing moment. "I know, Pete, but you have to understand. I'm trying to protect you. Not everyone is as kind as Cherry. Some people have other motives." Pete's brow furrowed, his innocent eyes questioning. "Protect me from what, Daddy? From who?" Justin's jaw tightened, his gaze hardening as if he was looking at an invisible enemy. "It's complicated, Pete. There are people who might try to hurt you, people who want what you have, what you represent. But I won't let that happen. I'll always keep you safe. His voice was heavy, full of a pain he couldn't quite decipher, a fierce possessiveness that bordered on desperation. He looked at his son with a raw, almost desperate protectiveness, as if Pete was the most precious thing in the world, a fragile treasure he held close to his heart, a treasure he would defend with his life. As I was leaving the living room, Cheryl approached me, her eyes bright. "Nora!" she exclaimed, her voice cheerful. "Don't forget, you promised to take me out for drinks. I'm really looking forward to it." I smiled, though my mind was still racing with worry about Cherry and Justin. "Of course, Cheryl. I haven't forgotten. Let's do it tomorrow night, okay?" Cheryl's smile widened. "Perfect. It's a date." I stepped outside the mansion. I needed a moment alone to clear my mind and focus on the task ahead. I headed towards a nearby park, a place I often sought for solitude. As I walked, my phone buzzed, a familiar tune signaling an incoming call. I pulled it out of my pocket and saw Solo's name displayed on the screen. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I wanted to answer. The conversation with Solo always left me with a lingering sense of unease, but I finally pressed the answer button. "Solo," I answered, my voice low, wary. "What have you found?" "Whitney Lowe's teaching methods are brutal, as expected," Solo said, his voice laced with a hint of dark amusement. "But if you want to really make her pay, if you want to deliver a blow that she won't forget, you should use Tanya. She's unmatched, a force of nature on the dance floor. It'll be a spectacular revenge, a performance that will leave them all speechless." "I don't want to drag Tanya into this," I replied, my mind already racing, piecing together the fragments of a puzzle I didn't fully understand. "I need something else. I need you to dig into Pete's birth history. I need to know how Justin Hunt acquired Pete. Everything, every detail, from the moment he entered Justin's life." "That's a delicate request," Solo warned, his voice laced with a hint of caution. "Are you sure you want to open that Pandora's box?" "Some secrets are best left buried." "Yes," I said, my voice firm, unwavering. "I need to understand. I need to know the truth, no matter how dark it might be." As I hung up, a chill ran down my spine, a sense of being watched. I turned, my gaze sweeping across the crowded street. The same man in a pristine white suit stood a short distance away, his eyes fixed on me, his gaze cold and unwavering. I had seen him before, lurking at the edge of my vision. A silent, unsettling presence, a phantom in the bustling city. Him again, I breathed, my heart pounding against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear. I took a step towards him, intending to confront him, to demand answers, but he turned and vanished into the crowd, slipping away like a ghost, leaving me with a cold, hollow feeling, a sense of dread that settled deep in my bones. The morning sun streamed into the breakfast room, casting long shadows across the polished mahogany table. I sat across from Melissa, the air between us thick with unspoken questions. She had been unusually quiet, her gaze fixed on me with an intensity that made me uneasy. "Nora," she began, her voice hesitant, her gaze lingering on me as she stirred her tea. "I've been wondering about you and Justin." I took a sip of my coffee, trying to appear nonchalant, but my heart skipped a beat. "What about us, Melissa?" "Well," she continued, her voice carefully measured, "I know you're living here, and you're involved with Cherry. You seem to have settled in quite comfortably, but I don't know much about your past, about how you and Justin, how that relationship came to be." She trailed off, searching for the right words, her eyes searching mine for any sign of discomfort. I offered a polite smile, but I felt a growing sense of unease. Melissa's curiosity felt probing, almost invasive. "My past is complicated, Melissa. There are things I'm not ready to discuss, and my relationship with Justin is still evolving. We're focused on what's best for Cherry." I deliberately steered the conversation away from myself and Justin towards Cherry, hoping to redirect her attention. "Speaking of Cherry, she's been doing so well. She's really enjoying her time here. I'm grateful for how welcoming everyone has been." Melissa seemed to accept the change of topic, at least for the moment, but her gaze lingered on me, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Yes, she's a bright girl. Justin is very fond of her. He seems different when she's around." A wave of protectiveness washed over me, a fierce desire to keep Cherry safe from whatever undercurrents were swirling within this house. And I'm very fond of her too, Melissa. She's become very important to me. Melissa nodded slowly, her eyes still fixed on me. Of course, I can see that. But I'm just curious, Nora. About you, about Justin. It's only natural, isn't it? I forced a smile, trying to maintain a facade of composure. Perhaps, but some things are best left unsaid, Melissa. For now. After breakfast, I found a quiet corner to make a call. I needed to talk to Chester. I dialed his number and he answered almost immediately. Chester, I said. It's Nora. I have a request. Of course, Nora. What is it? He replied, his voice calm and professional. I'm going out tonight with Cheryl, I explained. I was wondering if Cherry could spend some time with Pete. They seem to enjoy each other's company. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Then Chester's voice softened slightly. That's very thoughtful of you, Nora. I appreciate your concern for Pete's happiness. Yes, Cherry is welcome to spend time with him. Thank you, Chester, I said. I'll make sure she's ready later. I'm glad you're here, Nora, he said, a hint of sincerity in his tone. Both Pete and Justin seem lighter when you're around. It's good for them. I felt a warmth spread through me, despite the underlying tension that always seemed to linger in this house. I care about them, Chester. I know you do, he replied. We all do. As I ended the call, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The memory of the man in the white suit resurfaced, a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers lurking in the shadows. I glanced around, but the hallway was empty. Still, the feeling persisted, a sense of unease that clung to me like a second skin. Later that night, my phone rang. It was Solo. Nora, Tanya Turner is coming to the city, he said, his voice laced with a warning. Tanya? I asked, surprised. Yeah, she's judging a dance festival. Be careful, Nora. I hung up, a knot forming in my stomach. Tanya's arrival meant trouble. In the evening, Cheryl and I went to a bar to unwind. I was still unsettled by everything, the man in the white suit, Solo's warning, the strange undercurrents in the Hunt mansion. I ended up having too much to drink. The world around me swam, the music a distorted echo. Desperate to make some kind of sense of it all, I pulled out my phone, dialing Justin's number. Mr. Hunt, I'm drunk, I slurred, my words thick and clumsy. So? He asked, his voice cold and distant. Name your price. I want to buy your son. What? He asked, his voice now filled with alarm. 800 million. Take it or leave it, I said, my voice slurring. Hello? Are you still there? Just then Cheryl gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief and excitement. Oh my God, that's Tanya Turner! I turned to see her and she approached, a bright, almost predatory smile on her face. Nora, what a surprise, she said, her voice booming, her hug almost too tight. Tanya, what are you doing here? I asked, my mind still hazy, struggling to focus. Judging a dance festival, she replied, her eyes glittering with an intensity that made me uneasy. Cheryl was practically vibrating with excitement. You two know each other? Oh my God, Nora, I'm your biggest fan, Miss Turner. Your routines are legendary. I've been following you for years. Tanya's smile widened, her gaze shifting to Cheryl. Well, aren't you sweet? It's always a pleasure to meet someone with such good taste. She then turned back to me, her voice suddenly warm and inviting. Nora, it's been so long. I was wondering if I could stay with you and Cherry while I'm in town. It would be just like old times. I hesitated, 1,000 thoughts racing through my mind. Tanya staying with us? It felt like inviting chaos into my already complicated life. I opened my mouth to politely decline, but Cheryl interrupted, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Oh, Nora, please say yes. It would be amazing. Imagine having Tanya Turner in the house. It would be an honor. Cheryl's excitement was infectious, and I found myself wavering. Tanya's eyes pleaded, Please, Nora, just for a little while. I looked from Cheryl's eager face to Tanya's expectant one. Trapped. All right, I said, my voice resigned. You can stay. Cheryl squealed with delight, pulling Tanya into another hug. This is going to be incredible. Later, as the bar closed, I walked to the underground parking garage, the dim lighting and echoing silence amplifying my unease. I felt vulnerable, exposed. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed my wrist. I reacted instinctively, trying to pull away, but a firm grip stopped me. It's me. Justin's voice, low and close, sent a shiver down my spine. Justin, I breathed, my heart pounding. Why are you so interested in my son? He asked, his voice cold and questioning, his grip tightening slightly. He reached the underground parking garage, It was dimly lit and eerily quiet. Tanya and Cheryl walked ahead, arm in arm, laughing. I trailed a few steps behind, letting them have their moment. Then a strong hand clamped around my wrist out of nowhere. My instincts kicked in, and I swung, my fist, only for it to stop, caught mid-swing by a firm, familiar grip. "It's me," Justin Hunt said. My eyes adjusted to the shadow. He leaned in slightly. "I just have one question, Miss Smith." "And what's that?" I asked. "Why are you so interested in my son?" Was it time I told him the truth? Puzzled, I slowly replied, "I just find him very adorable and sweet. He's such a sensitive boy, and I feel like I have a connection with him. Do you want to become his mother?" He replied, almost nonchalantly. A smile tugged at my lips. I was his mother. Of course, Justin didn't know that. But still, what did he mean by become his mother? I paused. Something about this seemed off. He continued, "Miss Smith, you have a very unique way of confessing your love." I scoffed in exasperation. I found Justin to be narcissistic on a good day, but this was ridiculous. The corners of my lips spasmed, and I immediately replied, "You're mistaken. I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for a friend of mine." And then I just rushed out of his sight, expecting no answer. Meanwhile, at the school, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Children who'd finished their afternoon snack were allowed to play while the others finished eating. Cherry had always been a very picky eater. After she was done eating the bits of her snack she wanted, she carried her little plate over and handed it to the teacher. Her big round eyes blinked as she said, "Miss Lynn, you've lost so much weight again today. You should eat a little more. When I saved you some of my vegetables." Miss Lynn was indeed on a diet, so Cherry's words hit a nerve. She thought Cherry was such a cute little girl. She couldn't resist her flattery. Miss Lynn rubbed her head gently and said, "Little Cherry is so smart. You're right. I am on a meat-free diet, so I can only eat vegetables, thank you." The other children looked at her enviously. They couldn't believe Cherry was being allowed to skip her veggies. They wanted to do the same. Cherry ran over happily to the play area to wait. She was about to pick up a Barbie when someone snatched it away. Sinead stood in front of her with her hands on her hips and said loudly, "Didn't your mother say that she was going to get a more professional dancer to evaluate you? It's already been a week, but she still hasn't gotten anyone over. You're a liar." All the other children looked over. They all understood that lying was very, very bad. Sinead continued, "You're a bad girl. We're not going to play with you." Cherry was being bullied. My heart ached. Cherry, my Cherry, standing her ground against Sinead and her little pack of wolves. Sinead, that little terror, the dance teacher's daughter, was clearly trying to break Cherry. "Yes, Cherry, you're a bad girl. We're not going to play with you," they chanted, the familiar awful rhythm of playground bullying. "Liar, liar, pants on fire, your nose is going to grow longer." I'd seen it before, the way Sinead manipulated the other kids, how she thrived on making someone cry. But Cherry, she just lifted her chin. "I didn't want to play with a selfish, rude, and uncultured kid like you in the first place," she declared, her voice clear and steady. My breath hitched. I was so proud of her. But then Sinead's face crumpled, and the wailing started. The sheer audacity of it. She was the one being mean, and she was the one crying. Miss Lynn rushed over, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. "No, I'm not. You're the rude one. You're the selfish one," Sinead sobbed, her words barely intelligible. "Why are you crying when you're the one being mean to me?" Cherry asked, her brow furrowed, genuinely puzzled. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. The sheer absurdity of the situation was almost comical. But it wasn't funny. Sinead's power games were damaging. The school bell rang, the sound a welcome interruption. Then, Sinead delivered her parting shot. "You're a liar, and so is your mom. My mom said that if your mom still can't get anyone by tomorrow, you can forget about joining the dance performance." And with that, she was gone, swallowed up by the crowd of arriving parents. Miss Lynn turned to Cherry, her eyes filled with concern. "Will your mommy be able to find you a dance teacher?" The dance performance. It meant so much to Cherry, to both of us. But finding a dance teacher at such short notice, I didn't know how I was going to manage it. I forced a smile, trying to hide the worry gnawing at me. "We'll figure something out," I said, my voice a little shaky. But inside I was panicking. Sinead's mother was making sure that her daughter would have her way. And now, my daughter was paying the price. Melissa hesitated, a knot of worry twisting in my gut. I knew I had to tread carefully. "Nora," she began gently, "about Cherry's dance lessons. Whitney Lowe. She's quite intimidating. I paused, searching for the right words. Why don't you ask Tanya to be Cherry's teacher? She's a professional dancer, after all. I turned away, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over me. Tanya. Just the thought of her sent a shiver down my spine. I made my way upstairs, and that's when I saw her standing near my bedroom door, a ghost from my past, solid and real. Then, as if summoned by my turbulent thoughts, Cherry appeared, her face lighting up like a Christmas tree. I heard a car honking outside. It was Cherry, who had just returned from school. Tanya immediately became excited. She left her suitcase in the hallway, went straight downstairs, and rushed out of the door happily. Cherry! Cherry, who was carrying a big school bag on her back, jumped down from the car. When she saw her, the little girl's eyes brightened, and she raced over. Aunt Tanya, you're here, Tanya said. Who's Aunt Tanya? Call me Godmom. She tossed her high into the air and caught her easily as she came down. Cherry was so excited that she couldn't stop giggling. Again, Godmom, again. After a few rounds, a tuckered-out Tanya slumped onto the sofa. She rubbed her sore arms and said, It's only been half a year since I last saw you. You're getting so big. Cherry climbed onto the sofa and massaged Tanya's shoulders with her small hands. I'm not that big. You've gotten weaker, that's all. Tanya grinned at Cherry's impudence. You guys are so noisy. I, who was lying on the bed in the next room, tossed and turned repeatedly, unable to sleep. I buried my head with a pillow and called out, Can't you go play outside? I still have to get up early tomorrow to take Cherry to school. Tanya gave a grand wave and said, Don't be silly. I'm here now. You can sleep as much as you want. I'll take Cherry to school tomorrow morning. I immediately flipped the quilt aside and sat up, walked to the study and closed the door behind me. The next day, when they reached the school gates, Cherry just so happened to see Whitney and Sinead also coming up to the school entrance as she got out of the car. Whitney stopped in her tracks when she spotted her. Sinead yelled, Liars aren't allowed to go to school. Whitney stood behind her daughter and glared at Cherry. She said coldly, Cheryl Smith, it's not good to lie. As punishment, you are to stand at the school gates and shout 100 times. I was wrong. I won't ever lie again. You can only enter after you've reflected upon your actions. Miss Lynn, who was greeting the school children at the school gates, couldn't stand it anymore. She said, Mrs. Lowe, let's not do that. There are a lot of people coming and going here. It won't be good if other parents think that we're carrying out such harsh punishment. Whitney scoffed. Why would they be unhappy? We have to hold these children to high standards if we're going to maintain a reputation of excellence as an international school. You spoil them. That's why children like Cheryl are developing bad habits. At this point, a voice reached their ears. Whitney, is bullying kids your new hobby? I thought you'd find something better to do while I was away. Tanya took off her sunglasses. She had stood back to watch because she wanted to see how Miss Lynn handled the situation. Tanya couldn't help but enjoy the shocked look on Whitney's face. The other dancer looked as if she had seen a ghost. You were a terrible dancer back in the day, and you're an even more terrible teacher now. Cherry has more talent than you'll ever dream of. How dare you? You are a joke, Whitney, Tanya said. Whitney was already rendered speechless. Whitney took a step back in fright. Everyone was utterly bewildered. No one had expected Whitney to allow herself to look so weak. Tanya fought hard not to smile too much at the sight of Whitney running away. She handed Cherry to Miss Lynn and said, Hello, I'm Tanya Turner. Cherry is very talented in dancing. Miss Lynn was shocked. Cherry's mom really got Tanya Turner to help. She looked at Tanya all starry-eyed and said, Miss Smith has done so much for her daughter. She's amazing. Seeing that Cherry had entered the school, Tanya turned and saw that Whitney was filming them from the car. She shot Whitney a sharp look. Whitney quickly put her phone away and curled up in her seat in fear. As I waited on Cherry, my phone buzzed. It was a voice message from Solo. With a hesitant breath, I pressed play. Solo's voice filled my ear, clear and steady. Nora, it's me. Justin Hunt has been excessively inquiring about you again. But that's not all. I think I know why Tanya is suddenly there with you. My eyes widened. What could Solo possibly know about Tanya's unexpected appearance? A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Solo, I said, my voice sharp. Make sure Tanya is completely out of our lives. I don't want her anywhere near Cherry or Pete. Understood, Nora, Solo replied, his voice calm and efficient. She'll be handled. I hung up, a sense of finality settling over me. I couldn't afford any distractions, especially not now. My thoughts shifted to Justin Hunt. I picked up my phone, dialing his number. "Justin," I said, bypassing any pleasantries. "Dinner tonight." "Dinner?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Where?" "Italian," I stated. 6 o'clock. "And bring Pete." "Italian?" he repeated, a note of confusion in his tone. "Pete doesn't like Italian." "Then find a place he does," I countered, a playful challenge in my voice. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. He sighed, a sound that was both exasperated and amused. "Fine. 6 o'clock. I'll send you the location." "Good," I said, and hung up. A strange sense of anticipation swirled within me. I wanted to see Pete, of course, but there was something else, something about Justin. A pull, a curiosity I couldn't quite define. That evening I arrived at the restaurant. It was a private room, elegant and intimate. Justin was already there, adjusting his tie, looking a little nervous. "What's Pete doing?" I asked, cutting to the chase. "He's busy making a birthday card for me. He wants to give it to me tomorrow as a gift." "He's refusing to come for dinner because he wants to finish it in time," Justin replied, his tone a touch defensive. "A birthday card?" I raised an eyebrow. "Is it your birthday tomorrow?" "Yeah, it is," Justin said, his eyes meeting mine. "Does Pete usually give you gifts?" "Yes, every year," he replied. A pang of something I couldn't quite name hit me. "I'm jealous. Can I come to your birthday party?" "Of course. Can I see the card?" He hesitated, then said, "You are welcome to come over anytime, but I think you should bring your daughter with you." "Sure," I said. The food arrived, tiny portions on absurdly small plates. "Is he mocking me?" "Savor each bite," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. I ate mechanically, bored. "What made you think the real estate industry won't do too well in the future?" I asked. "Weren't you the one who told me that?" "But some people are also saying that I was just in a bad mood that day because of something my son did." I scoffed. "If you were prone to doing business based on mood, the Hunt Corporation wouldn't be what it is today. You've always had a good eye for business." He seemed pleased, taking a sip of my apple juice. "Sorry, I picked up the wrong glass," he said, a blush creeping up his neck. "He's blushing?" I felt a strange flicker of amusement. As we left the restaurant, I felt a prickle of unease. I saw the man in the white suit again, his eyes fixed on me. That stare. It wasn't just curiosity. It was intense, almost predatory. I noticed a large signet ring on his hand. "Where's your party tomorrow?" I asked. He gave me the address. "See you then." I watched him drive away, a sense of unease settling over me. Something's not right. The next day, I told Cherry, "We're going to your father's place." "Really?" she asked, her eyes lighting up. "Can we take Tanya too?" A flicker of sadness crossed her face. "She's gone, Cherry. She won't be back for a while." Cherry's eyes drooped, a small frown forming on her face. "Oh, I wanted her to see Pete." "I know, sweetheart, but we'll have fun. Just the two of us. And you'll get to see Pete." She nodded, a small smile returning. "Okay, do I need a disguise?" I paused, then shook my head. "No, it's okay. I'm going to tell him the truth." As we drove, I noticed a white car in my rearview mirror for a moment. Then it was gone. Just my imagination. We reached Justin's villa. At the guardhouse, we were waved through. Mr. Hunt notified us. He's prepared. Suddenly, someone ran in front of the car. I slammed on the brakes. Men surrounded the SUV, banging on the windows. "Get out!" a man yelled. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice calm. "Our target is the young Mr. Hunt. Hand him over." "Your target is Mr. Hunt's son?" "Yes. If you know what's good for you, hand him over. He's all we want. Give him up, and we'll let you go. If you don't, neither of you will live to see another day." "Your target is Mr. Hunt's son?" I asked. A confirmation, not a question. "Yes, he is." "Scarface," the leader of the men said. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the cool leather of the seat. "They want Pete, not for ransom, but for termination." The word echoed in my mind, cold and final. "If you know what's good for you, hand him over." Scarface's voice, rough and laced with threat, cut through the silence. "He's all we want. Give him up and we'll let you go. If you don't, neither of you will live to see another day." "This is my daughter, not Mr. Hunt's son," I explained. "What, she looks like him though." "Are you trying to fool us? Get out now and hand the kid over?" Scarface demanded. "They think I'm a normal woman." A flicker of grim amusement sparked within me. They had no idea. They're expecting a fight. They were counting on brute force, on a display of physical prowess. But I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction. I wasn't going to play their game. Instead, I focused on the details. The way Scarface's men shifted, the subtle tension in their stances. They're nervous. They were used to overwhelming force, to quick, brutal takedowns they weren't prepared for. Something else. I reached for my phone, my fingers moving with practiced efficiency. I wasn't going to engage in a physical altercation, not here, not now. I was going to leverage the very technology they thought they'd neutralized. Ben Loris, I said, my voice cutting through the air like a razor. That's your name, isn't it? His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and unease crossing his features. Where do you live? Who's your family? I continued, my voice low and steady. I didn't wait for him to answer. My fingers danced across the screen, bypassing security protocols, accessing public records. Information is power. And I had just found a whole arsenal. I held up my phone, the screen displaying his personal information, his family's addresses, their faces. Remember, if anything happens to young Mr. Hunt, I'll come for you, no matter who did it. The color drained from his face. Fear is a powerful weapon, more powerful than any punch. They won't stop coming, he stammered, his voice laced with desperation. Too many people want him dead. What did you say? I asked, my voice dangerously soft. He told me about the live chat room, the kill orders, the other groups waiting in the shadows. He's been living like this? A wave of cold fury washed over me. Do you know who took out the contract on him? I asked, my voice tight. He hesitated, then gave me the names of Mr. Hunt's business rivals. They're all playing a dangerous game. Remember what I told you? I said, my eyes locking with his. Anything happens to the boy and I'm coming after you. I turned away, the weight of his fear and the knowledge of the threats against Pete settling heavily on my shoulders. We're not safe here. Let's go, I said, starting the car. We shouldn't delay your father's birthday celebrations. As I pulled away, I made a silent vow. I'll protect him, no matter the cost. Turning a corner, I stopped the SUV. I needed to think, to strategize. Justin can't know the truth yet, not the full extent of it. It would only complicate things, make him reckless. Meanwhile, inside the Hunt estate, a different kind of tension was brewing. Pete, his small face serious, stood before Justin in his study. Justin was preening in front of the mirror, trying to decide which suit and tie combination made him look the least old. Daddy, I have to tell you something, Pete said, his voice firm. Justin raised an eyebrow, his attention momentarily diverted from his reflection. What is it? You have a daughter, Pete blurted out. Justin froze, his eyes widening. He turned to Pete, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Oh, where is she? You'll meet her very soon, Pete replied, just as his phone beeped. He glanced at the screen. It was an audio message from Cherry. Mommy says she doesn't want to tell Daddy anymore. Don't say anything, okay? Pete's tiny form stiffened. He looked up at Justin, who was staring at him intently. Daddy, look at me, Pete said, trying to mimic Cherry. Am I cute? Aren't I adorable? Do I look like a little girl? Justin was utterly bewildered. His son's sudden personality shift was jarring, to say the least. Pete quietly turned and walked away, a sigh escaping his lips. This is too much for a kid. Back in the SUV, I restarted the engine, the hum of the motor a soothing counterpoint to the turmoil within me. We'll leave. We'll disappear. I'd make sure Pete was safe, even if it meant taking him away from his father. As I approached the Hunt estate, the imposing gates loomed before me. I took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Time to play my part. The doorbell rang, and I watched through the window as Justin, looking uncharacteristically flustered, opened the door. It wasn't Pete. It was Chester. A wave of irritation washed over me. Distractions. Then, Tina York arrived. Her presence tightened the knot in my stomach. Another complication. I stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay beyond the door. But Tina intercepted me, her voice sharp and dismissive. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? I replied, my voice cool. You are not his equal, Miss Smith. I'd suggest that you stop daydreaming. Also, Mr. Hunt has said that it's not convenient for him to host female guests at home today. Please leave. She slammed the door in my face. They underestimate me. Inside, I heard Justin's voice. Who was it? Oh, Tina replied, her voice saccharine sweet. It's nothing. The building management staff came to wish you a happy birthday, but they said that they won't come in and disturb you. Justin blinked in surprise. Building management, he'd said. They did come every year, but always in the evening. A wave of restless irritability washed over him, and he stood abruptly, staring at the door with frosty displeasure. Chester, glued to his phone, asked, "Are you waiting for someone, Justin?" "No, I'm not," he replied automatically, his gaze fixed on the door. At the door, Tina smiled, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. She thinks she's won. She'd been afraid Justin had invited me. Now she was sure I was just some random interloper. Just then Pete ran out, his voice sharp. "Daddy, I heard that you refused to let Mommy in." Justin's eyes darkened. He strode to the door and yanked it open. There I stood. "I've been told it's not convenient for you to host female guests today, Mr. Hunt," I asked, my voice low and leisurely. He's flustered. A tremor ran through him. His frustration vanished. "It is indeed inconvenient to host other female guests," he replied, a smile appearing, "because we're expecting a special little female guest today." But her eyes were filled with anger. She pointed at Tina. "The lady said she's not letting us in." Justin frowned, looking at Tina. Tina was dumbfounded. She clenched her fists. "Mr. Hunt, I wasn't lying. You said it was inconvenient to host female guests." I misunderstood. "As for the building management staff." She looked at me, sighed, and said, "Mr. Hunt hates women showing up without his consent. I was afraid he'd get mad. So a white lie. He invited you. I hope you understand." Convincing. She was good. Too good. A long, manipulative speech sounding like the truth. I rolled my eyes. "Am I supposed to thank you, then?" "No, it's fine," she smiled. "I made a mistake." Fortunately, there were no misunderstandings. Cherry and I entered the villa. Tina followed. Inside, I spotted the birthday card. "Is this the birthday card your son made for you?" Pete stared at Cherry's makeup, then at the card, then at Justin. Justin gave him a look. "Yes." Pete shrugged. I looked at the card, my heart swelling. Cherry and Pete played together for a bit. After dinner, Cherry gave Justin her present. Then I took her home. I didn't say anything to Justin about the attack. I was too scared. What if he took Pete and hid him? I wouldn't be able to find him. I just couldn't risk it. Pete finally picked up the birthday card, handed it to Justin, and commented disdainfully, "Daddy, your handwriting is ugly." Justin pursed his lips. He had deliberately imitated Pete's handwriting while making the card. He entered the study. Pete remained in the living room. Justin sat behind his desk, a frown creasing his brow. He was still irked by the near miss with Tina, and the strange, almost distant way Nora had been acting. Something was off. Suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Unknown number. He hesitated, then answered. "Justin Hunt," he said, his voice clipped. "Mr. Hunt," a low, gravelly voice replied. "I have some information about your son." Justin's spine stiffened. "Who is this?" "That's not important," the voice continued, a hint of amusement in its tone. "What is important is that your son is in danger. Grave danger." "What are you talking about?" Justin demanded, his voice rising. "There are parties who wish him harm," the voice said, drawing out the words. "Very powerful parties. They have resources, connections, and they won't stop until they get what they want." Justin's heart pounded in his chest. "What do they want?" "They want him gone," the voice said bluntly, "and they're willing to pay a great deal to make it happen." A cold dread washed over Justin. He thought of Pete, his son, his only son. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Because," the voice replied, a hint of something unreadable in its tone. "I believe you deserve to know. And because I might be able to help." "Help?" Justin echoed, his mind reeling. "Yes," the voice said, "but it will come at a price. A price you might not be willing to pay." The line went dead. Justin stared at the phone, his hand trembling. Pete, he was in danger, real danger. He stood abruptly, his mind racing. He had to protect him. He had to find out who these people were, what they wanted. Justin was shaken by the mysterious call. He ordered Chester to follow him to his office. "Tell me what you got." He ordered. Chester said, "Your uncle bribed people to kidnap Pete again. They supposedly even gave them photos this time." Justin frowned. "Nothing about Pete must be leaked." Chester nodded. "Yes, Justin." Justin instructed, "Create a screening system. That way, if photos of Pete surface anywhere on the internet, we'll be notified right away." This was the only way they could strictly prevent information on Pete from being leaked. Chester replied, "Yes, on it." In the study at the Hunt's villa, the psychiatrist placed 2 pill bottles in front of Justin and said, "Let him take 1 pill a day from this one, and 2 a day from this one, Mr. Hunt. This is a special prescription for Pete's mental disorder, but I've designed the pills to look like normal vitamins. We can try these for a while and see if Pete stabilizes again. Justin stared at the 2 pill bottles. To be honest, he had wanted to take it slow. After all, Pete's condition had improved after they returned to New York. He hadn't had any relapses for a while. After the psychiatrist left, he walked out of the study to see the nanny sorting out the gifts he'd received. At the sight of him, the nanny said, "Mr. Hunt, this watch is from Mr. Chester, this is from Mr. Sean, and this is from Mr. Lawrence. There's also this. It's a scarf from Miss York." Justin frowned and said, "Put everything in the storage room. As for the scarf, I have no need for it myself, but it's getting cold. Please accept it. You can wear it when you go out to run errands." Justin stood in place after the nanny left, a troubled look on his face. He tried to think of subtle ways to remind Nora that she had not given him a gift. While thinking about this, he went to Pete's room, placed the 2 pill bottles on his desk and said, "These are your new vitamins. Remember to take them every day." Pete was currently reading at the big desk. He said, "I'm not taking these." Justin replied, "They're vitamins that are important for your health. You have to take them." Pete fell silent for a moment before he asked, "Can they boost brain power?" Justin frowned, confused by the question. "Probably." Pete pushed the bottles to him and said, "Maybe you should take them then." Justin's expression instantly darkened and he said, "Peter Hunt, I have an IQ of 301. Pete glanced at him disdainfully and said, "It's said that people with high intellects have low emotional intelligence. That's probably why you're having a hard time making a connection with Mommy." Pete was disappointed about the party. He had hoped Nora and Justin would learn to like each other today, but instead his dad had just annoyed his mom. He pushed the 2 bottles of vitamins toward Justin again and said, "Remember to take them every day. They can boost both your brain power and your emotional power." Justin walked out of Pete's room sullenly. At the Anderson Villa, me and Cherry were trying to sleep when Cherry asked, "Mommy, when will Pete come visit?" I smiled, though a familiar ache settled in my chest. "I don't know, sweetie, but I hope very soon. I wish he lived with us," she whispered, her eyes shining with a longing that mirrored my own. "We'd have so much fun." "Me too, darling," I said, pulling her closer. "You two would be the best of friends." Cherry tilted her head, her brow furrowed in thought. "Mommy, I think Pete looks like me." "Like you?" I asked, surprised. "What do you mean?" "He has the same eyes," she said, tracing a finger along her cheek. "And the same little nose, just like me." I smiled, relieved. It was a sweet, innocent observation. "That's because you're twins, Cherry." Then her expression changed, a flicker of fear crossing her delicate features. "Even that bad man with a gun thought so," she exclaimed. My heart clenched. "What bad man, Cherry?" "The one who tried to take me," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "He thought I was Pete." My heart skipped a beat. "Cherry, you don't have to worry about any bad man. Your mom will protect you from everyone, okay?" I assured my girl, "I know, Mama. But what about Pete?" she whispered. "Him too. I won't let anything happen to you both. I promise." I smiled. Justin had always been careful whenever he left the house, especially if Pete was with him. As a child, he had been kidnapped, so his son's safety was of paramount importance. That was his main reason for hiring private tutors to homeschool Pete. Justin ensured that there was no information about Pete on the internet. No pictures, not even his name. Most of the people in New York weren't even aware of him. Justin wanted his son as well protected as possible until he could fend for himself. He decided to take Pete out for lunch that day, but he brought 8 bodyguards. The bodyguards were separated into 2 cars. One was in front of Justin's car, while the other was behind them. While the cars slowed to a halt in traffic, Tina got out of her car in high heels and stopped in front of them. She shouted, "Mr. Hunt, I have something to tell you." The passenger door of the middle vehicle opened, and Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she thought it was Justin, she saw Chester getting out of the car. He grabbed Tina by the arm and pulled her out of the way to the side. Tina narrowed her eyes and shook off his arm. She straightened her back and said, "I really have to talk to Mr. Hunt. It's about his son, so I need to see him in person." Chester said mockingly, "Miss York, what exactly do you have to say to Mr. Hunt that you need to do in person?" Tina, whose intentions had been exposed, became furious. However, she knew that it was probably useless to insist on seeing Justin, so she gave in. She said, "I accidentally caught Pete live streaming a game. Mr. Hunt has always been very strict with Pete. Isn't there something strange about him being allowed to live stream? Chester scoffed and replied, "You're sure doing everything you can to get close to Mr. Hunt. That's a pretty outrageous claim." He continued, "Pete doesn't play games. He doesn't even talk much. There's no way he would live stream." Tina panicked upon seeing that he didn't believe her and said, "It's true? He's already trending on social media." "He's trending on social media?" Chester was puzzled. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, really? Show me then." However, she refused to give in. "This concerns Pete, so I can only show Mr. Hunt. Tell him about it and let him add me on Facebook. I'll send him the information, okay?" Chester smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll be sure to tell him." He then turned, got into the third car, and drove off to catch up to the others. As he adjusted his seatbelt, a bodyguard asked, "Is what that woman said true, Chester?" Chester sneered. "How can that be? Pete, a live streamer? Are you kidding me?" He picked up his cell phone, opened the social media apps, and checked the trending topics. There wasn't anything related to Pete from the first to the last. But he couldn't risk overlooking anything, so he called Hunt Corporation's IT security department and asked, "Is the screening system that Mr. Hunt asked for done?" The IT security department chief replied, "We've been working overtime since yesterday on it. I reckon we'll finish it tonight." "Okay, send it to me when it's done," he responded. Chester hung up. As an executive assistant, he needed to filter certain content by himself. He would make sure that all of Miss Smith's messages would get to Mr. Hunt. As for everyone else, he had to verify the authenticity first. After lunch, they returned to the villa. A petrified Scarface was brought to Justin as he sat in the villa's living room. His face was white and covered in sweat. His speech was unclear as he begged for mercy. "Mr. Hunt, your female bodyguard already spoke to us. We promise we won't try to kidnap your son anymore. We've even been protecting him from people all this time. At least 3 groups of people wanted to attack him over the last 2 days." Justin sat up, puzzled. "My female bodyguard?" "Yes, the one driving the SUV yesterday who's protecting your son." "An SUV? Nora?" he thought. The stern look on his face mellowed a little. "So she does care about me, right?" he wondered. "If not, why would she quietly teach Scarface a lesson and not tell me anything?" Justin smiled. Justin finished up some work and left his office. It was too early to go home. Pete was at Chester's, but when Justin got in the car, he didn't instruct the chauffeur to head to the school to pick up Pete. "Where would you like to go, sir?" asked the chauffeur. "To the Golden Sunshine School." "Yes, sir." The school's 50th anniversary celebrations were coming up soon, and the 20 children involved in the opening ceremony dance had to practice for an hour more than usual. Cherry and her friends entered the dance studio at 4 o'clock and stood in line. Sinead was standing next to Cherry. Although she had been warned not to provoke Cherry, she had been pouting and glaring at her all day. After putting up with it for several hours, Sinead couldn't stand it anymore. She reached out her arm and pushed Cherry. Cherry stumbled backward a couple of steps. Looking at the other girl in surprise, she asked, "What are you doing, Sinead the dog?" Sinead yelled, "You're the dog, Cherry the dog. I'm not Sinead the dog." Mrs. Lowe walked in and heard Sinead crying. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Sinead pointed at Cherry and said, "She's bullying me." Cherry shook her head and said, "That's a lie. I'm not bullying her." Mrs. Lowe shouted, "Cherry, apologize to Sinead immediately." Cherry was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "I didn't do anything wrong." "How dare you be so impertinent? Step out in the hallway with me." Whitney grabbed Cherry by the arm and dragged her out of the dance studio. She said fiercely, "Cherry Smith, I've already figured it all out. Mr. Hunt only has a son. He doesn't have any daughters." Cherry said imploringly, "My father really is Justin Hunt." The light in Cherry's eyes dimmed a little. Her father didn't know she was his daughter. How was she going to ask him to pick her up? Whitney sneered, "Surely it isn't because your father doesn't want you, right?" "I'm not lying." Cherry clenched her fists and said fiercely, "My father really is Justin Hunt." Justin was sitting in his car a short distance away from the school gate. He stared straight at Cherry. He got out of the car and strode over. As soon as he approached, he heard Whitney saying sarcastically, "Ha! Are you even now insisting that your father is Justin Hunt? You might as well say you're the president's daughter if you think you're that great." As soon as the words left Whitney's mouth, a low, deep voice reached her. "She may not be the president's daughter, but I can arrange a meeting with him if you want to check with him yourself. Whitney froze as though she had become paralyzed. She slowly turned her head to see Justin standing right next to her. She looked at Cherry incredulously before looking at Justin again. She pointed at Cherry and stammered, Is this your child, Mr. Hunt? Justin looked at Cherry with love and affection in his deep, dark eyes. Yes. He had confirmed it in public. Whitney felt overwhelmed. Cherry's father really was Justin Hunt. Justin stepped forward, bent down, and picked up Cherry. After getting Cherry into a comfortable position in his arms, Justin looked at Whitney and asked, Who is your husband? Whitney didn't want to answer, but she didn't dare keep quiet. She replied hesitantly, Bob Lowe. Bob Lowe? Justin snorted softly. I see. Turning, he walked back to his car while holding Cherry in his arms. Pete had already waited for over half an hour at Chester's, but his father still wasn't there to pick him up. The bored little boy sat at the doorstep with his chin in his hands. An SUV stopped at the entrance to the school, and Nora got out. She strode over to him and said, Come with me, Pete. He was confused. Nora tucked a bit of hair behind her ear and said, a little embarrassed, Your father happened to see Cherry at the kindergarten. When I arrived to pick her up, I couldn't find her. I was told that your dad had been there, so I drove over here to get you, and that's why I was late. Pete felt a little as if his father had abandoned him. A silent Pete followed Nora to the SUV. On the way home, he suddenly asked, Mommy, what will you do if Daddy realizes who Cherry is? Nora pursed her lips and said, To be honest, it's not that we can't tell him the truth. We just need to find out why your father hates me. Everything depends on that answer. She didn't feel that she had done anything terrible at all. The two of them arrived at the Hunt mansion. Nora dropped Pete at his house. Go on, Pete. I will see you soon. Pete waved a small goodbye to his mother as she drove off. Meanwhile, Justin, having left the Golden Sunshine Kindergarten, gently placed Cherry in the back of his car. They arrived at the Anderson Villa. Justin unbuckled Cherry and helped her out of the car. Go on inside, sweetheart, he said, his voice unusually gentle. Cherry, her eyes bright with excitement from the day's events, skipped towards the entrance, pausing to wave at her father before disappearing inside. Justin watched her go, then turned and walked back towards his car, a thoughtful expression on his face. As he reached for the car door, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller ID, Lawrence. A flicker of seriousness crossed his face. He answered, Lawrence? Mr. Hunt. Lawrence's voice came through the line. I found some more information about Miss Smith. Justin's grip tightened on the phone. He glanced back at the house, where Cherry was now safely inside. Tell me, he said, his voice low and firm. Lawrence obediently handed the report to Justin. According to the information we were able to uncover, Miss Smith's family didn't know how she became pregnant. They insisted they had no idea who her lover was. Our sources say that no one believed them, and everyone thought they were merely making up an excuse to cover up her indiscretion. An inexplicable pregnancy. Justin thought back to the conversation he had had with Nora. She had asked him if Pete was conceived naturally and how he came to be with Justin. He had replied that he didn't know and fully expected that she wouldn't believe him. But to his surprise, she didn't need any convincing. She believed him. He had thought that it was because she was so in love with him that she believed everything he had said. He never expected the truth to be so different. Justin lowered his gaze. Anything else? Lawrence shook his head. Investigate all the possible reasons why she could have given birth to twins, Justin instructed. Lawrence was astonished. Twins? His brows drew together, and he said, We haven't found anything to indicate that she had twins. There isn't any information about how she spent those years abroad. Justin waved him off while saying, Continue with the investigation. Yes, sir. Lawrence replied as he left the room. After Lawrence left, Justin was so mad that he almost threw his cell phone against the wall. But then his phone rang. I had called him. Justin picked up. I said, Mr. Hunt, I apologize for being intrusive, but why do you hate your son's mother so much? The look in Justin's eyes turned solemn when he heard my voice. He replied, It would be better to talk about things like this face to face. I agreed that some topics should be discussed in person. I said, Okay, what time do you want to meet and where? Justin replied, When are you free? Any time is fine. I said. He continued, What about tomorrow morning? I declined that offer. No, I have to sleep. Justin tried again. What about noon then? Taking a brief pause, I replied, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at 3. I'll send the location to you. Let's meet at Club Prism. It's close for both of us, Justin suggested. I hung up saying, okay, no problem. Justin sat at his desk after the call, realizing that he had a daughter filled him with joy, yet there was another, more complicated emotion that almost drowned out his elation: anger. He was furious at being deceived. He was beginning to understand that Nora wasn't trying to get close to him because she liked him. It was all because of his son. This discovery had left him feeling disappointed. So far, it seemed like he was the one who saw their relationship through rose-colored glasses. Her interest was calculated. He felt a mixture of joy and sorrow at the thought. But maybe it would have been better for all of them if he hadn't discovered the truth. He had pretended not to know who his daughter was. He made sure to instruct Lawrence to investigate the matter where his son could see and hear him, just to keep up the pretense. It was part of his strategy to confuse everyone and make them think that he had no idea what was going on. He thought back to his interactions with Nora over the last few weeks. On one of their dates, she had said that the father of her child was an idiot. When he listened to her describing the man, Justin had intensely disliked him. For an irrational moment, he was jealous of the so-called idiot. But it turned out that he was the idiot. He knew that his daughter was a student at the Golden Sunshine School because Nora had used his name to enroll her daughter in the school. That's not the kind of thing that goes unnoticed. When he saw his daughter getting bullied, he had moved quickly to back her up, and his heart had softened again. Justin looked down. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he tried to think of a solution that would benefit them all. It was clear that the three of them didn't want him to know the truth. They must have come up with a plan to deceive him together. It was likely because they were afraid that he would separate them for good. If that's what they were worried about, he'd keep up the pretense for now. Didn't that teacher bully his daughter? As retribution, he would bankrupt the Lows immediately. I was running late. Again. I'd barely managed to brush my teeth and throw on a baseball cap before rushing out the door. Chester's house was my first stop, dropping off Cherry. Mommy has to go see Mr. Hunt, I told her, trying to keep my voice steady. Be good. A knot of worry tightened in my stomach as I watched her disappear into the house. Club Prism, a fancy, exclusive place. I hoped the soundproofing in the private rooms was as good as they said. I needed to talk to Justin, explain things before everything spiraled completely out of control. He walked in just as I arrived, his face etched with fatigue and a hint of anger. Mr. Hunt, I started, but he cut me off. You've gotten very involved in my affairs, he said, his gaze intense. I have to assume you're interested in me. If you want me to give you a chance, I deserve to know what's going on with you, too. My breath hitched. What was he talking about? You made frequent contact with my son when we were in California. After coming to New York, you kept trying to approach me and get involved in my life. You're in love with me, aren't you? What other reason could there be for all the work you've put into getting close to me? I was speechless. In love? Me? With Justin Hunt? He was so arrogant. I suppose so, I managed, my voice barely a whisper. I had no other choice given the situation. A smirk played on his lips. Okay, so you're in love with me. And I'm willing to give you a chance. I will answer your questions truthfully and tell you everything you want to know. Please, go ahead. I stared at him, my mind reeling. This was insane, but I had to use this opportunity, this bizarre, twisted opportunity. Do you know Pete's mother, Mr. Hunt? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. No, I don't, he replied, his dark eyes unwavering. Then why do you hate her so much? I pressed. His jaw tightened. On April 7th, 8 years ago, I received a call. The person claimed to be my son's mother. She asked me to prepare $5 million for her. If I did as she asked, she would tell me where my son was. My heart pounded in my chest. He was talking about Pete, my Pete. And then? I asked, my voice barely audible. Of course I didn't believe her. Apart from one night that I can't remember anything about, I've never touched any woman. My hand balled into a fist. That night. The night Pete was conceived. And then? I repeated, my voice shaking. I hung up after that. I thought that would be it, but she seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get any money from me. Suddenly, she sent me a set of GPS coordinates and said the child was at that location. She said if I didn't hurry, he was going to suffocate and die. The air in the room seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. I thought of Henry, his cold words echoing in my ears. I buried the child with my own hands. I happened to be passing through California at the time. The call felt too strange to ignore, so I made an extra trip. As it turned out, I found Pete, my body trembling. How was he? He wasn't breathing when I found him. My eyes widened in horror. Pete has a mild form of autism and tends to be quiet and withdrawn anyway. But physically, he's also very frail. And that started with this attempt on his life. He was permanently affected by what happened, even if he doesn't remember it. He looked straight at me, his eyes filled with a cold, burning anger. Every time Pete fell sick, Justin's resentment toward his mother would grow a little. The memories of that phone call disgusted him. Whoever that woman had been, she had been careless with her son's life, thinking only of money. He often thought of how he would like to kill her. He looked at me and asked, "What's the matter, Miss Smith?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady my trembling hands. Finally, I understood. I understood the depth of his hatred. But I also knew the truth. His mother had her difficulties back then, I declared. The private room was thick with unspoken tension. Justin's gaze, sharp and probing, bore into me. "What kind of difficulties?" he asked, his voice low and insistent. I hesitated, my mind racing. I couldn't fully decipher his intentions, and I knew I had to tread carefully. Justin could be unpredictable, domineering. I couldn't risk revealing too much, too soon. Not when the safety of my children was at stake. I couldn't afford to be reckless. I had to play this smart. I lowered my gaze, attempting to project a sense of vulnerability. It's a big leap to assume a mother would intentionally harm her own child, I said, my voice soft. Childbirth leaves the body weak. What if someone took her child when she was defenseless? What if she's been searching for him all these years? Justin's jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in his cheek. Then explain how she became pregnant with my child, he demanded, his voice edged with steel. I shook my head, a flicker of my own confusion resurfacing. Even now, I couldn't explain how I'd become pregnant. It was a mystery, a shock, even to me. But you don't know either, I countered. It was a surprise to you too. She could be in the same situation. I raised my head, my eyes meeting his. Of course, I'm not making excuses for her. She brought a child into the world, and she failed to protect him. The words were heavy with my own guilt, my own regrets. I remembered the chaos, the pain, the betrayal. I remembered my father's cruelty, the way he had hidden my son, my Pete. The memory was a raw wound, a constant ache. Justin watched me, his expression unreadable. I could feel his scrutiny, the unspoken questions hanging in the air. He wanted to know, I could see it in his eyes. But he held back, perhaps sensing the pain that lay beneath my carefully composed facade. He knew deep down that I wasn't the kind of woman who would abandon her child. He knew I cared for Pete genuinely, and the idea that I, Athena, a renowned surgeon, would be swayed by a mere one. $5 million was ludicrous, but he had found a baby Pete based on a tip from a mysterious woman, a woman who had vanished without a trace, and now he was questioning everything. Justin, in a low voice. "Nora," he said, his tone unusually soft. "I'm trying to understand you." "Understand what, Justin?" I asked, my voice laced with a weariness I couldn't hide. "Why are you so interested in Pete?" he said, his eyes searching mine. "Why you care so much, it's like you're already a mother to him." I hesitated, my gaze locking with his. "Because I do," I replied, my voice firm. "Because he's a child, and he deserves to be loved and protected. Like your own child," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "And because, if you were to become a part of this family, I would accept Cherry as my own. I would treat her as my daughter." I stared at him, surprised by the sincerity in his voice. "Justin," I began, but I couldn't find the words. "I know," he said, his voice softening. "I know things are complicated, but I see how Pete responds to you. I see how you are with him. And I see how you are with Cherry." I felt a strange warmth spread through me, a sense of connection that I hadn't expected. "Justin." I tried again, but the words still wouldn't come. "Just think about it," he said, his voice low. "Just consider it." Before I could respond, his phone rang, a sharp, insistent tone that cut through the silence. He glanced at the screen, his expression hardening. "It's Lawrence," he said, his voice tight. "Something's happened." He answered the call, his voice low and urgent. "What is it, Lawrence? What's going on?" I watched him, my heart pounding in my chest, a sense of dread creeping over me. Whatever Lawrence was saying, it was serious. Justin's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. He excused himself and left. Later, in the quiet of Pete's room, Cherry and Pete sat on the floor, surrounded by toys. They were deep in conversation, their voices hushed and serious. "We need to get them married," Cherry said, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's the only way." Pete nodded, his eyes wide with agreement. "But they're always fighting," Pete pointed out, his voice filled with concern. "That's just how grown-ups are," Cherry declared, dismissing his worries with a wave of her hand. "They'll figure it out. We just have to help them along." "What if it doesn't work?" Pete asked, his voice filled with a childlike anxiety. Cherry smiled, her eyes filled with determination. "It will work," she said, her voice filled with a confidence that belied her young age. "We'll make it work. We'll make them happy, and then we'll all live together, like a real family." My phone shattered the silence of the night, the shrill ring cutting through my sleep. I fumbled for it, my heart pounding in my chest. It was Justin. His voice was tight, urgent. "Nora, you need to come here. Now." "Justin? What is it? What's wrong?" I asked, my voice groggy with sleep, but already laced with a rising sense of dread. "I can't explain over the phone. Just come. I'll send a car, and bring Cherry, please." The line went dead, leaving me with a knot of fear in my stomach. Something was terribly wrong, and it involved Cherry too. I arrived at Justin's study, Cherry clinging to my side, her small hand gripping mine tightly. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with tension. Justin stood by his desk, his expression grim, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Chester was also there, his face etched with concern. "What is it, Justin?" "What happened?" I asked, my voice trembling, Cherry's eyes wide with fear. He turned, his gaze locking with mine, then softening slightly as he looked at Cherry. "Cherry, why don't you go play with Pete in his room for a while? We need to talk." Cherry hesitated, her eyes darting between us, sensing the tension. But she nodded, and I gave her a reassuring squeeze. "Go on, sweetie. I'll be there soon." As Cherry left, Justin slid a series of photographs across the desk. I picked them up, my hands shaking. They were surveillance photos, photos of me and of Cherry. My breath hitched. There I was, walking down the street, talking on my phone, leaving a building. Cherry was in a few of the photos, walking with me, playing in the park. The man in the white suit was in the background of several of them, a silent, unsettling presence. "This is him," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "This is the man who's been watching me." Justin's jaw tightened. "You recognize him?" I nodded, my mind reeling. "Yes. I've seen him. Several times. He's been following me. And he's been watching Cherry, too." A cold wave of dread washed over me. He had been watching us, observing our every move. And Justin had proof. "He was thorough," Justin said, his voice grim. "Lawrence found more. Files. On you, on your medical records, on your research, on your family, and files on Cherry, her school, her activities, everything." My blood ran cold. He had access to information that was deeply personal. Information that could expose the secrets I had kept hidden for so long. And he was watching my daughter. "We need to find out who he was working for," I said, my voice firm, despite the fear that was clawing at me. "We need to know who wants to hurt my children." Justin nodded, his expression grim. "Lawrence is working on it, but in the meantime we need to be careful. We need to be vigilant. You and Cherry stay here with me until we know more. Chester will increase security. We're not taking any chances." "No," I said, my voice rising. "I won't just sit here and wait. I need to know what's happening. I need to be involved." "Nora, it's too dangerous," Justin countered, his voice firm. "We don't know who we're dealing with." "And that's why I need to be involved," I insisted, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. "These are my children. I won't let anyone hurt them." Chester, who had been silently observing, spoke up. "There's one contact that's common between you and this man, Nora." My heart pounded. "Who?" "Tanya," Chester said, his voice low and serious. I felt a jolt of disbelief. "Tanya? That's impossible. We're friends." "Friends from a long time ago," Justin said, his gaze fixed on mine. "Friends who have been out of contact for a long time until now." "It can't be her," I said, my voice defensive, even though a seed of doubt had been planted. "She wouldn't do this." "We don't know that, Nora," Chester said, his voice gentle but firm. "We have to consider all possibilities." I looked at them, my mind reeling. Could Tanya really be involved in this? It seemed impossible, yet the evidence was staring me in the face. I need some air, I said, my voice tight. I'll be back. I left the study, my mind racing. I couldn't believe Tanya would betray me, but I couldn't ignore the facts. I needed to know the truth. Later, when everyone was gone, I slipped away to the washroom, pulling out my phone. I dialed Solo's number, my voice low and urgent. Solo, I whispered, I need you to do your own investigation. I need to know who this man was and who he was working for. And Solo, keep an eye on Tanya. She's here, offering to help. I don't trust her. Understood. Solo replied, his voice calm and professional. I'll get to work immediately. Be careful, Nora. The next day I stood beside Justin's desk, the weight of the previous night's revelations pressing down on me. Chester was on the other side, his face etched with the same grim determination. The air crackled with nervous energy. Lawrence sent over the full report, Justin said, his voice tight, sliding a tablet across the desk. It's confusing. Chester leaned closer, his brow furrowed. The dead man's identity is still unclear. He used multiple aliases, and there are conflicting reports about his background. I scanned the information on the tablet, my eyes narrowing. So, we have nothing concrete? Not exactly, Chester said, his voice carefully measured. Lawrence did find something else, something that might be relevant. He pointed to a specific file on the tablet. This document contains notes, detailed notes about Cherry's schedule, her dance classes, her school events, even her playdates. A cold wave of fear washed over me. He knew everything about her, I whispered, my voice trembling. Justin's jaw tightened. And there's this. He pointed to a photo in the file. It was a photo of me, but in the background there was a familiar building. This location matches one of your old residences. He had information about your past, Nora, Chester added, his voice low. Very specific information. My heart pounded in my chest. This was more than just surveillance. This was a targeted attack, and it was getting closer. We need to find out who he was working for, I said, my voice firm, trying to mask the fear that was clawing at me. I agree, Justin said, his voice hard. But we need to be careful. We can't afford to make any mistakes. I turned to leave, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The memory of the man in the white suit resurfaced, a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers lurking in the shadows. Later, I found myself in my room, pacing anxiously. My phone buzzed and I answered it quickly. Solo? I said, my voice low. Nora, I have some information, Solo said, her voice serious. Tell me, I urged, my heart pounding. The dead man, Solo said, he had connections, unsavory ones. He was involved in certain criminal activities. What kind of activities, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He worked for a man, Solo said, a man who has been known to acquire things. By any means necessary. Acquire what? I asked, my voice trembling. Information, Solo said. And people. My blood ran cold. People? Yes, Solo said. And there's something else. This man, he has a connection to someone from your past, Nora. Who? I demanded, my voice rising. I'm still working on that, Solo said. But Nora, be careful, this is getting dangerous. I know, I said, my voice shaking. Thank you, Solo. I hung up, my mind reeling. The shadows of my past were closing in, and they were connected to the threat against my children. Later, I walked down the hallway, my mind racing. I needed to talk to Justin, to share the information Solo had given me. But as I approached the living room, I heard voices. Justin and Chester were talking. Their voices were low, and they seemed to be arguing. I paused, listening. I don't understand why you're being so difficult, Chester, Justin said, his voice sharp. I'm not being difficult, Chester replied, his voice defensive. I'm just trying to help. By withholding information, Justin countered. You recognize that location in the photo. What aren't you telling us? I felt a chill run down my spine. The tension between them was palpable. I stepped into the room. What's going on? I asked, my voice carefully neutral. Justin turned, his expression guarded. Nothing, Nora. Just discussing the investigation. Chester's eyes darted between us, his expression unreadable. Yes, he said, his voice too bright. Just trying to figure out who's trying to hurt your children. I looked at them, my suspicion growing. Something wasn't right. Later, in the quiet of Pete's room, Pete and Cherry sat on the floor, surrounded by toys. They were deep in conversation, their voices hushed and serious. They're still fighting, Pete said, his voice filled with concern. I know, Cherry said, her brow furrowed. But we have to do something. We have to make them fall in love. But what if it doesn't work? Pete asked, his voice anxious. It will work, Cherry said, her voice filled with a childlike determination. We just have to try harder. We have to give them more opportunities to be together. They exchanged a knowing look, their young faces serious and determined. Justin and I were back in his study, poring over the evidence, the photos, the files, the dead man's connections. It was like trying to piece together a puzzle with missing pieces. Look at this, Justin said, pointing to a document. This is a bank statement. The dead man received a large sum of money just a few days before he was killed. Who sent it? I asked, my voice tight. Justin shook his head. The account is untraceable, but look at the memo. He pointed to a line of text. It was a single word. Athena. My breath hitched. Athena? Your name, Justin said, his eyes locking with mine. The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation heavy in the air. Someone had paid the dead man, and they had used my name. The word Athena hung in the air, a chilling accusation. Justin's eyes were fixed on me, searching, questioning. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and disbelief. It's not possible, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I didn't pay that man. Justin remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The weight of suspicion in his eyes was almost unbearable. You don't believe me? I asked, my voice rising, a desperate plea for trust. I don't know what to believe, Nora, he said, his voice low. But this is my son's life we're talking about. I need to know the truth. The truth is, I'm trying to protect him just as much as you are, I said, my voice trembling with anger and fear. I wouldn't do anything to hurt Pete. Chester, who had been silent throughout, stepped forward. We need to focus on finding out who framed Nora, Justin. This could be a deliberate attempt to mislead us. Justin nodded, his expression softening slightly. You're right, Chester, but we can't ignore this. We need to investigate. I'll help, I said, my voice firm. I'll do whatever it takes to find out who's behind this. The tension in the room was palpable, a heavy silence broken only by the frantic pounding of my heart. The trust between us, already fragile, was now stretched to its breaking point. Later, I found myself in my room, my mind racing. I needed to know the truth, and I needed to know it now. I pulled out my phone and dialed Solo's number. Solo, I said, my voice low and urgent. I need an update. What have you found? Nora, it's not good, Solo said, her voice grim. I've been digging into the dead man's connections, and it's leading me to some very dangerous people. Dangerous how? I asked, my voice trembling. These people, Solo said. They're ruthless. They're involved in organized crime. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty. My blood ran cold. And what about my past? That's where it gets complicated, Solo said. I found a connection, Nora. A connection to someone you knew. Someone who was involved in your life a long time ago. Who? I demanded, my voice rising. Someone who was involved with your family, Solo said. Someone who was close to your mother. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth. Who is it, Solo? Tell me. I'm still working on confirming it, Solo said. But Nora, I need you to be careful. You're in danger. I know, I said, my voice shaking. I'm already in danger. As I ended the call, I heard a noise outside my door, a soft click, as if the door handle was being turned. My heart pounded against my ribs. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy vase, and held it tightly. I slowly moved towards the door, my breath catching in my throat. I flung the door open, ready to defend myself. The hallway was empty. My breath hitched. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched, the sense of danger, lingered in the air. Later that night, Cherry and Pete were playing in Pete's room, their voices hushed and serious. We have to do something, Cherry said, her brow furrowed in concentration. They're still not getting along. Maybe we should try a romantic dinner, Pete suggested. That might work, Cherry said, nodding, but we need to make sure they're alone. They exchanged a knowing look, their young faces serious and determined. The next day, as I was walking through the mansion, I noticed that the door to the dining room was closed. I heard muffled voices from inside. I slowly opened the door. Justin and Pete were sitting at the table, a romantic dinner laid out before them. Candles were lit, and soft music was playing. What's going on? I asked, my voice surprised. Justin looked at me, his expression confused. I don't know, he said. Pete insisted on setting this up. Pete and Cherry emerged from behind a curtain, their faces beaming. Surprise! Cherry exclaimed. We set up a romantic dinner for you both. I looked at them, my heart softening. They were just trying to help. But the situation was awkward, to say the least. Just then the lights flickered and went out. A scream echoed through the mansion. It was Cherry. The flickering lights plunged us into darkness, and Cherry's scream tore through the silence, a primal cry of fear that shattered any illusion of safety. The mansion was plunged into chaos. Panic seized everyone as the echoes of Cherry's scream faded into a terrifying silence. Justin and I raced through the darkened hallways, our voices hoarse with fear, calling her name. Chester, his face pale but composed, barked orders to the security staff, his authority barely containing the rising tide of hysteria. "Cherry! Cherry!" I screamed, my voice cracking, my heart a hammer against my ribs. I tore through the rooms, desperate, frantic, the elegant furniture and artwork blurring into an indistinguishable mess. Justin was no better. His usually controlled demeanor had shattered, replaced by a raw, primal fear. He ripped open doors, his eyes wild, his voice a guttural roar. "She was just here," he muttered, his voice shaking. "She was with Pete." We found Pete huddled in his room, his small body trembling. "They took her," he whimpered, his eyes wide with terror. "A shadow. It took her." "A shadow?" Justin's voice was sharp, his grip on Pete's shoulders tightening. "What kind of shadow?" Pete shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know. It was fast. It was dark. The security team swarmed the mansion, searching every room, every corner. But Cherry was gone, vanished into the night. Suspicion began to fester, a poisonous seed planted in the fertile ground of fear. Who could have done this? Who had access? Who had a motive? Chester, unusually quiet, his face pale, his eyes darting around the room, added to the unease. "Chester," I said, my voice low, "you're in charge of security. How could this happen?" Chester's face tightened. "I don't know, Nora. We're investigating, but the security system was breached. Someone bypassed it." "Bypassed it?" Justin's voice was incredulous. "That's impossible. It's state-of-the-art." "It happened," Chester said, his voice clipped. "And we need to find out how." The possibility of an inside job hung heavy in the air, a suffocating cloud of suspicion. Someone within these walls had taken Cherry. As the hours ticked by and the search yielded nothing, my fear turned into a desperate rage. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to do something. I slipped away from the others, grabbing my phone. I dialed Solo's number, my voice trembling with urgency. "Solo," I whispered. "They took Cherry. I need your help. I need you to find her." Solo's voice was calm but firm. "I'm on it, Nora. Tell me everything you know." I poured out my fears, my suspicions, my desperation. Solo listened patiently, his voice a lifeline in the darkness. "I'll do everything I can," Solo said. "But Nora, be careful. You don't know who you're dealing with." I knew he was right, but I didn't care. I would risk anything to get my daughter back. As I ended the call, a flicker of movement caught my eye. In the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood watching me. I couldn't make out their face, but there was something familiar about their silhouette, something chillingly familiar. My heart pounded. Was it connected to the library incident? I remembered the library incident and decided to investigate myself. I went there and checked the book. It was a book on the history of the Hunt family. I grabbed it and started reading. As I flipped through the pages, a folded piece of paper fell out. It was an old letter, addressed to Justin's grandfather. The handwriting was faded, but I could make out a few words. A debt to be repaid, the child, vengeance. A chill ran down my spine. This was connected, I was sure of it. But what did it mean? I rushed to find Justin. "Justin, I found something," I said, my voice urgent. I showed him the letter. He read it, his expression hardening. "This is old," he said, "but I've heard stories. Rumors of a family feud, a long-forgotten grudge." "A grudge against your family?" I asked, my voice trembling. "It's possible," he said. "But why now? And what does it have to do with Cherry?" We were interrupted by a frantic cry from one of the security guards. "We found her," he yelled. She's in the old nursery." We raced to the nursery, a forgotten room at the end of a long, dark hallway. It was dusty and filled with cobwebs, a relic of a bygone era. Cherry was there, unharmed but terrified. She was sitting on an old rocking horse, a note clutched in her hand. I rushed to her, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Oh, my baby," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "You're safe." Justin took the note, his expression grim. He read it aloud. "Took the wrong child this time? Next time, it will be Pete." The room fell silent. the weight of the threat heavy in the air. This wasn't just a kidnapping. It was a warning, a dark omen of things to come. We've reviewed the security footage again, Chester said, his voice tight. There's nothing. No sign of anyone entering or leaving the mansion except for us. Except for the blind spot, Justin countered, his voice sharp. That section of the hallway where the cameras malfunctioned, that's where they took her. It could be a coincidence, Chester said, but his voice lacked conviction. Coincidence? Justin scoffed. Nothing about this is a coincidence, Chester. Someone planned this. Someone knew exactly where to strike. I felt a surge of nausea. The thought of someone deliberately targeting my daughter, someone lurking in the shadows of this very house, was almost unbearable. We need to focus on the letter, I said, my voice firm, trying to push back the rising panic. I held up the old, yellowed paper. This is our only lead. Justin took the letter, his eyes scanning the faded script. A debt to be repaid. The child. Vengeance. He frowned. It's old. Really old. Decades, maybe even a century. But it's addressed to your grandfather, I pointed out. This has to be connected to the Hunt family. Chester stepped closer, his gaze intense. There are stories, Justin. Rumors of a feud. A falling out with a distant branch of the family. It was never discussed openly, but what? Justin demanded, his voice impatient. But there were whispers, Chester said, his voice low. Whispers of betrayal, of stolen inheritance, of a vow of revenge. My mind raced. A family feud. Could that really be the motive behind this? It seemed almost archaic. That's insane, Justin said, shaking his head. That was generations ago. Why would anyone hold a grudge for so long? Because some wounds never heal, Chester said, his voice grim. And some people are willing to wait, to plan, to strike when you least expect it. A chilling realization washed over me. This wasn't just about Cherry. It was about Pete, the letter, the threat. It was all aimed at Justin, at his son. We need to find out who this branch of the family is, I said, my voice firm. We need to know who would want to hurt your children, Justin. Justin nodded, his expression hardening. I'll get Lawrence on it. He'll dig up every detail about our family history, every hidden secret. As he made the call, I felt a strange unease. Something wasn't adding up. The pieces of the puzzle were there, but they didn't quite fit. Then, a thought struck me. The security footage, I said, my voice low. We need to look at it again, every frame. We spent the next hour poring over the footage, our eyes burning with exhaustion. We rewound, fast-forwarded, zoomed in, searching for any anomaly, any clue. And then, I saw it. A brief flicker of movement in the shadows, a figure slipping through the blind spot in the hallway. There, I said, pointing to the screen. Enhance that section. Chester manipulated the controls and the image sharpened. It was a person, their face obscured by a hood, but their build and gait were familiar. It's him, I whispered. The security guard. Justin's face twisted with fury. He betrayed us. But why? Chester asked, his voice puzzled. He's been with us for years. He's loyal to the highest bidder, Justin countered. Someone got to him. Someone paid him to help them. My mind raced. Who would pay a security guard to kidnap my daughter? Who had access to that kind of money, that kind of power? Then, Solo's words echoed in my mind. He worked for a man who has been known to acquire things, by any means necessary. A horrifying realization dawned on me. Justin, I said, my voice trembling, I think I know who's behind this. I told him about Solo's investigation, about the dangerous people she had uncovered, about the connection to someone from my past. Justin listened, his expression growing increasingly grim. It makes sense, he said finally. It explains the letter, the focus on the Hunt family. It's not just about revenge. It's about power. Power? I asked, confused. My uncle, Justin said, his voice laced with venom. He's always been ambitious. He's always wanted what my father has. And now he wants Pete, I whispered, my heart pounding. He wants to control the Hunt legacy, Justin said, and he's willing to use my children to get it. The full horror of the situation crashed down on me. My children were pawns in a deadly game, a game played by ruthless men with no regard for human life. We need to leave, I said, my voice firm. It's not safe here, not anymore. Justin hesitated. But this is my home. It's a battlefield, I countered. And I won't risk my children's lives. We're going back to Anderson Villa. Justin looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and understanding. He knew I was right. The goodbye was agonizing. Pete clung to me, his small arms wrapped tightly around my neck. Justin's gaze was filled with a longing that mirrored my own. "I'll protect them," he said, his voice rough. "I swear it." "I know you will," I said, my voice trembling. "But I can't stay here, Justin, not until this is over." As we walked away, Chester watched us, his expression unreadable. He approached Justin, his voice low. "She's good for you, Justin," he said. "And for Pete. You know that, don't you?" Justin nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of Cherry and me. "I know, Chester. I know." The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across my room when Justin's voice came through the phone. "Nora," he said, his tone a strange mix of formality and something I couldn't quite place. "I've made a dinner reservation. For you, me, and Cherry." I paused, a flicker of surprise and wariness warring within me. "A dinner reservation? Justin, It's important," he interjected, his voice firm. "And I know Cherry would enjoy it." I hesitated. The thought of a dinner with Justin, a formal one at that, stirred a complicated mix of emotions. "I don't know, Justin, I have things to do." "It's at Club Prism," he said, his voice lowering slightly. "I've booked a private room, and I've ensured the highest level of security. I wouldn't take any risks." That last part caught my attention. The mention of security, the reassurance that Cherry would be safe. It chipped away at my resistance. The threat against Pete, the lingering fear, it was always there, a shadow in the corner of my mind. I sighed. "All right, Justin, but just for a little while, and only because of the security." "Of course," he said, a hint of something like relief in his voice. "We'll pick you up at 7. The line went dead, leaving me with a sense of unease and a flutter of something else, something I couldn't quite define. Later, at Club Prism, Justin had arranged for a private room. It was an odd scene, him ordering food, considering his usual strict diet. As the head of the Hunts, he had a team of nutritionists dictating his meals. Bland, healthy food was his norm, never anything rich or sweet. Pete, too, was under the same regimen. But tonight, he was different. He looked at Pete, a strange indulgence in his eyes. "You can order whatever you want," he said, his voice softer than usual. Pete's face lit up, his gaze landing on the most decadent item on the menu. "Dad, that ice cream looks amazing." A flicker of hesitation crossed Justin's face. It wasn't exactly a warm night, and the idea of Pete gorging himself on ice cream made him pause. But then those big, innocent eyes of his widened, and he relented. "Okay, we'll get it." Pete's excitement grew. He pointed to the crispy golden French fries. "Dad, and these too." Fried, greasy food was an absolute no in Justin's book. Yet, he found himself saying, "All right, those too, and that, and that." For what felt like an eternity, Pete listed off every sugary, fatty, and utterly forbidden dish, and Justin, against all his habits, agreed to them all. Pete's voice, small and filled with anticipation, broke the silence. "Where's Mommy?" Justin's eyebrows arched, mirroring his son's impatience. He checked his watch and then pulled out his phone, dialing my number. "Nora," he said, his voice tight. "Where are you? We're waiting." "Justin?" My voice came through the phone, strained and apologetic. "I'm so sorry. Something urgent came up at the lab. I won't be able to make it." A sigh escaped Justin. "I understand." But Pete's disappointed. "I know," I said, my voice softening. "Tell him I'll make it up to him, okay?" "I will," Justin said, his voice a mix of resignation and something else, something I couldn't quite decipher. He ended the call and looked at Pete, his expression gentle but firm. "I'm sorry, Pete, Mommy can't make it tonight. She has to work." Pete's face fell, his excitement dimming. But she promised." "I know," Justin said, his voice soothing. "But it's important work. She'll make it up to you. I promise." He paused, then added, "You know what? Since the mansion is still being renovated with all the new security and safety stuff, why don't we stay at Uncle Chester's place tonight? It'll be like a sleepover." Pete's eyes widened, his disappointment momentarily forgotten. "Really? At Uncle Chester's?" Justin smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. "Really? And we can order even more ice cream there." Pete's face lit up, his earlier sadness replaced by pure joy. He grabbed his spoon and dug into the melting ice cream with renewed vigor. With me absent and Justin's strange indulgence, Pete ate with a fervor he rarely displayed. It was only when his little stomach was round and full that Justin, his own mood, a mix of lingering disappointment and a forced cheerfulness, took him to Chester's. It was late, and Chester's house was quiet, so they went straight to bed. Pete, surprisingly docile from his food coma, went to bed immediately after Justin tucked him in. For reasons he couldn't explain, Justin woke abruptly around 1 in the morning. An inexplicable unease settled in his stomach, driving him to check on Pete. He quietly opened his door, his heart pounding with a sudden irrational fear. He found his son clutching his belly, his forehead slick with perspiration. Justin's eyes widened with a flicker of panic. He rushed to Pete, who was curled up on the floor, whimpering in pain. In his distress, Pete looked up at Justin, his face pale and tear-streaked. "Dad, my stomach hurts so much." Justin scooped him up gently, his movements swift and decisive. "We're going to the hospital," he said, his voice tight. "Hold on, son." He hurried out, but Pete's cries intensified. "Mommy," he pleaded, his voice weak. "I want Mommy." On the way to the hospital, Justin's hand trembled slightly as he pulled out his phone and dialed my number. The phone rang and I answered, my voice rough with sleep. "This better be important," I said, my patience thin. "It's Pete," Justin said, his voice strained. "He's having a stomachache. I'm taking him to the hospital." There was a fraction of a second's pause. Then his voice became clearer, more alert. "I'll be there as soon as I can," I said, pushing aside my lingering annoyance. In the sterile, brightly lit VIP ward at NYC General Hospital, Justin sat anxiously beside Pete's bed. The door swung open, and a figure, dressed in black, hurried in. It was me. I checked Pete's pupils, then his pulse. I examined the IV drip and the monitor readings. After a thorough assessment, I straightened up, my face still tight with concern. "It looks like a severe case of gastroenteritis," I said, my voice calm, but my eyes betrayed my worry. I reached into my bag and retrieved a small vial of medication. I carefully administered a dose, placing it gently under Pete's tongue. The medicine worked quickly. Pete stirred, his eyes fluttering open. When he saw me, a soft mommy escaped his lips, a sound that tugged at my heart. He seemed to relax, his breathing easier now. With Pete's condition stabilized, I abruptly turned to Justin. I beckoned him with a sharp gesture and strode out of the ward, heading for the quieter stairwell. I turned into the stairwell, and he followed. But before he could fully enter, I spun around, grabbing his collar and pinning him against the wall. He didn't resist, leaning back against the wall, a bemused smile playing on his lips. My face was close to his, my eyes blazing up at him. "Mr. Hunt," I demanded, my voice low and fierce, "why did you call me when your son got sick?" The amusement in Justin's eyes deepened. Was he testing me? Did he suspect I knew about Pete and Cherry? He replied calmly, "Aren't you a doctor?" Of course I was a doctor, but his calmness felt suspicious. He was hiding something, and I couldn't quite decipher his intent. "There are many excellent doctors at this hospital," I countered, my grip on his collar unwavering. "Why me?" His voice was low and resonant, vibrating slightly against my hand. "But none of them are you." I grimaced, a flicker of annoyance crossing my face. It seemed he was still trying to flirt, even in this situation. But the scent of him, a subtle warm vanilla, filled my senses. We were standing so close. My grip on his collar loosened slightly, and I stepped back, trying to regain my composure. But a hint of resentment still lingered in my eyes. "What exactly did Pete eat this evening?" I asked, my voice sharp. Justin, sensing my anger, didn't dare to be flippant. He listed the dishes one by one: ice cream, French fries, mousse cake, iced watermelon juice, and... As he casually recited the menu, my lips tightened. "Children have delicate digestive systems," I snapped. "They can't eat that much, especially so late. And mixing hot and cold food like that? Even an adult would struggle. How have you managed to keep him healthy until now, Mr. Hunt?" Since Cherry and Pete had switched, I'd had the opportunity to spend more time with Pete to observe his health. He was a bit thin, but otherwise he seemed fine. But hearing about the sugary, rich, and chaotic meal Justin had allowed him to consume, it made me question his judgment. Justin scratched his nose awkwardly. He usually was strict about Pete's diet. But when he was around Cherry, well, he found it hard to say no to her. However, he knew he was in the wrong this time. The usually intimidating man actually backed down, his voice sincere. It was my mistake. Only then did I relax slightly. But the next moment, Justin's lips curved into a soft chuckle, and he added, "We originally ordered all that food for you, though. Since you didn't come, Pete and I had to eat it. After all, it's not good to waste food." I stared at him, my astonishment returning. Was he actually blaming me for his son's stomachache? "You have some nerve, Mr. Hunt," I said, my voice low and dangerous, to imply that Pete's illness was my fault? After you let him gorge himself on junk food? Justin straightened up, his expression surprised, then wary. Nora, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, really? I cut him off, taking a step closer, because it sure sounded like you were trying to shift the blame. Before he could respond, I acted. Years of training and a lifetime of pent-up frustration fueled my strike. My fist connected with his left shoulder, the impact echoing in the relatively quiet hallway. Justin gasped, his eyes widening in shock. He instinctively cradled his injured limb. That's for your careless parenting, I snarled. He looked at me, a mix of pain and disbelief in his eyes. Then his lips curved into a slow, infuriatingly charming smile. You're quite something when you're angry, Miss Smith. Don't, I warned, taking another step forward. Don't you dare try to sweet-talk your way out of this. But he ignored my warning. He reached out, his hand snaking around my waist, and pulled me close. My reaction was swift and decisive. My punch, fueled by a renewed surge of fury, landed on the same spot as before. Justin cried out, this time in genuine pain, his eyes flashing with a mixture of agony and something akin to awe. Now I glared at him, my fists clenched at my sides, my chest heaving. If that ever happens again, Mr. Hunt, I said, my voice a chilling promise, I swear you'll regret it. With that pronouncement, I turned on my heel and strode back into Pete's room, leaving Justin alone in the hallway with his throbbing shoulder and a strange mix of emotions I couldn't quite decipher. 10 minutes later, Chester arrived, his face a mask of concern. He carefully examined Justin's shoulder in the hallway. Well, Chester said, his voice laced with amusement. Looks like someone roughed you up, big brother. Justin grunted, cradling his injured limb. A doctor would be preferable right now, Chester. Chester chuckled. Oh, come on. You know I'm practically a medical marvel. Besides, who needs a fancy doctor when you have me? He prodded Justin's shoulder gently. Seriously, though, who did this? There aren't many who can. He was right. Justin was a formidable opponent. It was. Worth it, Justin replied, a strange smile playing on his lips. Chester blinked, thoroughly perplexed. Worth it? You're happy about being injured? You're a weirdo, Justin. He shook his head, a mixture of concern and disbelief in his eyes, and proceeded to try and fix Justin's shoulder. Once his joint was back in place, Justin began the slow, careful walk back to Pete's ward. He cautiously rotated his arm, testing its range of motion. As expected, when he reached the room, he found me still there. I had fallen asleep on the sofa beside Pete's bed. My eyes were closed, my dark hair spread out against the cushions. Curled up on the sofa, I appeared almost fragile, a stark contrast to the fierce woman he'd just encountered in the hallway. A wave of something unreadable passed over Justin's face. He had a sudden urge to protect me, to care for me, yet he knew that the moment I opened my eyes, that fragile facade would vanish, replaced by my usual sharp intelligence and unwavering strength. Justin softened his steps, his gaze lingering on me. He checked on Pete first. His son was sleeping soundly, his breathing even. After ensuring Pete was comfortable, Justin hesitated, then removed his jacket, walked over to the sofa, and gently draped it over me. It was bright and sunny when I finally woke up. Pete was sitting up in bed, obediently eating his cereal. I stretched, feeling the stiffness in my muscles, and started to get up. But as I shifted, the jacket on my shoulders slipped off and fell to the floor. The sight of the black, impeccably tailored suit jacket made me pause, a flicker of recognition in my eyes. I yawned and stood up, trying to shake off the lingering grogginess. Pete looked at me, his voice small. Dad had a meeting this morning, so he left early. Where are you going now, Mommy? I stretched again, my movements slow and deliberate as I shuffled towards the door. I'm going home. Pete gave me a pleading look. Can you really leave me here all alone in the hospital, Mommy? I glanced back at him, a hint of amusement in my eyes. You're such a little actor. Pete gasped dramatically, clutching his chest. Then he dissolved into giggles. Take care, Mommy. Now that I was leaving, he knew he could indulge in all the forbidden games on his tablet. As I left the ward, a nagging worry tugged at me. I still hadn't been able to reach Solo. I hoped everything was all right. I had just turned the corner when a familiar figure approached. Are you free for a quick chat, Miss Smith? I raised an eyebrow. I nodded, curious. The man asked, What's your relationship with Mr. Hunt? My eyes widened in surprise. Are you free for a quick chat, Miss Smith? He asked, his voice polite but firm. I raised an eyebrow, a flicker of irritation at the delay. "Who are you?" I asked, my tone cool. He offered a small, almost apologetic smile. "I am Joel Smith, nephew of Ian Smith, and the current owner of the Smith Empire." "Oh yes," I replied, my voice carefully neutral. "I've heard of you, Mr. Smith." I knew very well who he was, of course. He seemed relieved that I recognized his name, his position, but his focus quickly returned to his purpose. "I wanted to speak with you," he began, his gaze intense, "because you saved my Uncle Ian's life. I owe you a debt of gratitude for that." I blinked, surprised by this unexpected admission. "I'm not sure I understand." "And because of that debt," he interrupted, his voice earnest, "I feel obligated to warn you about Justin Hunt." He paused, then continued, his voice laced with concern. "As you know, Justin and Tanya, they have a son, Pete. And Justin has made it clear he intends to marry Tanya. He clearly believed he was doing me a favor, protecting me from getting involved in what he perceived to be Justin's established relationship." "You're mistaken, Mr. Smith," I said, my tone carefully neutral. "Tanya has no children." Joel's eyes widened in disbelief. "But I've seen her with him, at the school." "You've seen her with Pete," I clarified. "But Pete is not her son." A look of confusion crossed Joel's face. He clearly struggled to reconcile my statement with what he believed to be true. I pressed on, wanting to steer the conversation away from Justin and Tanya. "Why are you so concerned about Justin's personal life, Mr. Smith?" Joel's expression hardened slightly. He seemed to realize he was revealing too much, exposing his own lingering feelings for Tanya. He cleared his throat, his voice regaining its professional edge. "That's not important. What matters is that you understand the situation." Joel offered no further explanation. He simply stepped back, a strange smile on his face. I was left speechless, watching him walk away, a whirlwind of confusion and suspicion swirling within me. Joel went upstairs after that encounter. He hadn't slept a wink the previous night, his mind consumed by thoughts of Tanya and the complications of his past. Now, exhaustion finally claimed him. He sank onto the sofa in Ian's ward and closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. His executive assistant and bodyguard, who had stayed at the hospital throughout the night, stood near the door. After a brief period of rest, Joel sat up, his weariness replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. "Find Athena," he instructed, his voice firm. The assistant nodded. "We've already begun investigating her whereabouts, Mr. Smith, but so far we found nothing. We've even offered a reward for information about her on international forums. All we know is that Athena once treated the elderly Mrs. Hunt. It seems Justin Hunt was the one who located her that time." At the mention of Justin, a competitive glint sharpened Joel's eyes. His usual warmth and mildness vanished, replaced by a cold determination. "If Justin Hunt found Athena once," he said, his voice low and resolute, "I can do it too." The room seemed to grow colder, the air charged with a newfound intensity. On the drive back to the Anderson villa, I couldn't shake my encounter with Joel. His intensity, his strange offer, his possessiveness regarding Tanya, it was all very unsettling. After mulling it over, I pulled out my phone and dialed Solo's number. "Solo," I said, my voice low. "I need some information about Tanya Turner and Joel Smith." "What about them?" Solo's voice was calm and professional. "I just had a strange conversation with Joel," I explained. "He seems overly concerned about Tanya's relationship with Justin Hunt. It's like he's still protective of her." "That's interesting," Solo replied. "I'll look into it. What exactly do you want to know?" "Their history," I said. "Did they ever date? What's the connection?" There was a brief pause. Then Solo's voice came back, slightly surprised. "They did. Quite seriously, in fact. They were together for a while, but then Tanya left him." "And then what happened?" I pressed. "Joel eventually married Tanya's half-sister Hillary," Solo said, a hint of something unreadable in his tone. "It was complicated." I frowned, piecing together the implications. This was more tangled than I'd imagined. "Solo," I continued, my voice firm, "I need you to keep a close eye on both Joel and Tanya. I don't trust this situation. I think Tanya might be up to something." "Understood," Solo replied. "I'll monitor their movements and communications. Be careful, Nora." I ended the call, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. Joel's strange behavior, his history with Tanya, Tanya's unexpected arrival, it all felt suspicious. I tossed my cell phone onto the passenger seat with a dismissive gesture and turned my car to the New York University School of Medicine. The school guards had received prior notification of my arrival, so they waved me through the gate without hesitation. Director Shaw, a man nearing 50, with a reputation as a formidable neurosurgeon in the school, stood waiting for me just inside the entrance. He greeted me with a respectful nod and a warm smile. "Dr. Athena, we're so glad you could come." The small group of people clustered behind Director Shaw stared at the scene with open astonishment. Director Shaw, head of the Department of Neurosurgery, a revered figure in the field of medicine, displaying such deference towards a woman who looked barely out of her teens. It was a sight that defied their understanding. Ignoring their bewildered gazes, Director Shaw gestured for me to follow. "This way, please." I followed him into his office, my movements brisk and efficient. He waved off their unspoken questions, ushered me into his office and closed the door behind us. My gaze, sharp and direct, swept over him. "Why the urgent summons, Dr. Shaw?" I asked, my voice cool and professional. He launched into an explanation, his tone earnest. "Dr. Athena, it's about a case, a 5-year-old child with a brain tumor. The location is extremely delicate, and there's a significant risk of damaging vital neural pathways. It requires your unparalleled expertise." He looked at me, his eyes pleading. "I know your schedule is incredibly demanding and this month is already fully booked, but this is a child, Athena. I'm begging you to consider it." He was about to launch into a heartfelt appeal, using every ounce of persuasion he could muster, when I raised an eyebrow, cutting him off. "That's it?" He blinked, momentarily speechless. I stood up, stifling a yawn. "Couldn't you have just called me? Instead of making me drive all the way here, just send me the surgical details, time, location, everything." Then, with a casual wave, I turned to leave. "I'm heading out." Director Shaw remained silent, watching me go, a mixture of relief and disbelief on his face. He hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Athena, the child's family, they don't have a lot of money, but if you take on this case, I'll owe you a significant favor." I paused, glanced back, and offered a curt, "Okay." Then, I continued towards the door. I walked towards the car park, my mind already moving on to the next task. But as I was about to slide into the driver's seat, a familiar voice called out, filled with surprise, "Nora, what are you doing here?" I turned to see Angela Smith and Lisa Black walking towards me. It had been a while since I'd last seen them. Angela's gaze swept over my car, then back to the office building, her brows furrowed in suspicion. "You're not here to apply for postgraduate studies, are you?" The question caught me off guard. Since establishing my life in New York, I deliberately distanced myself from anything related to California. Angela, my stepsister, and I had never been close. Our relationship was strained, fraught with unspoken resentments. I had no desire to rekindle that connection. Lisa, however, seemed more genuine. She had mentioned that they were coming to New York to take their postgraduate entrance exams. I hadn't expected to run into them here, though. I ignored Angela's pointed question and addressed Lisa. "Which professor are you hoping to work with?" Lisa glanced at Angela, a flicker of timidity in her eyes. "I'm still deciding. I was thinking of applying to someone less demanding." "Heh," Angela scoffed, interrupting Lisa. "How utterly unambitious. I, on the other hand, have a clear target. Director Shaw." She turned to me, her eyes challenging. "Do you even know who Director Shaw is, Nora? He only accepts a handful of students each year. Someone like you probably wouldn't even qualify for the exams." The idea that I could be a serious contender for Director Shaw's mentorship was clearly beyond her comprehension. I, however, ignored her completely. In my mind, Angela barely registered as a blip on the radar. Instead, I focused on Lisa. "Where are you staying while you're here?" "At that cheap hotel near the school," Lisa replied, her voice slightly apologetic. "Don't worry about me, Nora. I'll be fine." She quickly glanced at Angela, a silent plea for me to drop the subject. "You should go, Nora. We need to go inside and gather information about the professor's research interests." "Go on?" "Are you serious? Tell me why you're really here, Nora," Angela demanded, her voice grating and insistent. I continued to disregard her. "Okay, Lisa. Call me if you need anything, or if you run out of money." I turned and walked towards my car. Angela, however, wasn't about to let me leave. She stormed ahead, planting herself directly in my path. "Get out of the car, Nora. Didn't you hear me? You—" But I'd had enough of her petty provocations. I simply started the engine and accelerated towards her. The SUV surged forward, the engine roaring, sending Angela into a flurry of panicked screams. I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt barely an inch from her. Angela stood frozen, her face pale with terror. I rested my arm on the car window, leaned out, and delivered a cool, dismissive warning. "Get out of my way, Angela." She'd only taken a few steps when I started the car again and sped past her, leaving her choking in a cloud of dust. It wasn't until the car disappeared around the corner that Angela finally regained her composure. She sputtered, her voice filled with outrage. She tried to run me over. What does she think she's doing? She's probably just jealous that I'm engaged to Anthony. After I left California, the Grays and the Smiths had maintained their connection. In the end, Anthony had become engaged to Angela. Lisa, clearly embarrassed by Angela's outburst, shook her head. "Nora probably doesn't even know you're engaged, Angela. None of us told her." "Shut up," Angela snapped, turning on Lisa with venom in her eyes. "All you care about is Nora, right? Why don't you go live with her instead of sticking to me then?" Lisa bit her lip. Her expression hurt. "In that case, give me back the money that Uncle Henry lent me." Their family had drained their savings caring for their mother's illness. Her mother had borrowed money from Angela's father, Henry, to cover Lisa's travel and accommodation expenses for the trip to New York. But Henry had transferred all the money to Angela, making Lisa completely dependent on her. Angela's lips tightened. "You're borrowing money from Dad, which means you're borrowing money from me. Since you owe me, try to be a little nicer." She frowned again, her thoughts returning to my car. Nora was driving a really expensive SUV, right? I didn't expect the Andersons to be so generous. Do you think they're helping her with her studies or something? A greedy light sparked in Angela's eyes. She pulled out her phone and dialed Henry's number in California. When he answered, she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness, "Dad, I think Nora has a way to get me in with Director Shaw. Could you ask her to help me?" Henry replied immediately, his voice eager. "Of course. Anything for you, Angela." I was nearing the Anderson mansion when my cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unknown number. I picked up the call. Henry's voice immediately assaulted my ears from the other end. "Nora, it's your father. I'm the one who raised you, and it's time you help me out now that I'm getting older. We'll forget about that business with your mother's company for now, but you need to get the Andersons to use their connections to help your sister get in with Director Shaw." I remained silent, a cold detachment settling over me. Who told him I have connections to Director Shaw? I was about to hang up when my stepmother's voice chimed in, equally demanding. Wendy pleaded, "Nora, I know you don't want to come back home because you're living in luxury with the Andersons, and you don't want to give us your mother's company, but we're still family, Nora. Blood is thicker than water, right? Angela is your sister. Help her out. If she becomes a good surgeon and makes money in the future, we won't have to bother you. Think about that." I couldn't help but smile, a bitter amusement twisting my lips. "Blood is thicker than water?" I repeated, my voice laced with irony. "Yes, that's right," Wendy confirmed, her tone insistent. "You and your younger sister have the same father, so you share the same blood. Don't forget where you came from." I raised an eyebrow, my voice deceptively calm. "I see. Huh? What do you mean by that?" "Nora, you..." Before Wendy could finish, I ended the call. I immediately dialed Lisa's number. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice tight with a sudden reckless determination. A surprise, Lisa replied, "I'm still at the school." "Okay, I'm coming back now." I spun the car around at the next intersection, the engine roaring with a newfound purpose, and sped back towards the school. 10 minutes later, the SUV screeched to a halt in front of the office building. I hopped out of the car with a fluid, almost predatory grace, and walked straight towards Angela and Lisa. Angela, still basking in her self-importance, greeted me with a smug smile. "Ha! Dad called you, right? Nora, I'll tell you this." But she never finished her sentence. Before she could utter another word, I grabbed a handful of her hair, my grip firm and merciless. I felt a slight resistance, a brief tug, and then I pulled. A small clump of golden strands came free in my hand. My voice was cool and indifferent, belying the fury simmering beneath the surface. "Let me borrow this for a sec." Angela immediately recoiled, clutching her head in pain. "What are you doing, Nora?" she shrieked, her voice high and indignant. While Angela was still reeling, I coolly placed the strands of golden hair into a small plastic bag and slipped it into my pocket. I raised an eyebrow, my expression utterly indifferent. "What do you mean?" Angela's face contorted with fury. "You obviously pulled my hair, you little..." A flicker of impatience crossed my eyes. "Yes, and..." Angela was beyond words. She stumbled back, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with self-pity. "I'm going to tell Dad. You'll be sorry for this, Nora." I waved her off dismissively, turning to leave. I had no time for these childish theatrics. "Where are you going?" Angela's voice rose in panic as she saw me walking away. "Dad told you to take me to Director Shaw so we could discuss my application. Didn't he tell you?" I simply got into my car and drove off, pointedly ignoring her. This time, Angela didn't dare to obstruct my path. She stamped her foot in impotent rage and glared at the office building, her earlier confidence replaced by a simmering fury. As they were about to exit, a voice called out from behind. "Excuse me, please wait a moment. Director Shaw would like to see you." Director Shaw watched from his office window, astonishment etched on his face, as I returned to my car and drove away. Then he saw the interaction between Angela and Lisa, their voices carrying even from that distance. Athena was an internationally renowned surgeon. Her agreement to perform the operation was a significant favor, and he was still contemplating how best to express his gratitude. An idea sparked in his mind as he observed the two young women below. He quickly instructed his assistant to bring them upstairs. The usually stern and serious Director Shaw greeted Lisa and Angela with an uncharacteristic, almost boyish smile. "How are the two of you related to?" "To Miss Smith," he asked, his tone carefully casual. Angela's eyes lit up with opportunistic glee. She beamed, her voice saccharine sweet. "I'm her younger sister." Director Shaw's reaction was precisely as she'd hoped. His smile widened and his eyes sparkled with interest. "Her younger sister? Are you also a medical student?" Angela shook her head quickly, eager to seize this chance. "No, I'm not. I recently completed my undergraduate studies at the California University of Medicine. I've brought my exam results. I'm planning to apply as a postgraduate student under your esteemed tutelage this year." Director Shaw's enthusiasm grew. He eagerly picked up Angela's transcripts, his expression impressed as he scanned the pages. Director Shaw's voice was filled with praise. "Your grades are outstanding. And how did you fare in the postgraduate entrance exams?" Angela's excitement reached fever pitch. "I passed with flying colors. I'm just waiting for the interview." "Excellent, excellent," Director Shaw murmured, his gaze still fixed on her transcripts. "I'll certainly keep you in mind." Then, he turned his attention to Lisa, his smile faltering slightly. "And you are—" Before he could finish the sentence, Angela stepped directly in front of Lisa, effectively blocking her from Director Shaw's view. "She's just a classmate who came with me," Angela interjected, her voice dismissive. "Director Shaw, if you grant me this opportunity, my sister and the Andersons will be eternally grateful." Athena only needed to utter a single word, and he would gladly accept as many postgraduate students as she desired. Angela's eyes narrowed as she registered Director Shaw's reaction. She couldn't suppress a growing suspicion that the Andersons' influence, and by extension Nora's, was far more significant than she'd ever imagined. But she quickly pushed aside those doubts, focusing on her immediate goal. She forced a bright smile. "If that's all, Director Shaw, we'll be going now." He nodded, relieved to escape the awkward situation. "Of course. You'll hear from us soon regarding the interview." As soon as they exited the office, Angela's facade crumbled. She rounded on Lisa, her voice sharp and vindictive. "Why are you walking so slowly? Don't tell me you were hoping I'd introduce you to Director Shaw. Ha! Were you really that proud a few minutes ago? Didn't you preach about earning things through merit?" Lisa lowered her head, her expression pained by Angela's cruelty. You said you were Nora's younger sister just now. It's not right to use the Andersons' name without their permission." Angela's eyes flashed with anger. "I am Nora's younger sister. What's the big deal if I use her name? You're just our cousin. You don't have the same right." After the two women left, Director Shaw massaged his temples, a headache throbbing behind his eyes. For some reason, he couldn't shake the unease he'd felt during his interaction with Angela. He picked up his phone and dialed my number, his voice carefully neutral. "Dr. Athena," he began, just confirming the details for the operation. "It's scheduled for..." He went on to provide the time and location. I replied almost instantly. "Understood, Director." He hesitated, then continued, his voice slightly hesitant. "There's also something else I wanted to ask. Do you happen to have a younger sister named Angela? She mentioned she's applying to be my student." I paused, a flicker of surprise and annoyance crossing my face. He waited, his breath held, for my reaction. Director Shaw hesitated, then continued, his voice slightly hesitant. "There's also something else I wanted to ask. Do you happen to have a younger sister named Angela? She mentioned she's applying to be my student." I paused, a flicker of surprise and annoyance crossing my face. He waited, his breath held for my reaction. Then with a spark of anger and resentment for Angela, I replied, "I don't know who that is." Director Shaw blinked, taken aback by my blunt denial. It occurred to him with a jolt of realization that even though we'd spoken downstairs, Angela wouldn't choose to apply as a student under him if I were available. The shrewd Director Shaw, piecing together these observations, breathed a sigh of relief. His quick thinking, his decision to clarify the situation, had averted a potential diplomatic disaster. I just finished carefully packaging the hair strands with one of my own hair samples. The DNA test was paramount. I dialed Lily, my trusted assistant, and gave her clear instructions. "I'm sending you a package. I need you to get it to that lab overseas, the one with the impeccable reputation. I need the results as soon as humanly possible." Lily's voice, usually efficient and calm, held a note of puzzlement. "Why not use a lab here, Dr. Athena? We have excellent facilities." I raised an eyebrow, though she couldn't see it through the phone. "Because it's far too easy for the results to be tampered with, Lily. I can't afford any uncertainties." Lily was silent for a moment. Then she said, her tone a touch exasperated, "You know, Dr. Athena, I sometimes think you have a bit of a persecution complex. You've been so secretive for so long, always looking over your shoulder, but I've never actually seen any danger materialize." I chuckled, a low, amused sound. "Maybe you're right, Lily. Maybe I am being overly cautious, but I can't afford to take any risks, not anymore. My mother, Yvette, had drilled the importance of discretion into me from a young age. Avoid drawing attention to yourself, Nora. It could invite danger. I still didn't know the precise nature of that danger, its source or its target. But I was no longer the same carefree woman I once was. I had 2 children to protect now. A little extra caution won't hurt, I thought, pushing aside a flicker of unease. After sending off the package, my phone rang again. It was Justin. His voice was tight, and there was a hint of urgency. "Nora," he said, "I need a favor. I'm tied up here and Chester is unavailable. Could you possibly pick up Pete from school today?" I hesitated. I had a lot on my plate, but there was a pleading note in Justin's tone that I couldn't ignore. "What's going on, Justin?" "I don't want to go into details over the phone," he said. "But I don't trust anyone else to pick him up. Not today." His words sent a shiver of unease down my spine. The undercurrent of danger, the constant threat. It was always there. "All right, Justin," I said finally. "I'll pick him up." I drove at a leisurely pace towards the kindergarten to pick up Pete from school. At the same time, a surly-looking Pete stood at the kindergarten entrance with his school bag. After his repeated protests, his father had finally allowed him to wear the trousers version of the school uniform today. Even though the dress code was supposed to be the same for everyone, the girls wore trousers without any issue. While he waited, boredom gnawing at his patience, I finally arrived. He climbed into the back seat, fastening his seatbelt with a dramatic sigh. "Can I quit school, Mommy?" he asked, his voice filled with world weariness. I turned the car around, a hint of amusement tugging at my lips. "Why on earth would you want to do that, Pete?" Through the rearview mirror, I could see my son's small face screwed up in an expression of utter exasperation. "The kids there are so childish?" I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? What happened?" Pete launched into a detailed and surprisingly cynical account of his day. The teacher told us the story about the tortoise and the hare. Then they asked us whether we wanted to be a tortoise or a hare. I chuckled softly. "And your issue with that is—" Pete sighed again, even more dramatically. "Why would anyone want to be a hare instead of, a human? It's ridiculous." I remained silent, enjoying his little rant. "Also," he continued, his voice picking up speed, "Brandon drank from a girl's yogurt, and then she drank from it after him. She got all scared and said her mom and dad told her she could get pregnant from kissing a boy. Then she asked what she should do if that happened." My amusement grew. This was rich. "Okay, go on," I encouraged him. Pete's expression turned even more incredulous. "Brandon told her not to worry. He said she could just have the baby, and then the 3 of them could all go to kindergarten together." I struggled to suppress my laughter. Pete's voice dripped with disdain. "Sharing a drink doesn't make anyone pregnant. You have to. They're so childish." I bit back a smile, my amusement growing. I dropped Pete at Chester's and then headed home to my daughter with thoughts about Angela and my father still reeling in my mind. Angela had booked only one room for their trip. Despite the bed being large enough to accommodate both of them, She'd claimed she wasn't used to sleeping next to anyone and forced Lisa to sleep on the uncomfortable sofa. The interview was just a few days away, and she was determined to excel. Catching sight of Lisa's diligent efforts, Angela couldn't resist a mocking laugh. "What's the point of working so hard, Lisa? Which professor are you even trying to impress?" Lisa ignored her, her focus unwavering. Suddenly, both of their phones beeped in unison, announcing the release of the interview schedule. Both Angela and Lisa had received the interview announcements. If Director Shaw and Angela had indeed established a rapport, as Angela claimed, the interview would likely be a mere formality. Angela, brimming with confidence, wasn't nervous in the slightest. Lisa, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief as she examined the interview schedule. The interviews were set for the same day, and the admission results would be released soon after. Angela's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. She sat up, a wicked plan forming in her mind. She quietly peeked out of the bathroom door, ensuring Lisa was still engrossed in her studies. With stealthy movements, Angela slipped off the bed and crept over to Lisa's school bag. She rummaged through its contents, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and guilt. She found Lisa's ID card and admission ticket, carefully wrapped them in a tissue, and secreted them away in her own bag. Lisa, unaware of Angela's treachery, made diligent preparations for her interview the following day. The hotel was conveniently located near the university, so the walk to the interview venue took only 10 minutes. Upon entering the university building, they navigated the crowded hallways and finally arrived at the designated interview room. Angela, her confidence radiating, took out her admission ticket and ID card and waited to be called. The interview, she knew, would consist of a brief self-introduction and a self-evaluation, both of which she had practiced extensively. Lisa, her face pale with nervousness, suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with alarm. "Where's my ID card? My admission ticket? Have you seen them, Angela?" Angela pursed her lips, feigning ignorance. "Why are you asking me about your ID card? It's not like I stole it." "That's not what I meant," Lisa stammered, her voice trembling. Panic tightened its grip on her chest, her voice barely a whisper. She said, "Give me the hotel key, Angela. I need to go back and look for them." Angela, her eyes gleaming with a strange satisfaction, raised an eyebrow in mock concern. "Of course, Lisa. Here you go." She handed over the key card with a flourish. Lisa took the card and fled, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. As soon as Lisa was gone, Angela stood up and walked with a purposeful stride towards the nearest bathroom. She retrieved Lisa's admission ticket and ID card from her bag and unceremoniously tossed them into the trash can. Her task completed, she left the bathroom, her steps light and her demeanor refreshed and invigorated. Soon her name was called, and it was her turn for the interview. After some time, when Angela emerged from the interview room, a triumphant smirk plastered on her face, she happened to see an out-of-breath Lisa running back from the hotel. Lisa was desperately explaining her plight to the staff member in charge of the interview schedule. "I'm so sorry," she pleaded, her voice choked with tears. "This interview means everything to me. Is there any way I can still go in?" The staff member sighed, his expression weary. "If you'd only lost the admission ticket, I could have used your ID card to print a replacement at the last minute. But since you've lost both, I'm afraid my hands are tied. You'll have to reapply next year." Tears streamed down Lisa's face. "But that means I've wasted a whole year. Please, sir, could you ask the committee if they'll make an exception? I came all the way from California for this." Defeated and heartbroken, Lisa stumbled behind her, her shoulders slumped in despair. However, as they walked towards the exit, her eyes suddenly widened. She had spotted a familiar-looking SUV parked just outside the entrance. It was me. Fully dressed in black, I leaned leisurely against the car, my posture exuding an effortless confidence. Students and passers-by found their gazes drawn to me, a silent acknowledgement of the aura of power and mystery that surrounded me. Lisa, her eyes widening in surprise, was the first to break the spell. She called out tentatively, "Nora?" I finally lifted my head, my attention shifting from the phone screen to Lisa's tear-streaked face. I finished what I was doing on the phone and then asked, my voice calm and steady, "What's wrong?" The concern in my tone, the unwavering focus of my gaze, made Lisa feel like a lost child who had finally found a beacon of hope. Her composure crumbled. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stammered, her voice thick with emotion. I lost my ID card and admission ticket." I remained silent for a moment, absorbing the information. I had come to the school today because I knew Lisa's interview was scheduled. I hadn't anticipated this situation, this blatant act of sabotage. Lisa looked emotionally deflated, her shoulders slumped in defeat. But now, she desperately needed my help. Not to secure her admission, but simply to give her a chance to attend the interview she deserved. Before she could even voice her request, I stepped forward, my movements decisive. As I passed her by, I offered a simple, unwavering directive. Come with me. Angela, however, stood her ground, her face a mask of suspicion and defiance. What are you doing, Nora? The staff member already said he wouldn't let her in. Don't tell me you're going to use your connections. It won't work. I turned to her, my expression impatient, my voice laced with a warning edge. You're being so loud, Angela. I'm starting to get a headache. Angela's face flushed with anger. You... But I cut her off, my gaze hardening, my voice a chilling promise. If you don't shut up, I'll make sure you can't say another word. My eyes, usually cool and composed, now burned with a cold intensity, tinged with a weariness born of too little sleep and too much drama. Angela, sensing the threat, wisely remained silent. The staff member, who recognized us from earlier, stopped us with a weary sigh. Please show me your ID card and admission ticket. It was at that moment that I stepped forward. I held up my phone, the screen displaying a specific page on the university's website, and showed it to the staff member. Is there something I can help you with, Dr. Athena? He asked, his voice almost reverent. I took back my phone, a subtle smirk playing on my lips. I had shown him my official designation as an honorary professor at the university. It was a position that carried significant weight within the institution. I gestured towards Lisa, my voice calm and authoritative. Can an electronic copy of her ID card serve as sufficient proof of identity? The staff member didn't hesitate. Of course, Dr. Athena. I'll go consult with the committee immediately. Okay, I replied, my tone dismissive, as if this were a minor inconvenience easily resolved. 5 minutes later, the staff member returned, his face radiating relief. Miss Black, you are welcome to proceed with your interview now. Lisa's face bloomed with gratitude. She offered me a shaky smile and hurried towards the interview room. The interview didn't take long. Lisa emerged from the room about 10 minutes later, her face etched with despair. Angela, her smugness returning, pounced on Lisa's distress. I told you not to bother with the interview, but you insisted. Aren't you embarrassed now? Lisa remained silent, her shoulders slumped in defeat. She heaved a huge, shuddering sigh. The interview results were typically announced on the same day, so the two of them lingered, waiting for the verdict. The wait, however, was testing my patience. I had other things to do. I'll come back later this afternoon, I announced, turning to leave. Lisa nodded, too consumed by her anxiety to offer a coherent reply. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, all the candidates finished their interviews. Another half-hour later, the final admission results were released. The process was straightforward, if a bit bureaucratic. As the newest professor at the New York University School of Medicine, Tina York had been part of the panel of examiners. When it was Lisa's turn, Tina had deliberately posed some challenging questions, hoping to unsettle her. And it had worked. Lisa's initial composure had crumbled under the pressure. However, Lisa's proposed research topic, the repair of cranial nerve damage, was a refreshing departure from the usual, almost daring in its ambition. After her interview, the 4 examiners debated her suitability, their opinions sharply divided. Some of the teachers, pragmatic and experienced, argued, while her interview performance wasn't stellar, her written exam results are impressive. Those can compensate. We can always guide her towards a more manageable research area. Tina, her voice laced with disdain, countered, the qualities of a surgeon are meticulousness and unwavering composure. She lost her ID card, her admission ticket, and her answers were disorganized. She clearly panicked. This girl lacks the necessary mental fortitude. Another teacher, his expression thoughtful, disagreed. I see it differently. Despite the setbacks, she managed to articulate her ideas and complete the interview. That demonstrates a resilience we shouldn't dismiss. Yes, a third teacher chimed in. I think Director Shaw would be inclined to agree. Tina, sensing the tide turning against her, relented, her tone grudging. Then, I suppose we'll let her pass. She knew, as did everyone else, that passing the interview didn't guarantee admission to the graduate program. The ultimate decision rested with the professors, who would select their preferred candidates based on the interview reports. Tina, in her role as an examiner, was tasked with forwarding the reports of those seeking to study under Director Shaw. She submitted Angela Smith's report promptly. Angela's interview, despite her bravado, had been superficial and lacking in substance. Director Shaw, Tina knew, wouldn't be impressed. But Angela had claimed to have already secured his favor, so Tina sent the report to avoid any awkward questions from Director Shaw. Lisa Black's report, however. Tina hesitated. She glanced at the other 3 examiners, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She could delay submitting Lisa's report for a few crucial minutes. When Director Shaw finalized his selections, Tina would discover Lisa's file, presenting it as an oversight. Director Shaw, focused on his chosen candidates, would likely dismiss it, and Lisa's hopes would be dashed. Tina's gaze shifted to Angela's report again. She shook her head, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Outside the interview rooms, I had finished my calls and was slowly walking towards the exit, eager to escape the sterile atmosphere. The door to the interview room swung open, and a staff member emerged, his voice booming across the waiting area. "The admission results are ready." A wave of anticipation rippled through the gathered candidates. William Lewis, the staff member, announced, his voice clear and authoritative. "Dr. Sullivan has accepted your application." "Yes." A young man leaped to his feet, his face alight with joy. Some students celebrated their dreams realized, while others struggled to conceal their crushing disappointment. Lisa, her face pale with anxiety, clenched her fists and strained her neck, her gaze fixed on the door, desperately hoping to hear her name. Next to her, Angela, her confidence unwavering, smirked. "All that straining won't make a difference, Lisa." Then, the staff member emerged again, holding a clipboard with a list of names. "Next up is the admission list for those applying under Dr. Shaw. The 5 successful candidates are..." "Director Shaw," Angela thought, her heart pounding with excitement. She sat up straight, her smile wide and triumphant. The staff member methodically read out 4 names. Then he paused, a slight hesitation in his voice, before continuing. "And the last candidate is Zach Lee." Angela's jaw dropped. Her triumphant smile froze on her face, then slowly morphed into an expression of utter disbelief. "What name did you call?" she demanded, her voice shrill and accusatory. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" A young man jumped to his feet, his face flushed with surprise and relief. "That's me. When I sent Director Shaw an email, he only replied, 'Received.'" "I thought he hadn't even noticed my application," he explained, his voice trembling with emotion. Amidst the young man's celebration, the staff member looked at Angela, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, Miss Smith. These are the candidates Director Shaw selected." Angela's face contorted with rage and humiliation. Just then, the staff member's voice rang out again, breaking the tense silence. "Wait a minute. There's one more candidate who's been accepted." Tina York, her face flushed with a strange mixture of triumph and defiance, stepped forward. "Dr. Athena has decided to accept a student." The hallway fell silent. All eyes turned to Tina, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Athena? The name hung in the air, a legend whispered among the medical students. And the student is... The staff member paused for dramatic effect, then announced, "Lisa Black." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. For reasons I couldn't quite grasp, Angela's face paled. She whipped her head around to glare at Lisa, her expression a mixture of suspicion and barely concealed panic. "What are you looking at?" she hissed, her voice sharp and accusatory. Lisa, still reeling from the shock, could only stammer incoherently, her mind struggling to process the surreal turn of events. The throng of students, their questions a relentless barrage, pushed Angela further and further away from the center of the commotion. Her face twisted with a toxic blend of jealousy and disbelief as she stood on the periphery, her gaze burning with resentment at the sight of Lisa surrounded by admirers. How could this happen? She seethed inwardly, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Why did Athena choose her of all people? While Angela grappled with her humiliation, a soft voice reached her ears. "You're Angela Smith, right?" Angela spun around, her expression still volatile. She found Tina York standing behind her, a gentle smile on her face. "You'll be working under my supervision from now on," Tina said, her tone carefully neutral. "We have some forms to fill out. If you'll follow me, we can get started." Although Angela desperately wanted to push past Tina, to confront Lisa and demand an explanation. She knew she couldn't afford to alienate her new mentor. With a forced smile, she nodded curtly and reluctantly followed Tina, the image of Lisa's newfound popularity burning in her mind. They walked towards the office building together. On the way, Tina, her voice deceptively casual, asked, "What's your relationship with Lisa Black, Angela?" Angela's jaw tightened. The question felt like a deliberate probe, a subtle reminder of her current defeat. Her eyes flashed with barely suppressed anger as she replied, her voice thick with resentment. "She's my cousin." Tina's smile remained fixed, but her eyes sharpened, observing Angela closely. "Oh, in that case, what about Nora Smith? I thought you said she was your sister." Angela's anger momentarily gave way to confusion. She struggled to maintain her composure. "We both have the last name Smith, so of course she's my sister. Lisa's last name is Black." Tina's gaze lingered on Angela, her expression thoughtful. Then she offered a small, almost conspiratorial smile. "Oh, of course. It's just that with all the excitement of the admission results, some people got the impression that she was Lisa's sister instead." Tina deliberately emphasized she, drawing attention to the ambiguous pronoun. Angela, who had always possessed a keen sense for hidden meanings, instantly picked up on Tina's subtle cues. She felt a prickle of unease. What is Miss York implying, she wondered, her mind racing. Does she know something about Nora and Lisa's relationship? Her frustration boiled over. "What do you mean by that, Miss York?" she demanded, her voice sharp. Tina's smile widened, but her eyes held a hint of amusement. "Oh, never mind. Since we're going to be working together, how about we head to my office? I can explain everything there." They continued their conversation in Tina's office. "Did you just say that Nora knows Professor Athena?" Angela's voice was shrill with disbelief, barely containing her outrage. She stared at Tina, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fury. "Is that really true, Miss York?" Tina raised an eyebrow, her expression carefully neutral. "Well, I saw them together once before," she admitted, her tone casual. "I always thought you and Nora were close," Tina said, her voice laced with a carefully crafted sympathy. "But I guess, well, now it all makes sense. Why she didn't introduce you to Athena or Director Shaw. I only took you in because I felt sorry for you. Otherwise, you would have failed the admission interview." Angela shook with suppressed rage. She spun around and stormed out of the office, her carefully constructed composure shattered. She pulled out her phone, her hands trembling, and dialed her parents in California. Henry and Wendy answered in unison, their voices filled with concern. Wendy sighed dramatically, her voice laced with self-righteous indignation. "I can't believe Nora would do such a thing. No matter what, Angela is still her sister." Henry slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming with fury. "I'm booking the next flight to New York. I won't let her get away with this. What kind of daughter did I raise?" Wendy's expression hardened. "Henry," she said, her voice low and firm, "if you don't go to New York and fix this for Angela, if you let Nora get away with this, then Angela and I won't forgive you. Not this time. You remember what happened last time. You were lucky then, but don't count on our forgiveness again." He sighed, his anger momentarily tempered by a sense of weary resignation. "All right, Wendy. All right. I'll go. But Nora's going to regret the day she crossed me." At that same moment, my cell phone rang. I glanced at the screen. It was Lily, calling from overseas. "Nora," her voice sounded tinny and distant. "I've sent the DNA results. You won't believe what we found." I stepped into the living room, my shoulders slumped with weariness, only to be met with Melissa's anxious gaze. She walked towards me, her movements stiff and uncertain, smoothed down her dress and sat down with an almost forced grace. "Nora," she began slowly, her voice laced with a hesitant concern. "I need to talk to you about Cherry." "What is it?" I asked, my own weariness momentarily forgotten, my attention snapping into sharp focus. Melissa frowned, her brow furrowed in worry. "Have you noticed anything different about her lately? Anything out of the ordinary?" I made a puzzled face, my mind searching for any recent changes in Cherry's behavior. Melissa sighed, her expression growing more troubled. She used to be so lively, so chatty. She'd follow me around all day wanting to play, eager to tell me about her day. And she always had such a healthy appetite. But recently she's become quiet, almost withdrawn. I remained silent, absorbing her words, a flicker of unease stirring within me. Melissa's voice softened, her tone earnest and sincere. I know you're a good mother, Nora. I know you love Cherry very much. But you need to spend more time with her. This sudden change, it's not healthy. She might develop behavioral problems. I offered a small, reassuring smile, touched by my aunt's genuine concern. Okay, Melissa, I will. My phone rang, the insistent chime cutting through the silence. I glanced at the caller ID. Cherry. Hello, sweetheart, I answered, my voice warm. Mommy. Cherry's voice was small, almost hesitant. Princess Lucy called me. She showed me a picture of her new car. Oh, really? I asked, feigning interest. What kind of car is it? A Ferrari. It's pink, Cherry exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. I could practically hear her wide-eyed admiration. That sounds lovely, Cherry. Did you tell her how much you liked it? Yeah, Cherry replied, her voice a little subdued. But Mommy, I want a sports car like that too. I stifled a sigh. This was predictable. If you want something, you have to work for it, sweetheart, I said gently. You can't just expect to get everything you want. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. But Mommy. Cherry's voice was small and disappointed. No buts, Cherry, I said firmly, but with a hint of amusement. Now how about you finish your dinner and get ready for bed? It's getting late. I ended the call and placed my phone on the table. She'll get over it, I thought, trying to convince myself. But a nagging voice in the back of my mind wondered if perhaps I'd been a little too harsh. Meanwhile, Justin was on his way to pick up Pete from school. As Pete climbed into the car and fastened his seatbelt, Justin noticed the boy's unusually quiet demeanor. Hey, buddy, Justin said, his voice cheerful. What's wrong? You seem a little down. Pete sighed, his small shoulders slumping. Mommy's being mean. Justin's brow furrowed. Mean? What did she do? Pete launched into a dramatic retelling of his morning. She won't buy Cherry that pink Ferrari she wants. It's so unfair. Justin chuckled. A pink Ferrari, huh? That's quite a request. He pulled out his phone and dialed Cherry's number. Hey, Cherry, he said, his voice warm and playful. What's this I hear about a pink Ferrari? Cherry's voice, usually bright and energetic, sounded subdued. Mommy says I have to buy it myself. But it's super rare, Daddy, and really expensive. Justin's protective instincts flared. Don't you worry, sweetie. Daddy will get you your car. He ended the call, a determined glint in his eyes. Justin, basking in his daughter's praise, couldn't help the huge smile that spread across his face. He quickly called Lawrence, his instructions clear and unequivocal. Find one, and buy it, no matter the cost. Then he scooped Pete up into his arms, his heart filled with a paternal pride he rarely allowed himself to express. Let's go home and visit your grandma and great-grandma today. Pete clapped his hands with excitement. Okie dokie. At the Andersons' house, I sat at the desk. My fingers tapped lightly on the surface as I waited for Lily to send the DNA results. Just then, a sleek pink sports car pulled up outside the mansion. Its engine purred with a power that was both seductive and threatening. I recognized the car. It was the exact model Cherry had been pestering Justin for, the one I had refused to buy her. A wave of fury and disbelief washed over me. A primal anger that threatened to consume me. I recognized the car instantly. It was the exact model Cherry had been pestering Justin for, the one I had firmly refused to buy her. He actually bought it, I thought, my hands tightening on the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. He defied me. He undermined my authority, and he did it with a gaudy pink monstrosity that screams irresponsible indulgence. I was about to grab my phone and call Justin, my voice already rehearsing the scathing words I would unleash, when a loud, insistent knocking echoed through the house. The jarring sound shattered the tense silence, reverberating through the usually tranquil atmosphere. Everyone inside froze, their heads snapping towards the source of the noise. The knocking was urgent, almost aggressive, each blow shaking the heavy oak door. I suppressed a sigh, forcing myself to set aside my immediate anger and deal with the intrusion. Melissa, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, rose from her seat. "I'll get it," she offered, her voice slightly hesitant. She walked towards the door with a hesitant gait, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the handle. Melissa went to the door. She asked, "Can you please tell me your name?" A loud voice immediately came from outside. "I'm Nora's father." A wave of shock rippled through the living room. All eyes turned to me, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Simon and Melissa were particularly taken aback. The voice that had just roared through the door was so harsh and demanding. Could it really be my father? They wondered. I raised an eyebrow, a sigh of resignation forming in my chest. Before I could interject and say that opening the door wasn't necessary, a figure rushed past the maid and threw the door wide open. It was Henry. He stood on the porch, his face red with a manufactured outrage. "Why did you wait so long to open the door?" he bellowed. "Are you trying to insult me? You might as well just say I'm not welcome here." Melissa stepped aside, her eyes wide with alarm. Wendy, my stepmother, hovered nervously behind Henry. Henry strode into the house, his gaze sweeping across the room. He was about to enter the living room when I stepped forward, blocking his path. His brow furrowed. "What is the meaning of this, Nora? Why are you preventing us from entering?" I stood my ground, my voice low and firm, laced with a warning edge. "If you have something to say, then say it here. I don't want to drag the Andersons into this." I had no desire to subject the Andersons to the unpleasantness of my family drama. Henry scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is this how the Andersons treat their guests? Do they actually stop family members from crossing their threshold?" I retorted, my gaze unwavering. "Do you even qualify as family anymore?" Henry's face flushed with anger. He raised his voice, ensuring everyone in the living room could hear his performance. "I'm Mrs. Anderson's son-in-law. I haven't seen any of my in-laws since your mother and I married. But I've heard now that my mother-in-law is still alive and kicking, so I think I should pay her a visit. Right, Mom?" He tried to squeeze past me, his shoulder bumping against mine. But I stood firm, my body rigid, my feet planted on the floor. Henry, his face contorted with effort, tried to shove me aside, but I remained unyielding. Despite my slender frame, I was surprisingly strong, an immovable obstacle he couldn't budge. It was as if my feet were rooted to the spot, my resolve as solid as a statue. Henry's fury reached a boiling point. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze menacing, but I didn't flinch. I held his gaze, my expression unwavering. Suddenly he abandoned his attempts to physically move me and instead bellowed into the room, his voice echoing through the house. "Mom, your son-in-law is here to visit you." Mrs. Anderson, who could no longer ignore the commotion, rose from her seat and walked out of her room, her steps slow and deliberate. She had been thinking of her daughter Yvette, who had given up the brilliant and charming Ian Smith and ran away from home to marry Henry. Even though Mrs. Anderson had never directly questioned Yvette's choice, she had always harbored a deep curiosity about the man her daughter had chosen. The elderly lady opened the door, her eyes searching Henry's face. "Nora, let them come in and talk," she said, her voice firm but weary. Melissa, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, addressed Henry and Wendy. "Perhaps you'd prefer to speak with Nora privately, Mr. and Mrs. Smith," she suggested, her tone polite but laced with a hint of caution. Henry waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. We're all family here. No need for secrets." He strode into the living room, his gaze sweeping over the Andersons, his demeanor a forced cheerfulness that felt utterly insincere. Wendy followed close behind, her smile tight and nervous. Mrs. Anderson, Simon, and Melissa remained seated on the main sofa, their postures stiff and their expressions guarded. They regarded Henry and Wendy with a wary curiosity. I didn't take a seat. I remained standing near the wall, my expression carefully blank, my eyes scanning the room, assessing the undercurrents of tension. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken resentments and barely concealed hostility. Finally, Henry, attempting to break the ice, stood and offered a stiff nod to Mrs. Anderson. "This is the first time we've met in all these years, Mom," he began, his voice laced with a forced affability. "It's all Yvette's fault, I'm sorry to say. She never wanted to talk about her family. It's because of her that we've all kept so distant from one another." Before he could elaborate further, Melissa, her voice sharp and decisive, cut him off. "That's kind of you to say, Mr. Smith. However, Yvette is no longer with us, and as you know, you have also remarried. Please don't feel obligated to us. We're no longer family." Henry's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, but he quickly masked it, heaving a dramatic sigh. "I have remarried, it's true. But please understand, it was all Yvette's idea. She lost a lot of blood giving birth to Nora, and her health continued to deteriorate badly afterward. She never fully recovered. But before she died, she worried about our poor little Nora growing up without a mother. She practically forced me to remarry. If she hadn't insisted, I don't think I could have brought myself to do it. For our daughter's sake, it was worth it, of course. But Yvette and I were so in love back then. He lowered his head, feigning grief, and wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes. Then he raised his head again, his gaze pleading. Even if Yvette is gone, Mom is still my mother-in-law. That's something that'll never change. Wendy, sensing his desperation, hurriedly chimed in, her voice artificially sweet. Yes, that's right. I had the honor of meeting Yvette when she was still alive. Our family may be small, and I know I could never replace her. But I hope you'll look at me as a daughter in the future, Mrs. Anderson. It would be a shame to lose our connection because of Yvette's death. We value family too much for that. And of course, Nora is living with you now, strengthening those family ties. We're very supportive of that. She turned to Mrs. Anderson, her smile wide and insincere. We could be such a wonderful family to each other. The elderly Mrs. Anderson, however, stared hard at Henry, her gaze penetrating and unwavering. Her eyes reddened with a familiar grief as she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Are you saying that Yvette arranged for you to remarry before she died? That she chose this woman to be your wife and Nora's stepmother? Mrs. Anderson felt her chest tighten as she imagined her proud and vibrant daughter Yvette spending her last days on Earth choosing a second wife for her husband and a stepmother for her child. Wendy's smile faltered just a little under Mrs. Anderson's intense scrutiny. But she quickly recovered, forcing a bright, almost desperate cheerfulness. Yes, that's right. That's why I'm so grateful to her. Mrs. Anderson, we're family. The tears in Mrs. Anderson's eyes were dangerously close to overflowing. She gripped her walking stick tightly, her knuckles white. She lowered her gaze, her voice heavy with a grief that spanned years. We're not related by blood, so we aren't family. It was clear that she had no interest in continuing this charade. Simon also rose to his feet, his face etched with anger and disgust. He pointed a trembling finger at Henry, his voice shaking with barely suppressed fury. You went looking for your next wife when my sister wasn't even dead yet? Are you completely heartless? We don't want family like you. Henry recoiled, momentarily shocked. Mom, Simon, I'm sorry you can't find it in your hearts to recognize me as family, but I'm still Nora's father. The relationship between the two of us can never be severed, he said. Simon and Melissa exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mixture of disgust and disbelief. Henry's persistent attempts to insert himself into my life, his blatant manipulation, left a sour taste in their mouths. I took a deep breath, trying to maintain my composure. What exactly are you trying to say, Henry? I asked, my voice low and controlled. Please, just be clear. Henry's forced smile widened, revealing a predatory gleam in his eyes. It's simple, really. If we're family, then you should treat us like family. And that means being a little more generous with the family finances. If you don't see us as family, then it's time we officially split the profits. Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. What profits are you talking about? Henry stood up, his voice booming with self-importance. The profits from the carefree pills, of course. Yvette developed the original formula. Everyone knows that, right? He gestured expansively, his gaze sweeping across the room. Yvette was my wife and Nora's mother. Since she's no longer around, her husband and her daughter should inherit what she left behind, shouldn't they? Not Mom, not Simon, not any of you, really. He paced back and forth, his tone growing more demanding. If you treat us like family, then we can discuss sharing the carefree pill formula. After all, it's just family helping each other out. But if you insist on this distance, then I should be getting my fair share of the profits. To make the split fair between all of us, I should be getting something like 35%, right? I couldn't suppress a rough laugh, the sound laced with disbelief and a touch of bitter amusement. It was true that the carefree pill was based on my mother's original formula. The current, mass-produced version, the one generating the profits, was my own creation, a significantly improved and cost-effective formula. Around the room, the Andersons struggled to contain their fury. Simon's face was flushed with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Melissa's brow was furrowed in concentration, her expression a mixture of disgust and a reluctant acknowledgement that Henry's claim, however audacious, held a kernel of legal validity. Yvette had died without a will, and inheritance laws were complicated. Seeing the shift in their expressions, the subtle flicker of uncertainty, Henry pressed his advantage. You are a big family with a big business, he said, his voice smooth and manipulative. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be seen as bullying your poorer relatives. We came all this way to see you, you know. Miranda, ever the opportunist, chimed in, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. Of course not. The Andersons are renowned in New York as an extremely honest and sincere family. Henry spread his hands, his smile widening. That's great to hear. In that case, when can I see the accounts, Simon? We need to settle this quarter's dividends. Next to him, Wendy added her own subtle pressure, her tone laced with a veiled threat. You see, if we were being treated like in-laws, then we wouldn't need to be so formal about everything. We wouldn't have to treat every conversation like a negotiation. But if you really don't consider us family, then this can only be a business relationship. It's less kind, but perhaps it's for the best. She turned her gaze to me, her eyes cold and calculating. You too, Nora. Why didn't you tell your family when you gave them the formula? It doesn't just belong to you after all. We're owed quite a bit of money now, I think. My eyes narrowed, a cold fury rising within me. The Andersons, despite their wealth and influence, didn't have much liquid cash at the moment. It would take at least 3 months for them to ramp up production of the carefree pills, recoup their initial investment, and start generating significant profits. Henry, sensing their vulnerability, was trying to exploit the situation. I had listened to enough. I straightened my back, my posture rigid, and let out a rough, incredulous laugh. You have got to be kidding me, Henry, I said, my voice dangerously low. He blinked, taken aback by my sudden shift in demeanor. I curled my lips into a sardonic smile. You know, if you weren't so utterly devoid of any sense of decency, you might have made a decent politician. You're certainly good at twisting words and manipulating emotions, but you're nothing but a waste of my time. Henry's forced affability vanished, replaced by a flash of genuine anger. How dare you insult me? I haven't even had a proper chance to reprimand you for taking your mother's carefree pill formula without my consent. You've got some nerve talking back to me. He puffed out his chest, trying to appear intimidating, but he didn't dare take a step towards me. He knew, better than anyone, how skilled I was in close combat. He could yell, but he couldn't win. I pursed my lips, my patience wearing thin. I was tired, both physically and emotionally. I decided it was time to end this charade, to get rid of Henry and Wendy as quickly and efficiently as possible. Henry, his face flushed with anger, the veins on his forehead bulging, stood up and bellowed, his voice raw with fury. Nora, I'm your father. That is something that will never change. You can't just abandon me to go off and live the high life on your own. You have a responsibility to take care of me. He spun around, his gaze shifting to Simon, his tone demanding. We're not waiting. We need a resolution today. Either draft a contract outlining our share of the carefree pills profits and give us the money right now, or get Athena to mentor my daughter. Pick one. Simon's brow furrowed, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Melissa's lips tightened, her gaze hardening. She could sense the manipulative intent behind Henry's outburst. I, however, remained calm, my voice steady and laced with a hint of warning. Henry, I suggest you lower your voice and take a few deep breaths. Henry scoffed, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Oh, really? And what are you going to do about it? You'll see. The public will be on my side. You're hogging the profits of my wife's creation. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze cool and challenging. Who says the carefree pill is your wife's creation, Henry? Henry's face contorted with rage. What did you just say? He demanded, his voice a low growl. I glanced at the shattered remains of the antique cups, my tone deceptively casual. The carefree pill belongs to the Andersons. It has nothing to do with you. Henry leaped to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. How can that be? It obviously belongs to your mother. If my mother had truly developed this miracle drug, I interjected, my voice sharp and decisive, then why didn't you open a pharmaceutical factory years ago? Why didn't you capitalize on it? Why did you keep it a secret? Henry's face cycled through a series of emotions, anger, frustration, a flicker of something akin to guilt. My voice, sharp and unwavering, cut through his self-pitying thoughts. Of course, I obviously found the formula when I came to live here. Henry's temper flared anew. Of course! Nora was deliberately twisting the truth, trying to erase his family's connection to the carefree pill. Nora, you're so ungrateful, he roared. How dare you lie to my face? My voice, cool and dismissive, broke through his internal fury. So Henry, do you have any evidence? Any at all? Henry's face contorted. That's ridiculous. You're being deliberately obtuse, Nora. Really? I asked, my voice deceptively sweet. I pulled out my phone, my fingers hovering over the keypad. In that case, I guess we should call the police. And by the way, those cups you just broke, They're antiques from the 1600s, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I suppose you'll be paying for those as well, he sputtered, his face flushed with a mixture of rage and fear. Nora, you're trying to blackmail me. I raised my phone higher, my expression utterly indifferent. So, shall I call them? Henry's shoulders slumped. He had felt so powerful, so confident just moments ago. Simon rose to his feet, his voice firm and unwavering. The carefree pill may have originated with Yvette, but we developed it ourselves. Mr. Smith, you've made some very serious accusations today to try to claim a share of our earnings. Do you have any evidence to support those accusations? If not, then this is nothing but slander. Melissa, her voice gentle but firm, added her own warning. If you continue to harass us, Mr. Smith, we will have no choice but to involve the authorities. Henry found himself on the back foot, his earlier aggression evaporating in the face of our united front. He coughed, forcing a semblance of composure. No matter who the carefree pill belongs to, he said, his voice laced with a forced reasonableness. We're ultimately still family. What's wrong with helping my second daughter find a new mentor? He turned to me, his smile returning, though it now lacked its earlier confidence. You'd rather help your cousin than your own younger sister, Nora. How can you be so narrow-minded? I pointed towards the door, my tone leaving no room for argument. Are you going to leave by yourself, or do you want me to make you go? As he reached the threshold, he managed a weak snort, attempting to salvage a shred of dignity. Don't be too smug about this, Nora. I'm still your father. You can't get rid of me that easily. The door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the suddenly silent house. Finally, they were gone. I went upstairs, my body heavy with exhaustion, my mind still reeling from the confrontation. As soon as I entered my bedroom, my cell phone rang. I glanced at the screen. It was Lily, calling from overseas. I answered, my voice weary. Lily? Athena? Her voice crackled through the speaker, filled with a strange mixture of excitement and caution. The DNA test results are back. You won't believe what we found. My breath caught in my throat. Lily laughed, a nervous, almost incredulous sound. It's tough to say exactly what it means without more context, but, well, it's definitive. Is it you who's not your father's biological daughter, or is it your younger sister who isn't really related to him? Either way, your DNA doesn't match Angela's. You're not related by blood,